Um, so, and former a recovering city manager. So we're certainly glad to have you here with us. So today I want to kind of set the tone, and then Terrell will take it from here. And I want to talk just briefly about mission, vision, and values. I had a chance to review what the county had, and I really liked what I saw. And then I thought, well, Norcross could have something similar on our webpage. So that's what I'm presenting today, is that as part of our architecture there on our website, that we have note of what the mission, the vision, and the values of the city of Norcross and city council is, because right now we do have the Imagination Proclamation, and I'm going to read portion of that, but I want council to think about that. And I don't want to sound preachy or anything like that, but sometimes I do. But it's important that we have moral values and guidelines that sets the tone for what we do, what we say, and how we conduct business there at the city of Norcross. And I'm going to read the Imagination Proclamation, and I'm going to just share with you what the Gwinnett's mission, vision, and values are. And I don't want to spend a whole lot of time. This is simply for your thought, and we can come back and compile our own mission, vision, and values. And this is the Imagination Proclamation. There comes a time when a community finds itself at a point where the ways of the past and the way of the future intersect. A moment when it becomes necessary to conceive of a place designed to endure inevitable changes and remain a constant, thriving, unified community for generations. Communities who embrace and cultivate the spirit of creativity and innovation are more likely to thrive and prosper, both spiritually and economically. Hence, since the city of Norcross, Georgia, will heretofore be recognized as a place where new ideas are born, nurtured, and brought to life. Possibilities become clear direction and purpose. It's safe for all to speak their mind. Every man, woman, and child has a unique gift to offer. The culture is shaped by all members of the community. Differences are recognized, and similarities are celebrated. Innovative businesses, ideas can take root and flourish. Creativity can be defined as the process of generating new ideas that have value in their power to make and change lives for the better. Thus, insofar as there remains a balance between economic growth and environmental protection, this historic community will forever welcome those who dream of intellectually and creatively contributing to the growth and the development of a community that they are proud to call their own. We know not of any certainty that will exist in tomorrow's light of day, yet we can be sure that all those who live, work, and play here can know in their hearts and minds that Norcross is a place to imagine. And we put this together, gosh, how many years ago? Yeah.
2007.
Yeah. So it's been kind of our constitution or our guiding document for many years. And when I looked at what Gwinnett County had, Gwinnett's vision, it says Gwinnett is a preferred community where everybody thrives. So we can look at that statement and we can craft it and throttle any way that we want, but that should be our vision. The mission, it says Gwinnett proudly supports our vibrantly connected community by delivering superior services. Of course, we deliver excellent services at the city of Norcross too. We have great staff. Then comes to values. What they had was integrity, accountability, equity, equity, inclusivity, and innovation. Integrity, they believe in being honest, building trust, and having moral principles. I believe that too. That's important for any organization. Accountability, we believe in stewardship, transparency, and sustainability. Equity, we believe in fairness and respect for all. Inclusivity, we believe in engaging, embracing, and unifying our communities. Innovation, we believe in continual adaptation of technology, process, and experience. But anyway, this is sort of a straw man, I think, for us to build on. And we can, at some later time, we can talk about this more and build our own mission, vision, and values. But I think we do need guiding principles so that we won't stray from the beaten path of providing quality services for our citizens and focusing on improving the quality of life for everyone that lives in the city of Norcross. So that's my piece. And I'm going to turn the balance over to Terrell Jacobs. And some people call him Terrell. Some people call him Terrell. But I asked him this morning, I said, what's your real name? It's Terrell. He says it doesn't matter, but names do matter. Yeah, it does matter. So Terrell, thank you so much. We'll let you take the floor so you can redeem some of the time that we've.
We will do our best to stay on track and, yeah.
And you can do any additional introductions that you'd like.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Because I know y'all recording this. So thank y'all for having us here. And once again, we're gonna move quickly, but we definitely want to have some hopefully dialogue and discussion. I've got with me Pete Brzezinski, and Michael's gonna talk in just a few minutes about something that's forthcoming. And he's gonna have to skedaddle. He's doing a over the Cab Municipal Association. You know, we have Gwinnett Municipal Association as well too. Here's our quick agenda. If you see it here, what I've done is we use a slide deck. I was just telling your staff this morning to help us make sure, you know, adult learners need visual. They need visual to help them stay focused. So we're going to do team building, roles, and responsibilities. That's the core of what we're going to talk about. The mayor's already covered the vision, mission, values, and he stated that y'all gonna deal with that at another time. Yes. We do have an exercise that we can give y'all to help y'all work through that process. Right. Matter of fact, we were doing the city of Covington yesterday, and they worked on their vision, mission statement in regards to that. So that is critical to have that. Items from previous meetings from y'all actually, which is a great thing that y'all do. Y'all actually put in the parking lot things that y'all want to talk about at the retreat. Now, I'm going to ask y'all, as y'all looked at all those, if there's some items on that y'all want to continue to discuss or y'all want to take off. There's no more need to discuss it. It's an issue that's a non-starter. I sent y'all an email in regards to 5 priorities that y'all might have in regards to that. So I hope y'all have that today. I sent it to your Norcross email. Now, some of y'all elected officials. Now, I'm pretty straightforward. Some of y'all elected officials don't read your emails, okay? No, I just said some. I didn't say all. See, now, you hurt dog, you know, they say hurt, holla, okay. So anyway, I hope that you're prepared to speak out on your 5 priorities in regards to that, because there's a method behind this madness in regards to that. Your city manager at the end, if you see on that agenda, has got a work plan, okay? And I'm be honest with you, I can say this, he can't say this, and Pete can say this. A lot of time, us city managers want y'all to give us a work plan, but guess what y'all do? Y'all don't do that. So we come up with our own, right? So, and sometimes that work plan may be going off in the wrong direction. So we're hoping these 5 priorities and some of those previous items from previous meetings and any issues or concerns that you have in general. And we are in Las Vegas. I know this being recorded, but we want you to have open and honest conversation. That's the only way you can get things done, right? Okay. All right. So, and then we will hopefully develop an action plan, a work plan to hopefully give your staff so that they can move forth on those things. Sounds like a plan? And then we'll recap and wrap up, and that'll be our day. All right. I'm like your pastor. I'm looking for affirmation. All right. Okay. Good. Good. Yes, sir. You didn't? Okay. I apologize. I sent it to all the email that we have, but maybe for whatever reason, I don't know. So just apologize for that. But think about it. You got some time, okay? Because we're going to be doing some other work. So I'm quite sure you'll come up with some things. All right. Here's our job or responsibility. Keep the conversation focused, be the gatekeepers, make sure everyone is heard, protect the participants in this environment, okay? Keep a written record. Y'all will get a record of all this, a report, and it'll be in draft form. It'll be for y'all to review, make sure that we captured everything. My assumption is your city clerk will be taking minutes. We normally, shall we say, reconcile our plan, our actions items based on what they have in their minutes so that we can make sure we are capturing everything. Help the group get consensus. And I'll show you how we're going to do that in a minute and answer any questions that you have. The good thing about how we do this, some of us have been in the trenches, so we kind of know some things. So that'll be helpful, hopefully, to everybody. So ground rules, check your title at the door. The past is the past. Focus on talking about the future, community-wide focus, broad strategies. We want you at 30,000 feet, folks. Okay? Don't want you down in the weeds. The weeds don't get you nowhere, right? You got to be like the eagle, right? Trust each other enough to speak. Okay? All right? We want to protect everybody so that they have the ability. Respect each other. Y'all know the rest of the stuff. Don't beat a dead horse, right? All right? Dismount. Get off the thing. All right? We go good with the ground rules? All right. Good deal. All right. St. Paul. Love this stuff, right? Y'all have seen this, right? I'm going to let you read it. I'm not going to say it. Okay? All right. I read it. Okay. All right. Moving on. We do what you call a check-in. But before we do the check-in, I want to give Michael an opportunity to talk to y'all about what's going on in your legislation.
All right, I'm going to make this brief, and this is not for discussion. This is y'all got a planned day, and I'm interrupting, but this is important, and we need to go over it just real fast. You have House Bill 517 and Senate Bill 188 in front of you. You also have the talking points that were delivered to our Legislative Policy Council yesterday that describe 517 in detail. If you remember, in 2019, we defeated House Bill 302, which was a comprehensive preemption on design standards. This bill 517 goes further than that. It attempts to circumvent the Constitution of the state of Georgia by limiting your ability on lot sizes and various other things. Be aware of what's in the bill. That copy of the email will get you there. There is a roster of the committee members. If you know them, if you know any of them, I know a lot of you are politically active, get with them, let them know. It could be in committee as soon as Tuesday. Let them know that this is probably the worst thing for home rule that we've seen in many, many years. And your ability to actually do for your constituents would be completely dismantled in the sense of planning, in the sense of modeling your community, in the sense of delivering what you think is best for your residents. Now, Senate Bill 88, that is the preemption on rent to own subdivisions. And so we've talked about that in years past. Probably don't need to rehash that, but that is the preemption bill. We need to fight against it as well. I think that is it. Oh, one other thing. At the top of House Bill 517, you will see some of the signers of the bill. Include them in your efforts if you know those representatives. They signed on to the bill, but it's very, very good, a very good chance that they do not understand exactly what they have signed on to. And it is imperative that you all come together and fight this thing with GMA and the rest of your counterpart cities. But hopefully that puts into perspective the need for Team Norcross. And I'm going to leave it in the capable hands of Pete and Terrell to lift you up and get you on the right path today. Sorry I can't be with you. I've got a bunch of other folks I got to deal with today, but thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Michael. Yeah, that just went out, and we're trying to get everybody's on board with that. It's kind of a call to action, so we hope that you'll take part in that. Before we do the check-in, I forgot to do introductions with everybody because we definitely need to know everybody in the room. So let's do it this way. We need to know your name, what position that you hold with the city of Norcross, and one interesting fact that no one would know about you. Now it's got to be PG. I don't need to know about your exploits as an exotic dancer. I don't need to know all about that. Okay. All right. You ready? We're gonna start with the DDA guy. I forgot. He's not. I'm sorry, Pop.
I'm really thinking about this third one, but my name is Charlene Marsh, and I'm the assistant to the city manager. I might have to get back to you on the third one.
You want me to help you?
Sure.
One fact about me, I just did skydiving a year ago, and I had a fear of heights for the last 5 years. So I overcame it real quick, right?
Well, I guess in the last year, I learned how to swim by going to classes at the YMCA. So.
Wasn't bad. All right, good. Yeah. No.
I'm Eric, and I checked my title at the door.
There you go. Good man.
What do I want to share?
Then he went blank.
I'll say something nice. So, yeah, I will use that, but not in your context. My wife used to do art and craft shows, and back in the day when she did that, it was almost all cash transactions, and a lot of people paid with ones. So one time I was actually in Marietta where she was doing a show. I went into a restaurant to get takeout. I gave them a wad of $1 bills, and they made a presumption that I worked in the food industry and that those were tips. And I said, no, I'm a stripper.
Touche. Okay, touche.
Pat O'Brien, a city attorney for the city of Norcross. There's so many things, but I ran with the Bulls in Pamplona 3 times. And the first, no, I got a photo of the horns very close, but when I was running, but the first time I did it, we went to the arena and I was on ESPN dodging the baby bulls.
You never know about it.
Well, I'm Tracy Rye. When I'm claiming my title, I'm Assistant City Manager and Community Development and Planning Director. The most interesting thing that nobody knows about me, because it just happened last night, I actually did a sit-up balancing on a very big Pilates ball. It's not as easy as it sounds.
Yeah, I'm agonizing just hearing about it. Yeah.
Bill Deal, I work with Pat. We serve as counsel for the city. Interesting fact, I've already been outed for this, so I feel like I can share it. At our father-daughter dance in the city of Norcross, I was the hula hoop champion. And as I mentioned, it wasn't even close. I blew the competition away. So
So you got skills, what you're trying to say.
My name is Camille Washington, and I am the City of Norcross Human Resources Manager. One interesting fact about me is that 2 months ago, I attended my first ever football games. It was between the Atlanta Falcons and Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
So Football, not soccer. Okay.
Football,
All right.
American football.
And my name is Monique Phillip.
Now I don't feel so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm the city clerk with the city of Norcross. Well, I mean, I said it. So I got married 3 months ago. It was wonderful. So some interesting fact about me. Yes.
Morning. I'm Andrew Hickson in the city of Norcross. I'm probably best known for being Sarah's father. Something people don't know about me, before I had shoulder surgery, I was a power lifter and did weightlifting, and I'm just now getting back into it since my shoulder is all better.
Can't tell it that I used to.
Good morning. My name is Josh Baer. I'm a city council member. And man, my mind was scrambling, and I came up with a slightly embarrassing thing that that you guys might laugh at. Hopefully, I like graphs and straight lines and squares and so on. And so when I was a kid, I did cross stitching.
I sold the dashi. Come on, it's all good.
Councilmember Matt Myers, give him a hand. Mayor Craig Newton, let's see, what can I talk about that I can talk about here? Well, I'm actually a product of the 60s and a recovering hippie. And yeah, and I have pictures of my old van that I had when I was coming up on my website. See if you want to see that. So, and I'm a former. No, I got rid of Volkswagen. Yeah, and I had a rock band too. So, and I had hair down to my shoulders. It was fun time. Yes.
My name is Bruce Gaynor, council member, mayor pro tem. Maybe the only thing that I'm trying to think of, I mean, that was a great one, actually. That was really good. I could say something very similar, but I don't want to repeat something. Maybe it's not known that I raise and breed koi fish. So. But not when you buy them little. They're really cheap.
How you doing? I'm Matt Myers, City Council for Norcross. Interesting thing about me, I have a pretty extensive collection of Jack Daniel's whiskey. Oh, I got a whole bar for you.
Good morning, Arlene Beckles, resident of the city of Norcross. Interesting unknown fact, I know how to embalm and I've done it. No, I'm not an embalmer. I know how to do it.
Oh, wow. Okay. Pete, you want to go?
Good morning. Yeah, thanks. Great to be here. Pete Brzezinski, public service over 25 years, and I am recovered, Mayor, so it feels good. Little fact about me, I'm learning to play the banjo. Yeah. No deliverance here now, but just a banjo.
Yeah, let's not do that. All right, well, good deal. The reason why we do that exercise is introduction, number one, icebreaker. And also, it's just good to find out something about your colleagues, people that you work with every day that you would never know that they do, like running with the bulls. Oh my God, that's great stuff. So now we're gonna do a check-in, okay? And what a check-in is how do you see the city of Norcross right now? If you had to use one word, how do you feel the city is doing? You had to use one word or phrase. Now we don't need a dissertation, okay? All right. So since I started over here, I'm not gonna pick at you this time. All right, we're gonna start back over here. All right, Doc. Yep. If you had to give one word to describe what you feel about how Norcross is doing as far as a whole, if you had to use one word or phrase. Is that's what's on your mind? That's fine. Disarray. Okay.
The city, what was the question again? Sorry.
If you could describe how Norcross is, how you feel, what would you say? How y'all would do it? One word.
I'm just gonna say growth. Growth, yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
I think we're doing great. I mean, we're have, you know, in terms of growth, in terms of what I'm hearing about downtown.
Okay.
Awesome.
Great. All right.
One word, potential.
Potential. Good. I love it. I love it.
Engaged.
Engaged. Keep it up. All right.
Unconnected.
Unconnected. Unconnected. Disconnected. Disconnect. All right. All right.
Evolving.
Evolving. You're beating time to catch up. He's left-handed. You know how left-handed people are.
Change.
Change. Okay. All right.
I'll say wonderful client.
Can you feel the air being sucked out the room right now?
Oh, yeah.
Come on, partner. He's young in the firm, isn't he? That's right. He's learning.
Crossroads.
I can't be limited to just one word. I'm not trained that way, but I see it as a very positive, progressive trajectory.
You caught up? Or give you a little minute. All right. Emerging. 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 All right.
Fragmented.
Okay. All right. Once again, there's method behind this madness. At the end of the day, we're going to do a checkout to see how well y'all feel about it then in relationship to that. Okay. All right. So we're going to do some team building. It's going to be real quick. All right. You're on a deserted island. Well, excuse me. Let me back up. You're on a plane and the plane crashes. Okay. And you crash on a deserted island. Okay. And you have to survive. So you're going to have to determine 10 things that you need to survive. Now, here's the kicker. You can only use 10 things from this room. Okay. Now we're going to split you up into 2 groups. And you will list those 10 things in priority and specify why would you use those things in regards to that. You have to have a spokesperson. Okay. So you're on a deserted island after this crash. You got to survive, but you can only use the 10 things that you find in this room. And you list them by priority. Got 10 minutes. So let's do this. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. So you got 7 and 6, right? So let's do this. We'll do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So whatever your number is, y'all meet together and decide in less than 10 minutes, what are your 10 things and prior. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You're 1. I'm sorry. Thank you. I forgot about you. You're behind me. I apologize. Thank you for that. All right. Got 10 minutes. What now? Oh, you need a password again? Okay.
I'm a 1.
All right. All right, 2, where you at?
Let's get together. So they give you some moving music. The more we get together, together.
That would be essential for survival.
All right, y'all moving? All right, who's this group back here? All right, if you're two back here, if you're one up here. All right. Yeah, two over here. Okay.
I'm a one.
I'm a two. I'm coming.
Okay, he's coming. He had to get the password. All right.
Food, water, air.
Deserted island, desert island. Deserted. Excuse me for my wrong enunciation of the word. Deserted. There's nothing there except what you find in this room. Deserted, huh? Deserted.
Paper. Make a fire.
Whatever's in this room. Whatever's in this room.
You got water? You got water.
Well, you know, we have paper and pen, and we have a bottle, so we can send a note. Yeah.
Remember, your lives depend on it to survive.
We're not gonna survive.
It's over. Has anybody got a lighter?
I put the chances very low.
We're living the life over here.
Do you really?
I'm just saying. And I reduced it down to 10 versus 12.
Yeah, the ceiling tiles.
Really 10 things.
All we need is a volunteer.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're gonna make a boat without
There's something over there somewhere.
without a hammer and nails or screws or some sort of fasteners. You can't really make a boat out of tabletops.
No, but the tiles, if you put those together.
Yeah, right.
Actually, they wanted 10 things.
Something to eat with?
He's not paying out of
At least knives. Yeah.
Put knife and then fork, so we get to 10.
You need a lobbyist. You need a lobbyist.
Need a lobbyist.
Yeah. We're gonna see this.
Yeah.
William Carter.
Is there anything shiny in this room? Signal flying over airplane?
The projector, there's some pieces that we can use there. We can use that lens, I'm sure.
Yeah. Make a fire? Yeah.
Well, I was just saying, the projector, there's plenty of pieces that we can use, even if the projector itself is good.
Right.
I
Yeah.
guess so.
Yeah, I'd take the cell phone, take the cell phone off and put the projector on there. There's enough parts in that thing to.
All right, so put the story together. What?
All right.
Together, I mean, it's
I mean,
all
there isn't, we don't have.
once upon a time. I don't know. I mean,
What's the story for? We're just making a list, right?
there was a list of survival equipment,
Yeah.
items that would help sustain us while on this specific island. And they're not in any order of priority, but they're all here.
Yep. Okay, we're done. Yep.
Yeah.
Good. Y'all got a spokesperson?
We do?
All right. Good deal. Y'all got 10?
We do?
All right, y'all finished? These are early riders over here. They got finished already. Two attorneys. I'm so sorry. Yeah. All right, they got a little bit more time. They need more time.
They're struggling.
Yeah, yeah. They were just calling, trying to use the cell phone to call people, get them on the dessert.
That's on our list.
Well,
We'll call them. The ones who call it to us. Let me talk to two.
Phone a friend.
Yeah, projector lens, yeah.
Because there's all kinds of parts in that thing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What was my sock Monday night? Oh, yeah. Don't tell anybody, but those are Christmas socks. Sometimes it's 82 that matches.
all right,
That's what I'm
y'all.
wearing.
All right, y'all got your spokesperson? Miss Camille. Oh, Miss Camille, all right, loved it. All right, who wants to go first?
We're one, so we'll go first.
Oh, ooh, I love it. All right, Counselor, there you go. All right.
I forgot about this. For what, I don't know.
Well.
So anyway, we have it, probably more than 10. We're going to double up on a couple of things, but we have water, food, some of the electronic devices in the room, such as a projector and cell phone. Where MacGyver over here is going to take the lens out and build a fire. We have shelter, I guess the tables. We have paper and pen. We're going to put a rescue note in one of the bottles of water and set it afloat so we get rescued quicker. Is this on? Okay. Peppermint. We have well, she's gonna have to explain that.
It soothes you. So you have an upset stomach. If you're taking an exam and you have anxiety, just suck a peppermint.
So everybody's gonna be anxious, not getting off down.
We just crashed.
Right.
So
You don't have any Vicodin or nothing on the island.
I have Prozac.
Just Prozac. Right. And she wants to share the peppermints. Everybody gets it for about 5 minutes, then we pass it around. So the floating apparatus, we're gonna our clerk is gonna strap some ceiling tiles together and launch, and for the closest horizon. Knife. Bruce had a knife and a fork. So we're ready. Yeah.
We're survivors.
Yeah, they the bougie group. All right, bougie group, let's go.
All right, team 2. Okay. So team 2, our priorities are in order. First is water. We all need that. Water, and then we have food. And number 3 is shelter. And number 4, which is important, we have to be a team so that we can strategize to survive. And number 5, our clothing, which is important because if we're out there, we have to wear appropriate clothing for the climate. So number 6 is electricity. So we're going to need that. At night, we might need, it's going to be dark, so we need light. Number 7 is a phone. So we'll use that phone to at least communicate with the outside world. Maybe we can, we'll probably have someone to come rescue us or something like that, or we're not being rescued. So we're gonna get a all right. Number 8, the internet. That's important. We'll use that to communicate to the outside world and see what's going on. Yeah. Um, Number 9, we're gonna need chairs, and we can sit down, relax, and have good conversation. You know. So the shelter. The shelter. I missed that. That was number 3. Sorry about that. Well, we're gonna use this room, the ceiling tiles, all the, whatever materials we have here to build a shelter. Yeah. And number 10, it's a bag. We can use the bags to carry our belongings, our food. Thanks, Eric. Maybe we'll have, who knows, we might become nomads. we'll need our bag and things to carry our belongings. So that's number 2. All right.
Good job. Yeah.
All right.
Y'all did good. All right. Once again, you all go back to your seats so we can get going here. And I'll share with you, and Pete can give you his perspective as well. Because we were observing you, and there was a lot of dialogue. Let's just put it that way. But can I ask y'all some questions? What was the first thing that had to start happening when you got in your groups? Had to start communicating, right? All right. Somebody had to do what? Listen. The good Lord gave you 2 versus 1, right? You think he did that for a reason? Right? I want you to listen more than you talk. You got to listen more than you talk. Yeah. And so, in essence, by doing that, you can sometimes hear things that might resonate with you, that will be beneficial to you. And then maybe when you interject, you'll have a little bit more focus on what that issue needs to be, right? So what was the second thing that y'all picked up on that was need to happen? Yeah, you need a spokesperson, but there was a lot of collaboration, wasn't it? There was a lot of give and take, wasn't it? You might have had somebody in your group that was a strong, opinionated person about how we should travel with this, right? But to be inclusive, everybody's words or thoughts had to be put out on the table, right? Right? Because you want everybody to feel like we all gonna survive, right? Okay? So that's critical. Let me tell you this. We were listening, and I kept going back to group number 2 over here, and I kept telling, look around, think out the box. Don't constrain yourself, because think about it. When we deal with problems, sometimes we're a little bit narrow focused. We don't really look at all the things around us. The best thing, I got a lot of stories. Let me tell you a story now. This will help you understand and appreciate this. The best thing that I ever did, I've been in local government almost 34 years, is I went on a mission trip to Mali, to Bamako. And I did a project there to help them put in a solid waste disposal system. And, we are the land here in these United States of America of good and plenty. Well, folks, let me tell you, those folks didn't have nothing. Their ingenuity, if I would have gave them that task, they would have been floating back to wherever they started from by using all the resources that were in this room, because they have to. They have to be problem solvers. So I learned, here I am, I was working in Athens, Clark County as assistant manager then. I said, look,
I'm gonna go back and shut my mouth about I don't have enough resources to get problems solved. So we got to think about that as we deal with issues that come up in the city of Norcross. You got all the mental capital in this room, the leadership, and God knows, I'm quite sure, yes, you would like to have all the money that you can, but you got enough to get things accomplished. But it's all about your ability to be problem solvers. So we can take a little lesson from the folks in Africa, Bamako. They have very limited resources, but they still get the job done. Give you an example. Their solid waste service consisted of donkeys and a cart. That was it. That was their solid waste services. But every storefront was clean. They cared about their community. You know what I mean? And here we are. I don't know if y'all have a problem with litter in y'all community. You know what I'm saying? So it just really resonated with me to that end. So that's the team building. Anything you picked up on that you want to share?
Two things. Number one, you're on a deserted island. And I was watching both groups. You had to use your imagination. What in the world can we use a ceiling tile for? What can we use the peppermint for? You had to create this imagination. And I think, Mayor, I heard you say a place to imagine is Norcross. So again, it's not far-fetched. Things may be right at your fingertips, but you have to imagine what it could be. What's going to happen? Just like Terrell said, what happens if we didn't have certain things for our city? We have to imagine how to get there. That's number one. Number two, if Pat couldn't talk in the group, or Eric couldn't talk in his group, but you were there, how would you participate? Would you just stand there? Would you encourage? Would you do other things? And sometimes the ones that are forced to speak, or it's their job to speak, usually take over. So in this setting, again, listening is key. But the ones who always talk, the ones that we look towards to be the leaders in normal circumstances, sometimes have to remove themselves so others could talk or other ideas could be born. So I encourage that. You watch it, it's something that's magical. And I encourage you to think through that there's other ideas out there and everyone has their part to play. So.
All right, good deal. All right, I'm gonna move pretty quickly. Y'all okay so far? What time is it? 10 o'clock? Y'all okay? I'm gonna give you a break about 30 minutes.
We're 20 minutes behind.
Oh no, I'm okay. I got you, brother. Trust me. I got you. I got you. All right, moving along. Values of differences. All right. So understanding that the past versus the present. Yesterday's heavy. Put it down. Right? What do you see right here?
Riverwalk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Riverwalk is in where? San Antonio, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's all you see? That's all you see? Okay, good. Remember that exercise I just did, right? Broaden your horizons. Look beyond. So guess what that Riverwalk is? It's a stormwater canal. Yeah. Stormwater canal. Right? But sometimes we don't see beyond. Yeah. So it's all about perception, right? Mm-hmm. Columbus has done some great work on this too. They've turned their stormwater utility system into a nice river walk. I don't know if you've been to Columbus, but that's what they've done. So you can here's the thing, you got to think out the box. How you can facilitate different things in that regard. That's what it's all about. So we're going to go through these real quick. Roles and responsibilities. I love this. Anybody a big JFK fan? Love the guy. Yes, sir. The voters selected us because they had to confidence in our judgment and ability to exercise judgment from a position where we could determine what were their own best interests as a part of community interests. This may mean, I love this part, that we must, on occasions, inform, correct, listen to this, or ignore constituents' opinion if we are to exercise fully that judgment for which we were elected. Now, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm just saying, I hope I ain't preaching to the choir, but I hope I am. But some folks don't get this. Some folks don't get this as elected officials. Whatever the heat come on them, they bend, they cave, and staff is like, what in the, y'all can't say nothing, I can. So, right? So, but you're elected sometimes to ignore constituents' opinions and their issues. I'm just being honest now. Because you got to look at the greater good of Norcross at the end of the day, not some specific self-interest group, right? Enough said on that. So quickly on this, y'all know all this stuff. I'm gonna just go real quick. So roads are like owning a train, right? Y'all are what? The owners of the train, right? Correct? Everybody there? Okay. But y'all do what? Y'all hire a conductor to drive the train, right? Who's y'all conductor? That guy sleeping in the back of the room, right? Okay. So it's his job to make sure it gets to the destination that y'all so what? Determine where y'all want it to go, right? Y'all determine what the fare of the train is, you know, for the passengers, your customers, your constituents, whatever you want to call them, to pay, right? But sometimes, guess what? Y'all want to be the conductor. I ain't saying nobody in here now. I'm just saying. Got the little NASCAR thing up here. What happens when you get out of your lane, right? Huh? Huh?
House leading the second lane, going nowhere. It is Harvick and Chris Buescher.
Watch this run that Ty Dillon might be able to give to Ryan Blaney to give him a big run.
Oh, Ty goes underneath. Blaney pokes out. Stenhouse is with him.
Everything looks good right now, right?
Away from Buescher.
Oh.
But up front, they're racing for the win. Crashes in the back, and Blaney is the leader. Stenhouse comes back to him on the bottom. Off turn 4, 3 wide.
Not over yet. Here comes Eric Jones.
Nemechek trying to push Jones. Eric Jones with help. Here comes Alvarado.
Here we go.
Into the wall. I think it's Stenhouse.
And isn't that terrible? They almost were to the finish line.
Goodness, they were what, 3,
But they
4
couldn't
wide?
stay in their lanes. So there you go, right? So, wait a minute now. Stop that. You ain't rubbing, you ain't racing. But, you know, I show that illustration to help you understand. Everybody got their lanes. And everybody got their lanes. Quickly on this, the role of the mayor. I hope the mayor knows his role, right? Right? Let me tell you this, and I'm not going to read all this, but I'm going to tell you a synopsis of something. One of the things that we've been challenged with, and we met about it the other day, is helping especially new mayors. We had 76 new mayors last election cycle. We have 537. It's a lot of turnover of mayors. And the thing about it is a lot of mayors struggle because they don't really know their roles. And helping to facilitate discussion, helping to facilitate, legislation, moving it through, getting their colleagues to work on that end, to stay within that perspective, it's sometimes hard because I ain't talking about Norcross. I ain't talking about none of y'all. But sometimes council folk come on board and they have their own agenda. Hello? Oh, they in there? Okay. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, you can close that door. Please, sir. So some of them come on board and they have their own agenda. Now, let me tell you the reason why I said it. Now, y'all seem like a very high functioning council. Okay. But guess what? We got some that are so dysfunctional, and quite a few of them in the metro area. And y'all know who all I'm talking about. Okay. And the tragedy is this plays out. It makes it difficult for staff to do their jobs. It makes it difficult for the community to trust them to do their jobs. And so who loses? Everyone. Everyone. So once again, I ain't talking about y'all. This is just a refresher because y'all know this stuff. Now, the role of the council is to do these things, right? And I love the mayor talked about this, and I'm hoping we can work on it in just a few minutes. Talk about some action items and the plans that y'all need it for. Because once again, the team over here drives the train, but they don't know where the train's going until y'all tell them. Until y'all determine what the fees are for folks to get on that train. Okay? So it's critical. And I know sometimes, you know, you expect staff, especially your city manager, to come up with some thoughts and ideas about things that you want, hopefully, to consider. But definitely, we want y'all to always be that person or the persons to help us with that. Role of your manager to carry out these policies, these missions, these things that you want. Okay, that's the process. Okay, so role of staff. And one thing I will tell you this, and y'all may be not experienced this. I'm gonna pick on the HR lady right now. Is that okay? Maybe you say, what are you gonna say? One of the hard things we're having a problem with is recruiting and retaining staff. If y'all not experienced this, we got the great tsunami coming. People like me who are aging out, who are retiring. Okay. They say, look, I've had it. Deuces, I'm out. And guess what's happening? Like this young man right here. We don't have folks filling up these spots in local because they don't see it as an honorable career path. Guess why they don't? Is you think it's the money? That could be one consideration. But I would bet to say it's the culture. It's the culture of the organization. However your culture is where people want to be or don't want to be. So what is Norcross culture? Is it a happy place to work? Is it a place that I feel I am valued? Do the leadership to the board of directors respect us for doing what we do? Or do they berate us just like citizens do? I ain't speaking about nobody. I'm just speaking about truth. Okay? So right now, that is our big challenge. GMA has stood up 3 components through our Georgia City Solutions. One of them is youth. Another one is diversity and equity. And the other one is workforce development. Because we see what's happening. We got over 10,000 municipal employees throughout. No, it's more than that. I think it's like close to 40,000. Okay, throughout the state of Georgia. And the tragedy is about 10,000 of them, that's what the number, can retire by 2025. That's 0.25%, right? So what are we gonna do? How do we get these young folks to hopefully move into these careers, to be a community development director? That's one problem we're having right now. We can't find planners. Can't find them. Can't find city clerks. I mean, I had one city to go through 5 city clerks. When a person graduates, do they say, I want to be a city clerk? No. That's what you said when you graduated? No. You fall into it by circumstance. So we not put forth an effort to help our staff our community know about what we do and it's honorable positions that we do. But it all starts with the culture. And the culture starts with, guess who, folks? Y'all. Okay? So let's get my cool hand Luke illustration. So, but the first thing is you got to have effective communication. How you communicate the expectations that you want with your folks at the end of the day. And then that builds hopefully into the culture, what we're going to talk about. I'm going to stand a little on it. But that starts building with that culture is building that trust. That's the number one thing. Now, I don't know how you feel about Norcross. That's why we did that exercise. How do you feel about it? What do you think about it? I heard there's some concern. And then you put down that first thing that came to your mind. Can I put you on the spot? Why was that the first thing that came to your mind when you said this what? Disarray. Disarray. Why would you say that?
Oh, okay. You really put me on the spot with this, right?
That's okay.
I'm gonna get you a signed copy of my dissertation because I studied this for 8 years. This is my personal opinion. I said disarray because I don't feel that we're together. I just feel, and I mentioned it to Hickson last week, I'm at the table, but I'm not at the table. And that's how folks behind me feel. If I'm not actively participating, it's a disarray. I have something to say. I bring value. But again, my favorite line, nobody's listening.
Nobody's listening.
Nobody's listening.
And think about your community. You can be a progressive, moving, but yeah, you all that. But if you don't have a culture that folks feel like they're valued, they're heard, all that good stuff, it's gonna be a kind of a void, if you will, to what you're really doing. Okay. I'm a big proponent of this. Now, you're gonna hear what I'm saying. I cut my teeth in HR and I took organizational behavior classes. Love that stuff because it matters. It matters. I spent a lot of time talking to councils about this because it is crucial that you build a culture that establishes by leadership, the attitude and action, the commission to hopefully serve the people. That's what it's all about. But it starts with trust. Can the community trust y'all? Now, here's the challenge that we have. There's already a mistrust out the gate because of perception, right? So we're already behind the 8 ball. Okay, so we have to work harder at it than most organizations because they don't trust us because we're government, right? And whatever the federal and the state do even trickles down to us. Amen on that? I hate it, right? So think about that. Sit that with a while. All right, moving on. Organizations must develop trust by not interfering with others' role. Make sure written policies are in place, written protocols, all those things. Understand good governance. Have y'all done the civility resolution yet? Y'all need to look at that. Be a community of civility. Challenge yourself to be in a civil manner in all your doings. Okay? That's crucial. We just put that in place. Several communities are already tapping on to that. Ensure a sense of respect for the public and good openness to the public's input. That is crucial. Now, by law, you don't have to allow the public input only in public hearings. Counselors, get me right on this. You don't have to give them public comment, but you do, by law, have to give them the ability to speak at public hearings for zoning and things of that nature. But you still have other options, town hall meetings, things of that nature to share, get input from them. Hopefully make them feel like they've heard. Willing to move on issues, key issues. Let me tell you what frustrates staff and your community. They might not say it. They know that government moves slow, but it doesn't have to move at a snail's pace. You got issues and ideas. Matter of fact, we did Covington's retreat yesterday. And several of their council people was like, look, we need to stop procrastinating. I was like, thank you, Jesus. Huh? If we got stuff in the capital plan, if we got initiatives, we got money for it, why are we still talking about it? Let's be about the business of doing the people's business, right? Huh? People expect, they put y'all in office, right? Huh? To do their business. Don't procrastinate on doing their business, right? You got a strategic plan? Go by it. Stick to it. That's why we're going to work on this today, okay? All right? Respect each other, hold honest and open conversations. That's sometimes hard to do, right? Because we don't want to offend anybody. But you offend people by not being honest. Can I say that again? You offend people by not being honest. You tell me what I want to hear versus what you're really thinking. Hello? Can you handle the truth? A few good men, right? She can't handle the truth, right? Amen on that. So those are critical things that you got to think about in regards to that. So here's the thing. We were going to tackle this, but what I'm hearing from the mayor, we're going to, y'all going to address that. We will give y'all some exercises to work through your vision, mission, and your core values. And I think that's great because you need to have that. And you need to post them all throughout the city. Make sure everybody's on board to what those visions, what the missions is in regards and the values. Because we have it at GMA. We have a vision statement, we have a mission statement, and we have core values. That's why we line up to that all the time. Every organization needs to have them, okay? And proudly put it on your website so your citizens know, okay? So I agree with that. So now, here's how we're going to do this today. What time is it?
10:21.
10:21. We're going to talk about this. We're going to take a break because we're going to move fast. This is the decision tree. Anybody work with a decision tree? Good, 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 good. So we're going to come to a decision point. You got those items that y'all have put in the parking lot for the retreat on your agenda. Am I correct? First thing we're going to do is we're going to go down through those items. No need for discussion. We don't want to know decision point. Is that something that y'all want to carry it forward to determine some action steps for that? Or no, we're going to put it in the graveyard. Okay? All right? Because there's no sense in picking up something that there's not a consensus of situation to move on. Okay? All right? Now, some of y'all, I apologize, you didn't get the email, 5 priorities. If you got 5 priorities, we love it. If you don't have but 2, that's fine. You know, you don't have to be overachiever. It's okay. 5 priorities. We will code those 5 priorities or how many you have, prioritize them, see if there's some synergy there in relationship to that, and we will weave those in. And that would develop as far as action steps to that, which means that there will be a person that will shepherd that action step and a time certain to complete that project or initiative. Okay? So that's the game plan. So that's the rest of the day. Now, I know Eric may have someone doing a presentation. Are they or not today? Anybody doing a presentation? Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. So, but brevity on the presentation. All right. Good, good, good. So we're not going to daddle because I know y'all got to get out of here by 3 o'clock, right? And we're going to be on time. All right. All hearts and minds clear? We good? All right. Let's take a 10-minute break and we'll be right back. Let's get started. You're a good man. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
All right, good. Deal.
Oh, okay. All right, no problem. Thank you.
miss anything. Yeah.
Okay.
No, no jet lag. I just had. Where were you? Where were you? Clearwater. Clearwater. No, it's no jet lag. I was just I had meetings this morning, and instead of like being here at 7, I mean, my first meetings were at 7 and 7:30. And the 7:30 ran over, and I was like, then I looked at the GPS. I was like, oh, an hour, great. Like, with that county software, I would be out of time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I had blocked off, but I was like, I give myself like an hour.
Gets out of, yeah, no doubt.
I don't listen to everything.
Oh, we were on Zoom?
Yeah, from the beginning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was able to listen in, so I heard everybody. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Hello, fruit.
It's funny, Mr. Mayor, when they close those doors, you know, I get anxious because I'm like, oh, at least they're glass. And if you go through that little
It's
door,
open.
It's open.
Yeah.
So,
I saw that.
What, you know, what is that ingrained in us? Like, no, close doors.
Yeah. Hey, Bill, would you ask everybody to come on back here?
Can you handle the truth? I'm coming after you. Seriously.
I read it. I'm still working.
Okay.
I want to talk. I said, I want to talk.
Okay. Yeah.
I told the mayor the same thing. I want to talk.
Yeah, you did.
As I told our attorney. So fucking good.
Do we recycle here?
Bruce, I made somebody an offer yesterday for a $70,000 job. Texted them and emailed, and I haven't heard anything back. I'm like, oh, come on.
Finding people, I mean, like you said, it's $100,000 for a lineman. But it's a market. We're stuck with it.
This
At least
person
for now.
This person I made the offer to, they're out of school for maybe 5 years. You know, just
Wow.
a baby, 70 grand. I think they're gonna ghost me.
Yes, I did 2 cups.
Wow. Wow. What kind of job?
Marketing manager.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm underpaying, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
No, got you. Got your line right, the screw handle, say that. Line right.
I'm so ready there.
You ready? All right. So here's how we're gonna do this. Once again, you got your items here in relationship to items that y'all have from previous meetings that y'all have dumped onto the agenda. How we need to move through this, the staff or that person who has that item that they want will give maybe a minute overview of the issue. We'll look to have a decision point of course, once again, yes, this is something that we want to move forward with. No, we don't. And then specifically put some action steps behind that in relation to that and assign someone to shepherd that action out. Sounds like a plan?
I have one question.
Yes.
You said we're gonna make the decision, no decision. We're gonna
Yeah, right.
Go forward with it or table it, or can we say move it to another policy work session?
It's up to y'all play.
Okay.
Up to y'all play.
But like the word you used.
Put it in the grave, yeah.
Put it in the grave, and I'm like, no, we're not braving anything.
We don't want to grade anything with that. Okay, appreciate it. All right, so y'all ready? So Eric's up first in regard to OPEB. So, Eric, you got the floor.
Okay, so real quickly, did everybody get the email I sent about 5 minutes
I think we're good.
I'll take a copy of that paper.
So quickly, last 2 years that we talked about this, we have two types of liabilities that we have to have examined from an actuarial basis, and GMA hires the actuary to do it. Okay. One is our pension, and the pension, as I said in the email last week, we want to be at least 80% funded. We're 100.45% funded for pension.
How we roll.
And so set that one aside. The other one is it's called other post-employment benefits, which for us is simply the fact that we historically give healthcare benefits to retirees. To be eligible, they have to retire and already be in a health plan at the time to retire. But you have in your packet a draft of the actuary's report. And the good news is that the liability went down by almost $900,000. The bad news is it's still 16.7 million. And until recently, we had nothing to deal with that liability. We did 3 actions last year. Let me step back. The reason the liability went down was that 2 years ago, we did an update on the health plan, and you'll remember that we increased co-pays, we increased the deductible. Well, because we had retirees under the age of 65 who were specifically on the same health plan as current employees, by reducing the cost of the plan, those changes, it impacted our liability for retirees. So that was probably the single greatest factor. Reduction of liability. Just to kind of make sure you understand where the liability comes from. The actuary looks at how many people are retired, how many people have potential to be retired. They look at demographics, they look at how long people expect to live. They make projections about what our costs are for health insurance, for dental insurance, for prescriptions. They run that out. You've got the actuarial analysis as backup. But they take all that, they run it out into the future, and then they discount it with a discount rate back to today's dollars. And that's that $16.7 million liability that they reported in December. And so we've done 3 things in the last year that are not yet reflected in this analysis. One is that starting in January of last year, we started phasing in that retirees will contribute to the cost of their health insurance. And the game plan was that they would get to where they would eventually be paying 25% of the cost of their health coverage, and that they would pay 50% of the cost of dependents. And that's going to take a long time to get there. But that started phasing in. Second thing you did was you closed participation in the plan last March. So anyone hired after probably the 3rd week of March will not at retirement be eligible for city paid health insurance. And the third thing that you did was that you deposited $1 million into an irrevocable trust that we set up through GMA. So what I'm suggesting is that you're going to see by the actions you've already taken that liability will start to decline. And I think it'll probably start to decline at an accelerating rate. And why? Because no new participation by new employees. They won't be eligible to retire, and the actuary will start to consider that. The fact that over time they'll start to contribute. So our share of the cost of health insurance, even for those who are active employees and can retire and can get this benefit, our cost will be constrained by the fact that they'll be sharing that cost. And the $1 million is in GMA, and the reason our pension is doing so well is that GMA has a long-term interest rate assumption of 7 3/8%. Right now, the discount rate for OPEB is 2.14%. It's a von Baer rate that is prescribed by governmental accounting standards. So cut to the chase, what I'm suggesting is you consider making annual contributions to that trust account. The actuary told us last year that if you make multiple recurring commitments to that account, they'll start to phase in an interest rate that takes into consideration what GMA earns on the long-term investments that GMA will make of those trust funds. And that'll start to replace presumably a 7.375% rate of return versus the 2.14%, which is the rate that is currently used to take that future liability and discount it back to today's dollars. So I'll stop talking and answer questions. Yes, sir.
Making those future contributions or those consistent contributions at the time. Making those recurring payments, what's the benefit to the citizens as well as the staff in terms of what's the goal, right?
Great question. So what we've historically done is we pay the current cost for insurance for current retirees. It was a little under $200,000 in the most recent year the actuary looked at, which was the year ending about a year and a half ago, because there's a 1-year lag. That's going to start to accelerate in cost because as more people that are current employees reach retirement age, and keep in mind that more than half of our employees are in the police department. They can retire if they're sworn officers at 55. And at 55, it means they'll stay on their health insurance for a decade before they're eligible for the Medicare supplement. That is the other insurance that we offer those, anyone that turns 65. So the key is that over time, we're legally required to make those contributions for the employees that are eligible for that insurance subsidy. And that's going to start to go up based on more employees retiring, people living longer. And at some point, that's going to be a crimp in future budgets. So if we're looking short term, let someone that's elected to office 10, 15, 20 years from now deal with that. But considering that we've now ended new participation by new employees or future participation by new employees, it's really our obligation to start setting aside money for the obligation that already exists. To some extent, you inherited that because of the fact that we've never funded this before. But setting aside money and getting a high rate of return helps ensure that future budgets aren't impacted by rising costs for former employees that increasingly, are turned into retirees. And that's a cost that we have to pay before any cost for an existing employee at that future point in time.
Thank you. Can you tell us how much?
What would be the required amount? We did $1 million in the 23 budget, I think. Is that right?
We put $1 million in the 22 budget last
So we have nothing in the 23 budget.
We have nothing in the 23 budget, but I told you I'd come back. And what I wanted to do was wait to see what the final numbers were for where we ended last year. We ended last year almost exactly where we ended the year before in the general fund, despite making that $1 million contribution that wasn't in last year's budget. So we have $10.9 million in the general fund balance as of last August 31st. And I wanted to wait until we saw where we ended up.
So the next part of the question is, that was a big down payment of $1 million. Do
Yes,
we
sir.
need to continue that level, or can we reduce the level and still incur the benefit of, the getting ultimately to the 7% interest rate?
So I gave you an illustration at the very end of what I sent last night. And what I put in there was, let's assume that the $16 million liability starts to plummet based on new employees not being eligible, existing retirees making contribution, and the fact that we do have $1 million that will earn an interest rate based on the long-term investment strategy GMA has. Say it goes down to half of that, and it's a little over $8 million. Optimally, you'd want to have 80% funding, just like I mentioned with the pension. More realistically, getting to 50% funding would be a good strategy, and 50% of $8 million would be about $4 million. So what I've suggested is, if you put in about $600,000 a year, then you get to that. My intent was add another $3 million over the next 5 years. Robert Burrell, who spoke to you last year and the year before, I think he may have thrown out 750,000. I think someone here asked whether 100,000 was enough, and the 100,000 is not enough. It's not material. But what the actuary can do is, after multiple contributions, he can look at that pattern and he can start to use a weighted rate of return for the discount rate, and he'll be blending that 7 3/8% rate of return that we have in our pension with what's currently 2.14%, which is the bond buyer rate that he's currently required to use. So they start to use a higher interest rate, that'll also bring the liability down. And at some point, you wouldn't put any more money in because you'd have a good pot of money that would help subsidize future year payments for retirees as that grows and you start to dip into the reserves to pay for that. And that's the irrevocable trust can only be used to pay off the obligations for this particular benefit.
Eric, you sound like an actuary, so I'm get for some of us to, can we get synopsis in regards for the ask of the council? Once again, this is just a action item to go
Yes, so
for.
some suggestion you consider out of that $10 million, making a $600,000 commitment this year. But if you really want the actuary to take our commitment seriously, do that with the expectation that you would continue to make them. The thing to keep in mind is you'd be taking money out of the general fund and you'd be putting it into a trust fund. So in effect, the city isn't in the short term spending any of that. We're simply moving it from one account that has an unlimited variety of options and how it's spent to an account that's set up specifically to recognize we have a liability and we're going to pay for that liability. You can't really pull back that benefit after the fact.
So I hear the ask. I'm okay with the ask of the 600,000 a year. But I guess my two asks back would be, for me, would be one, let's make sure this is in our budget cycle, that this is a recommendation so we can continue to do this. Obviously, we can't tell future councils they have to do this, but if it's part of our budget cycle, then it's a question that future councils have to ask themselves. Are we going to continue to do this or not? And the second question is, do we want to, and we can do this at the budget cycle time frame, do we want to have an acceleration of that? So it's 600,000 this year, 625, 650, until we get to the point where we filled it, because as our revenue continues to grow year over year, to match that with the healthcare costs that are going to continue to grow every year, we're going to have to increase that cost over time. So having a flat amount still is only going to give us the 3 million, doesn't get us to the 4 million. So accelerating that in the budget cycle process might help us get there.
Sure.
My response to your ask is I'd be wanting to see if the rest of my peers would have consensus to move forward with 600,000.
And I wasn't clear, so let me clarify. If we put 600,000 in times 5 years, that's 3 million. You add that to the million and we're at 4, which is roughly, we won't know until the actuary does the calculations to see whether that 16 million comes down to, more like 8, but it should decline at an accelerating rate. So within a few years, as you're building your trust fund balance, the liability should be declining, and we can do fine tuning as we go and see what other
part of our process.
Sure.
Every year we'll know the exact amount.
Okay. All right. So
And just as a clarification, we're now putting 200,000 in, paying for current.
Well, we're not putting anything into the trust. We're simply meeting a current year's obligation, which has no impact on that liability.
But as we pay into the trust, we're reducing current account liability. So we're not, so for example, 5-7 years from now, we'll be drawing on the trust fund.
Yes, that's the intent, is to build the trust fund so that
instead of it coming out of the budget.
Thank you. As that annual obligation grows, as we have more retirees and as the cost of health insurance goes up, the idea is there's a point at which you can draw that trust fund for that purpose, rather than have the general fund, in effect, every year meet that obligation to retirees before you even spend a penny on anything that's a current cost.
And let me say this for everybody's benefit. Years ago, once again, I cut my teeth in HR. This was set up because most of us was paying as you go, that's what the issue was. So this, in essence, helped you actualize that cost over a horizon to help you mitigate the potential year by year liability that you could be exposed to for retiree health insurance in relationship to that. So
a good thing that y'all are doing. So the question was, unless you got a question, Doc?
No, I just want to say, could we wait until the report from the actuaries? Because we're just speculating here with all these numbers.
You have a copy of it in your backup.
Yeah, yeah.
That's it?
And that's
There's
the
nothing
draft report.
clearer Than that?
What?
There's nothing clearer than that?
Well, and actually, would tell you that they couldn't be clear, but it's 30-some pages of detail. But that's the actuarial report. And when next month at your policy work session, the auditor comes in, you'll see that the data from the actuarial report is embedded in the audit that will be published. It'll be delivered to the state at the end of this month and delivered to you next month. So,
Okay.
So to that point, there is a ask of a consensus piece. And I love how you phrased it in relationship to the 600, maybe looking year of some escalating cost percentage in relationship to that budgetary wise. So it's that the consensus of an action item to move forward in relation to that. I'm assuming it will go to y'all policy issue for consideration that y'all would have to encompass in your budget process going forward. Is that correct? All right. Yes.
I completely agree with Councilmember Myers about moving forward with this. I would probably be even more bullish than 600 because I just believe in paying your bills. And I mean, we all believe in paying our bills, but I just believe in going ahead and getting the expense taken care of. And so I could see being even more bullish than the 600 as far as what we contribute, you know, for the next couple of years.
Impact. That's it.
Okay, so it sounds like we're moving this forward to.
All right. All right. And that time horizon is when? The next one in March? Okay. So we'll notate that. All right. Our hearts and minds good. We moving. All right. Traveling home. We got nonprofit funding. Eric, brief synopsis.
okay. I cut this to a small number of words.
All right. Remember, you're not an attorney now.
We I don't get paid by the hour. Actually, I guess I do. So first of all, we can set aside money for nonprofits. I don't believe in the adopted budget. We specifically did that for any specific purpose. My suggestion and the synopsis of the sheet that's your backup is I suggest we do what we do when we're spending federal or state money. We buy from nonprofits, we don't donate. And so as an example, we paid for a basketball scoreboard very recently. We paid for a football scoreboard. But when a nonprofit asks us to make a donation, my suggestion is we're donating when we simply buy tickets to an event and an advertisement at the event, as opposed to buying football helmets or paying for scholarships. You know, if, for example, the high school wants something for academics. So that's just my suggestion. Take your policy direction. If you want to allocate money, you have a contingency. But my suggestion is with federal dollars or state dollars, we would never donate. But what we would be able to do is what we're doing with the ARPA money. We're buying services from nonprofits, and we can buy services, we can buy equipment or other types of capital, but we can't take state or federal dollars and make a donation to a nonprofit and let them decide how they're going to spend our money. So that's my suggestion. If you're interested, we can come back at a policy work session and you can specifically allocate money. My understanding is Peachtree Corners puts $100,000 a year aside for nonprofits. Now, they don't collect any property taxes, so they're using one of the other revenues they get as a city light to do that. But you can certainly donate. I mean, you can make contributions. I'm suggesting we don't donate.
I suggest we move this to a policy work session and discuss the specifics.
You got a question over here? That was, all right.
The only thing I would add is I'd like to just see a modeling of your suggestion, a donation, what we kind of do today, and then maybe a grant process where nonprofits request grants and we have a grant fund set aside where we can decide how to allocate that based on scoring criteria.
Okay.
So it's we've got a bucket of grant money, just some modeling that so we can have a discussion on that.
Well, this originally came up because Coach Blue, high school football coach, had put in a request for donations, and he was instructed to follow our process, and we do have a process for which the football teams, anyone else that requests funding could get funding. Apparently, he put in his request, and somehow it didn't go through our system. And then when it went through our system, it got there late. Now he's calling, asking, what's going on with Norcross's donations to the football team. That's where some of this is coming in. So it's a little embarrassment on our part because traditionally for 20 years, we've donated to our football team. Now it looks like we're reneging on our commitment that we've had for years. So we can continue the discussion, and I think we should have a process in place where which we allocate a specific budget amount for these nonprofits, and we can decide how we're going to distribute those funds among us. But I don't think one size fits all. We need to look at need to look at everything, is my point. One of the things that another thing that came up, I have several civic and school projects that I contribute to each year, some of my own personal dollars. So I went out and solicited monies from certain businesses and was able to get some monies to use for these projects. So the checks, I had those checks written to the city. And as it turns out, after talking to our auditor, talking to our city manager, we can't create a specific account to do that. So what we'll do is back those back out, put that in the nonprofit, which is what they suggested. And then those monies that I have for my specific projects will be outside the city's purview. And that way it won't get commingled in budget dollars.
There's just a question for your council attorney. In regards to the gratuity laws, is there any concern there with that? Okay.
And we look at that constantly. If we donate dollars to the school, we get advertisement in exchange for that. And that addresses the gratuities clause.
Okay.
So.
Okay. That's what, okay.
We're not donating, we're buying
Advertising.
Right. If it's a purchase.
Change the terminology.
The terminology.
Yeah, that.
Because we're not donating money, we're buying services, we're buying marketing, buying this.
Right.
Buying, or we're buying community, something, I don't know.
Yeah, that.
Something else for donation.
Yeah, I would get away from that terminology.
We also need to make sure that we have a policy that we've all kind of agreed on as to what we're doing with this nonprofit, call it a donation or a purchase, because we've gotten quite a few requests in the last
now forward some
couple of months, exactly, that we probably would not be donating to all of them, or maybe we would, but we haven't had a discussion about what's an appropriate level of support or what we are going to support going forward. And I think that's a legitimate policy question.
If I may close out, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
There was a process in place for folks coming and asking us for help along those lines. Could we just get that information to all of us so we know we have a starting point?
In terms of requests?
Yes.
I'm aware of 2 requests that came in.
No. The process that we currently have in place.
Okay.
There is a document. I saw it. I helped write it.
Okay.
If you can pull that back up and get it to all of us,
That's
so
what I
we
was
have
gonna
a
say.
starting
We have 2
point.
filled out ones, which I think helps you kind of understand how it's used. And those are the
Right.
ones that came in from the one organization that made 2 requests.
Right.
So, but also because you're not an actuary, but you operate as one. So you'll.
Yeah, right.
So you'll help me work through backing those monies out of the budget so that we can
Well, those have been deposited. Are you saying that we want?
Yeah, in talking to our auditor and in talking to you, your suggestion was that we go through the nonprofit instead.
Yeah.
We'll talk about how to do that. Yeah.
We can look at that.
All right, so the action item on this piece is to put it to the policy
Yes.
committee for further review. And I heard maybe the language of donation need to be removed, not to put the attorney over there in a hot spot in regards to the gratuity piece in relationship to that. So terminology, it's purchasing services or marketing services or things of that nature. All right. All right. So, all right, we're moving on. Next, we have hiring and promotion policy discussion. Dr. Beck?
Yes, that's mine. This question is directed to HR. I know, first of all, I'd like to put this back to policy work session, maybe 3 months out, because I really want to get information from HR. What, if anything, was done on this? Because this was since October. I didn't get an update on it. We do need a policy. And we need to work with both HR and legal on that policy before you bring it back to us. That's it.
So you want to bring that back to? policy?
Again, let's give them some time to work on it. This is not a couple of weeks work.
We are working on a initiative with several communities. We're gonna roll it out to 5 on a work plan, developing a work plan to help them with recruitment and retention. So, we hopefully look forward to that to come out. I think we're gonna do it late spring. So we'll be looking for 5 cities to start this initiative, and then we'll push it out to all the other cities so that they can develop their own work plan in regards to that. Okay. All right.
Thank you. And I do read your website and I do follow up.
Oh, well,
So
thank you.
let's
Thank you.
that.
We
Yes.
appreciate that.
And that's it for that one. And
All right. Go ahead into the next one, which is employee complaint resolution policy.
yes. So again, this ties into, and I put the word culture here again. Back to HR, if we can get a list of complaints from January 2022 to current, I'd like to push this back to a policy work session as well. This also is from the October policy work session. And I did have some recommendations in there again, back to an HR policy. I have it addressing 3 levels of the organization. So again, this is discussion with HR, legal, city manager to just try and flush this out. So again, it's not a 2-week something. This is something that's going to take time. But we just need that list of complaints. That's it for me on that one.
Well, let me ask this question. This may help clear this up. Do we have has council created a policy? Because
No.
council creates policy, staff executes that policy. And it has to be adopted by mayor and council at a council meeting. So do we have
No.
a
that's what I'm
complaint
asking.
policy? Mhm. Okay. Okay.
If I can make a comment, we make policy,
Right.
but I'd like to see a recommendation from staff. If you
Oh, no doubt.
see,
Yeah.
if you see areas in the handbook or other policies that you feel need to be updated and worked on, we would really lean on you to make that suggestion as to how you feel the best approach would be, rather than us trying to come up with something that we're not HR experts and we would need your expertise.
Eric's got a question.
Well, just a clarification. So to Camille's point, we do have the handbook, which you actually just modified last summer and updated. One thing that we did, so that these last two items were tabled. In effect, there was no follow-up requested, so we're happy to do follow-up now. But what we have done related to employee complaint is that Camille sent out a memo to all employees, a month or two ago, a couple months now, basically reminding them of two things. One is our open door policy, and second is the chain of command. And that really was responding to the fact that we've had, I think maybe employees not understand the open door policy and the opportunity to come talk to HR or me. And also the fact that we've had employees going outside the chain of command. So, as we talk about the complaint resolution, I think those are both relevant. We do have an open door. Open door policy doesn't mean that our doors are always open. It means that every employee has that opportunity to access us if they have concerns and they haven't been addressed within their department. Chain of command is simply the fact that we've had employees circumventing what you already have as policy in place. And that presents a problem when they're going outside that chain of command.
Exactly. In relationship to standing out in a lane. One of the things, council, y'all have a council manager form of government. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So your manager is actually dealing with the day-to-day operations in relationship to that. So, but I've always stated, y'all, part of those constituents are your employees, right? So you feel that you make sure that they're being treated fair. So definitely want to make sure that if there are concerns about treatment and the culture, all that you're trying to present, there's a pathway to get their issues or concerns addressed in a manageable way. So definitely that's critical. So, reporting how things going maybe to the council on a yearly basis about complaints and things of that nature might help if there's some things that are bubbling up or some concerns that are common, just food for thought. Okay. All right. Okay.
But those, and let me just add, those are very important things that you just said.
Mhm.
Relative to policy, it's important that any policy before it's implemented by staff has been at least vetted at a council meeting, because council creates and adopts policy.
Right.
That's very important.
Right.
I don't know if the chain of command policy has been before council for a review or discussion.
Yes, sir, it is. It's part of the employee handbook that you've approved.
It's a new policy? Okay.
What we saw was a challenge that employees were going outside the chain of command.
Yes.
And so we did two things: remind them of the chain of command, and at the same time, remind them of the open door policy, so the employee exercises their right to be able to talk to HR. If an employee is going to come with a personal matter to me, HR is going to be part of it, but they also have the opportunity to go directly to HR.
Look, let's just say what it is. Some employees may come talk to y'all about concerns that they have. I'm just go ahead and say it. And it probably in y'all best interest to direct them back to the personnel policy. And there is a avenue that they can take to address their concerns. Please, please, please don't feel compelled that you got to handle that water for them.
Yeah.
Because usually there's always three sides to a story. The truth, their side of the truth, and the real truth. Right. Amen. All right. Yes, sir.
Can you define our best interest? Do you mean personally, liability towards the city?
Liability, because here's the concern. You interact, and then you're technically, counselor, tell me if I'm going down the wrong road, because I'm a rogue agent at times. You put yourself at a liability by conversing with them on a potential personnel issue or something that they feel concerned about, and you are that. If you say, the sky needs to be blue, and they say no, whatever, and they say, well, council person said this, that puts you at a liability, because they heard from one of the city leaders that this is the gospel truth. I got another story to help you out here. I ain't gonna say where I was, but I had two council people who were good friends with this staff person, this employee. They made an overture to her, not a real specific statement. They said, you would make a good city clerk. Well, she interviewed and she didn't get the job. Guess what she did? She filed a Title VII. Age discrimination. The young girl that we hired was younger than her. So guess what? We had to settle out of court for her to get a little piece of change, right? Because they intervened. They opened their mouths. They put us in liability. But Mr. Jacobs, all I said, well, it's not, just direct them back to the personnel policy, HR, or the city manager, okay? All right?
How do we navigate or?
Yeah, go ahead, counsel. Good, good.
That's what I was gonna ask.
It's not just a casual policy for casual discussion. The
Correct.
charter gives direction on council and staff.
Good, good. That's great.
Well, that was kind of my next question was our charter, it gives direction. I would say there's some vague aspect to it, possibly on purpose, but how do we govern our, I mean, we all have casual conversations. We all have the
Yeah.
ability to investigate. We all have people come to us sometimes in confidence, as you have spoken about. How do we, as a group, govern ourselves in that aspect to protect the city, but also realize that we're operating under some truths that people are going to come to us?
And that's valid. But like I would tell my counsel, and Pete, he can give his perspective. That's where you got staff. Give them that opportunity to get it addressed. If they don't get it addressed like y'all feel, then y'all can deal with me or Eric or whoever, Pete. But give us that opportunity, okay, to address it in that regard. So puts you out of that potential liability, and then also being crossed with the charter is your constitution. So it just works a lot better that way. Let us do that heavy lifting, working into that issue. And then normally as that begin to be the pattern, employees will say, look, I got to tap into the process. Okay. Because, employees, they want to get instant gratification. And guess what? Just like citizens, right? They want to get their answer from the people who can give them the answer. Right. Right. So you had to be careful there. All right. So.
But that's something that you mentioned too, you mentioned earlier. Culture is very important. If you have employees that feel that they can't get a resolve going through the proper channels, and they've gone through the proper channels, then they go outside the proper channels, and you got a bigger issue to deal with.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's something important here, right?
Get it?
If we don't follow our processes,
Mhm.
we can't say there's an issue with the process. Following the process is the start.
Right.
Once you don't follow the process and you're not getting resolution, then that's when I think we as a council need to come together and decide how we will do that. We don't need to be rogue agents and go doing our own thing, making our own rules. Because once you've gone outside that process, now you're determining what your own rules are in your own bubble. And you're opening the city for liability. You're opening the city for damaged culture because you've decided your culture is what going to be the process, not the culture that's decided by the governing body. So in my opinion, this is my opinion because I don't think it's documented anywhere. Once that process doesn't follow through, the process we have documented, then this body needs to make a decision. Not any individual or individuals on this body. This body as a whole needs to make this into this. So, I've heard things, oh, I brought this up to so-and-so and so-and-so, or I've been working on this outside of this. Well, if I haven't heard about it and you didn't, and you're going outside the process, you have not brought this body into it.
Right.
Go back to this slide right here. You hit it on the head. And the big thing that we see is y'all got to trust your employees. You got to trust your staff, and they got to trust you to all do the right things. Okay. And the tragedy of stuff, and I'm just being real with you. One of the things that I had to deal with as a city manager is my council didn't trust me and my staff, that we were going to do the right things. I had to acknowledge that, you know, because the culture that we developed, that folks, employees felt that they had to go talk to y'all, elected officials, because we as staff wouldn't handle it right. Now, there's also some of that is that they want the outcome that they want, you know, and sometimes that's not the right outcome. But as long as we dealt with them fair, respectful, and valued them as a person, that's all that my council needed to hear. But we had to build that. We had to build that so that they trusted us. They put it in our hands. Y'all have put that responsibility is in Eric and your staff's hand. Okay, you got to trust them to do the right thing. Now, if they don't do the right things, y'all get rid of Eric, right, Eric? Right? So that's what it's all about. Okay? That's critical, critical. That's why I stayed right there on this piece right here, because it deals with every single thing that you do. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
Well, there is a culture of fear and retaliation right now. How do we handle that? Staff is fearful of retaliation.
Well, let's say this. Obviously, when there is retaliation, if there is perceived retaliation, there needs to be a response to that.
That's right.
And hold those individual managers, supervisors, whoever they are, responsible. And show the employees that we're not going to tolerate. And that has to come from leadership.
Exactly.
That has to come from leadership.
What if there is a perceived, what if that's a perception and it's not shared by the six of us? What if we all talk to different people? Our ground rules say, respect each other's differences and perspectives.
Right.
We all talk to different people. What if there's no data to back that up? Using the term fear and retaliation is not something anyone on this body takes lightly.
Right. Right.
So, like Matt said, maybe we need to talk about a policy that dictates this. Maybe we need to look at ground rule number 2. Past is the past. Let's focus on the future.
Right.
Maybe today is our chance to say the past is the past and let's focus on the future. Enact some policies that dictate everything, because as the mayor said, we're policymakers. We're not here to negotiate. Our sole employee is Eric Johnson, and we perform performance reviews on him. If he is not meeting the performance that we dictate, then, as you mentioned, there's corrective action.
Yeah, exactly.
I think to your point, what I see as a gap right now, what I'm hearing as a gap, is that we may have 1 or 2 council members or mayor and council of this body that feel perspective and are not bringing that perspective to in my opinion, bringing it to the body of the 6 in a formal manner. And that's where we need to start. So it sounds like there's perception that things need to be escalated. But I think where we're missing is we're trying to escalate it in our own bubble, and we're not bringing the body together so we can then coalesce and build consensus on our opinion. So
all right,
you have one opinion or you have one opinion. It's only your one opinion until you bring that to the body and we've made a decision as a collective group, as a voting body, of what our opinion is.
Right.
Your opinion has a lot less value without this body. And that's how I feel about it personally, that together we make that decision. Now, if we come out of here and we have disagreements, we're all elected officials. We're not permanent employees, right? There's consequences to that. But the reality is, if we're not talking to each other, we're not building trust between each other, we're not speaking to each other and listening to each other when there's something that needs to be escalated. That's problem number 1. And when I hear that, I look at, if you can't even speak to this body, most of whatever you say, I'm not even be able to listen to, because you're not following what you're saying. You're asking one group to do this, but you're not asking yourself to do what the other group is, what you're asking other people to do. So for me, if we need to set a policy that our next escalation outside of our city manager would be this body, I'm fine with that. But what I feel, nervous about or uncomfortable about, and I believe there's some liability, is one of us deciding to write our own policy by having staff do what we ask them to do, right? So I go to employee A and say, I heard your complaint. I think you should do this, right? I mean, that's almost the example you just talked about. One of the examples you talked about. We need to get out of that. We need to be away from that. And everything in our soul needs to say, I can't make that decision for you, but we need to take this back to the body and let's make a decision as a collective unit. That's how I feel, right? I mean, but if we don't have any policy to govern that, then maybe that's where we need to go. Maybe, I don't know. It's understood to me.
I like that idea.
All right. Yeah, let's hear them, then you will have a better perspective of all of them.
You know, I would love to hear from you because of your role in GMA and your time served in city government. But, you know, what I'm curious about is I've been doing this for 10 years and I sort of have a system in place with the city manager form of government where I'm looking for panic issues, so like I see more lawsuits than usual. You always get sued as a city person, but if I see more lawsuits as usual, then that sort of makes me concerned. If I start to see a lot of formal employee, what are the different words that they use? But I mean, formal employee complaints, then I get concerned. If money is being lost or found, or whatever, I start to get concerned. But what would your advice be to city council members? What are the things, because if we're not supposed to be talking to staff about what their opinion is as to how the city's doing, then what should be the things that we look at as, red flags that we need to have a heart-to-heart with our city manager, the one employee that we can hire and fire? What are the things that we should be looking at that represent red flags in your opinion?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Let me give you my perspective. I be honest with you. Sometimes I've done as much as getting survey information and at a retreat like this, share that with mayor and council about concerns of the workplace. Because I'm not afraid to hear from my employees about things that we need to do better. Now you're going to have some outliers, how folks, they take an opportunity to pinpoint some policy or issue or person that they feel strong about, but legitimate concerns that we need to know about, work conditions, policies that may not be, delivered well or written well, whatever that may be. That has been helpful. And we talk about it at a retreat just like this. And if we need to revise that policy or whatever to address it, or if there is a large issue or problem with claims or whatever, and give example, police department, I'll pick on them. Yeah, that might be something that we have that delicate conversation about. Yeah. So I never want to, for me, and I'll let Pete give his perspective. Yeah.
Hearing what you're saying, from a staff perspective, Eric said that he has an open door policy. And that's meaningful, and the employees need to understand that. How many full-time employees do you have? 125. So I also heard Eric say that healthcare costs are probably going to go up. My question would be, HR, do you have a health and wellness program in place? Yes. If you're having a lot of accidents, safety incidents, police, fire, workman's comp, do you have a safety committee? Not yet. So all these things, you're starting to see the evidence of things moving, saying, oh, this is going to be on our radar. Health and wellness, you focus on the employees and their health and their wellness. Make them better employees, taking care of their body, taking their medicine, et cetera, lowering your statistics, lowering the costs. Safety, same way. We have a good safety policy, and you make it all about the employees. But when you talk about employee relations, if you're hearing complaints or you have a couple thoughts about that, the best thing to do is maybe Eric and HR assistant could put in just an employee relations committee where names are randomly selected. And once a quarter, you get together and you have a breakfast and you spend 1 hour talking about perceived issues I call it putting the skunk on the table and letting the hear and let the employees talk to the employees and HR or people that they trust so you could flush all these out. It's their job now to put all this together, say, uh-oh, we may have some issues in a particular department, or we heard something about retirement, and you could squash the rumors. That those are the things that they could get back to you if you start hearing some of the core issues that bother you. Make it about the employees, and there's nothing better than letting the employees solve it themselves, to let you be at peace as elected officials, to have that frame of mind that the city's doing what they need to do.
Can I get a one sentence response, Terrell? How long would you say, in your professional opinion, and how frequently should we do employee surveys, and how long are they valid? We've done one a few years ago.
Yeah,
So how
I
long?
got the results right here.
I had it every year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to hear from the employees about what's going on. How I would do it is we would bring that information in, and that's a great idea. We have those groups in Douglas as well, and Union City well. But also, once a year, because once again, I can't operate in a vacuum. I don't always know what's going on as the manager with everything going on below me. So it helped me to identify issues, concerns that are developing that are true, to help bubble up to the policymakers so that they can hopefully respond to some of those things, because it was very helpful. Another thing that did, and Eric can give him opportunity, is we used to have a city manager lunch, breakfast, a lunch. That I meet with every employee on their anniversary day. And I invite the department directors. I just want to hear from them. What's going on, and report to them critical things. And all due respect, I'm just saying that sometimes y'all department directors don't always disseminate things down to the worker bees about what's going on. Critical things. So, they're hearing it from the horse's mouth then, and I hear from them. And I'm not gonna play a gotcha on the department director. It's just a good time to exchange concerns, issues, things that are happening. So building that employee relationship is best possible. So those are some.
Thank you.
Eric's been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
Before
So a
we
couple
get-
things.
if I may, back to your, the word that I picked out of your conversation was trust. And looking at this holistically, I have on my notes on the side here, employee engagement, because this is where this is going. And to Andrew's point about the survey, I have the survey results from last year, the last one we did. And my only question is, have we done anything with this survey yet?
Mhm.
That's what is sticking out to me.
Okay. So I think, Terrell, to your earlier point, so when I'm saying we because I've got Camille here. So when we recognize this pattern of people going outside the chain of command, we had a couple options. One was to start applying discipline because those were clearly violations of employee handbook. We chose not to do that. What we chose to do was to have another reminder, and I think we actually ran that document by Pat before we sent it out. But basically cleared the deck to remind people of the open door policy. I have not heard any suggestion of retaliation, but I also haven't had people bothering to actually come and talk to me. So we reminded them of the open door policy. We reminded them of the chain of command, and the chain of command ends with me. And as you've said, if the six of you decide that I'm not doing my job, so I have a contract. I come to work every day understanding it could be the beginning of my last. But so on that whole issue of making sure that people understand what the rules are, what the opportunities are, that's exactly why we sent that out, to have a clear deck going forward and give people the opportunity. The survey, yes, we did a survey last year, and I share the concerns that we have a customer service committee, and we actually have had conversation over the last couple of weeks over, are they really taking that survey that they conducted and responding to our employees and their concerns? But that was an anonymous survey. There was a high level of response to it, and it actually came out very well. There were some comments related to police officers, and that's actually why, from my standpoint, I don't have those breakfasts, but I use the police entrance to the building every day. And why do I do that? Because I have the opportunity to run into sworn police officers that have an entirely different experience as employees than the rest of us. They don't work in an office environment. Got in trouble for going home so late the other day because I was talking to Lieutenant Beasley, but he was actually sharing, the positive impacts of the last two annexations in terms of gang activity and things like that. The Customer Service Committee, I don't necessarily think was broad enough in representation. We didn't have a sworn police officer. We now do. We've expanded it in terms of Public Works to have better representation. And literally this week talked about the fact that I think you heard Monday night, the challenge we have getting linemen for Norcross Power. And so talked about the fact that we really need to have someone representing that workforce because they have, like police, an entirely different experience than a lot of other employees. They're the ones that in a storm get called out and they may be there for 12 hours straight. We're lucky if we can get them a hamburger sometime during that period as they're dealing with entirely different environment. But I understand the issue, but I think that we need your help to ensure that employees are working first with their department director and have the opportunity to work. In the case of the police department, they have multiple levels before they even reach the chief. But they have the opportunity to work through Camille and me. And the challenge has been they haven't been. And we need that encouragement from the six of you, that if you hear from an employee, we're not going to share all the details of personal matters. We can't. But what we need is for you to push those employees back to go through the process that you've adopted. It is your policy. We don't make policy. You did. We enforce your policy. Just use this as an opportunity to encourage you to have employees follow the policy that you have adopted. And if you want to strengthen the policy or change the policy, we're certainly receptive to that being your role, not ours, but we'll be glad to walk you through that process. Thanks.
All right, so we heard, and to go ahead and move this forward. Action item on this is, it sounds to me, if I could be correct, incorrect in relationship to this, to kind of hopefully look at this in regards to that. It sounds like you already have all this in place in relationship to that.
Not all of it, I think.
Yeah.
We have to work on it.
Next level up. Okay. So obviously, if there is that concern of revising it to having a one step up, that will go to a policy committee, I'm assuming. You're correct?
We'll go to council to make.
Yeah.
Policy.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. All right. So
one last thing, you mentioned surveys, 160, and we chatted about 160 or
180, 360.
180 or 360.
360.
180 or 360, which works.
I mean, we did 180.
The 360 would be staff up on the city manager, and the 180 would be staff up on their department heads. Yeah, that's because I double checked with Sherm on that. Yeah.
This totally, we just did it kind of general without any concern. Because once again, a lot of times y'all make the policy, y'all make the, we implement it. And that's sometimes things that we do. Staff, like,
You're doing this right, exactly.
So it was very helpful for that reason as well, other than other operational personnel things. It was really helpful. You had a question?
For the employee complaint resolution policy, the
first one.
The first
3
one,
months out, you said.
we have to do some background work. So it's not next month. Let's start with 3 months so we can get something going with Eric and HR and legal. And the same one for the employee complaint resolution as well. We need the supporting documentation so that we as a governing body can make a conscious decision.
But
Yeah.
one thing I'm gonna challenge, whatever you do have to have a process.
Yes.
Happen. And you gotta build the trust with the employee.
It's circled.
Will be protected going through whatever process that you have.
Yes.
Okay? And you gotta have one or two sacrificial lambs, if you will, to go and share that with others. Yes, I went through the process. I went to talk to the city manager. I went through the employee complaint process. Everything went well, yada, yada, yada.
Yes.
That's what you gotta do.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, moving along.
Lunch is delayed until noon, so you know.
Okay.
But one other thing relative to this.
Okay.
The state law supersedes municipal law. Right. And I always try to think at a high level because thinking down here kind of gets me too bogged down. There is what's called, I guess it's a federal law, it's whistleblower law.
Yeah.
So and attorney would have to weigh in on this. Whistleblower law would supersede these policies that we create. Maybe not. Maybe, I don't know. Based on the circumstances, so whistleblower law could supersede our policy if I think it's relative to liability. If the complainant shows that there's a liability to the city or to himself, so that needs to be part of the process.
And throwing out a shameless plug for what we do. We have a leadership supervisor class that we do. We're doing it now for several communities. We did it for the city of South Fulton. We're getting ready to do it for the city of Atlanta, believe it or not. We dig deep into this. We help with the cultural and the mindset. Because let me tell you, a lot of people get these department directors or assistant department directors, supervisor positions that never been supervisors. They have a challenge with managing people. It's not great science, but it is some science behind it. And you have to have the emotional intelligence to you have to have that. And everybody don't come with that. Amen on that. Oh, so we can help, because as you look at dealing with these policies or whatever, you got to have people that can deal with managing their people effectively. And people got great IQ, but sometimes they don't have great EQ. Right? There's enough about that. So we can help you with that, because that seems to be a challenge with a lot of local governments. Okay, moving on. Surplus ARPA funds. Mr. Bill Corbett.
Essentially, the question is, what are we doing? Is this good? Essentially, we have about $600,000 of funds left after the small business grant program. I wrote the agenda report up. As you see, there's a reasoning behind that, what is included in that. But in short, you all have $600,000. I will mention one thing that's not on here. There's a business advisory services with each business for a year. If you remember that was part of the contract. That equals about $960 per business. So subtract from the number I have, 604, you get $598,000 and $530. So, and I was talking with city manager, and I know you mentioned there was a couple things that you were thinking that.
So let me make a suggestion. This requires some subtlety. There are, under ARPA, there are limited categories. And so, for example, you allocated at the front end that you would give money to nonprofits, and we're still cutting those checks. I mean, we have rent relief for people that I think I signed a check to a nonprofit about a week and a half ago. So the nonprofit side is still working its way through. We've gone through 2 rounds with small businesses, not spending a lot of money there. ACE has been helping us through that process, and as William said, we'll be helping those businesses that have received those funds over the next year. But after the initial definition by the Treasury Department, they redefined revenue replacement. So this is subtle, and Councilmember Myers and I've had this discussion. The Treasury Department defined revenue replacement as that any government can take up to $10 million of ARPA money for revenue replacement without having to document a loss of revenue. And so a sensitivity that we should have is how are we using the ARPA money and the message that you want to be able to convey to constituents. What I would suggest is an option that's available to you is to take that $590-some thousand in terms of filing with Treasury as revenue replacement, but publicly point out that that ARPA funding has facilitated you having $594,000 to spend, if I got the number right, on what you define as the highest priority of the city. So it's not planned for anything other than small businesses. We've gone through 2 rounds. You can decide to do a 3rd round of small business applications if you want. But if you take it as revenue replacement in terms of how we file with the Treasury Department, but then publicly acknowledge that money that came from ARPA is being used, and there's I've got a list of things, you probably have 3 times that list, but you could take it for transportation. We've got a $17 million list denominated and cost 2 years ago to fix our roads. We may have enough money to deal with stormwater. You're about to have an item next month for stormwater that looks at which pipes are so far gone they can't be relined, which was our game plan, to reline every possible stormwater pipe in the city, but some are too far gone. So we're going to be digging them out and replacing them at higher cost. You can put that money into affordable housing. You can put that money into land acquisition. I mean, there's a variety of things that are available to you, but I think going back to the conversation that Councilmember Myers and I had, I think the sensitivity is when we got CARES Act money, we received CARES Act because we had eligible police salaries. But when we spent that $2.16 million, we talked about how we spent the CARES Act on our capital program, not on the fact that the federal government paid us back by way of Gwinnett County for police salaries. So I think that as you decide how you want to spend that money, I'd suggest that revenue replacement is pretty audit proof because we'd be taking far less than $10 million in revenue replacement. But as you talk to your constituents about how you use that money, point out the fact that because of ARPA, we're able to do whatever you spend that money on. And it could go back into a 3rd round of small businesses, but this 2nd round, really, we only had 6, I think, that came.
6, you all, next month, they're coming to the photo op. Excited about that. But yeah, it was only 6, we worked with ACE, hand in hand. We did get a lot more on the, previously, but we explained before how it excluded a lot of timing, et cetera. So we do have this surplus here, so wanted to get those.
So the short point for you is you have the ability to use it for almost anything, but however you spend it, we need to represent that money came from ARPA, and that's how we're able to do whatever you want to do with that money. But you've got just under 600,000 available.
All right. Question before it gets consensus on what y'all want to do. All right. Good.
I just would throw out, if this is the right time, that we talked earlier about our shortfall with our employees' health pension plan. And so to me, I'd like to take this extra 600 grand, put $1.2 million into that fund that we've got set aside, because that shows, how seriously we take employee retention and how seriously we take the obligation that we promised to our employees. So.
Well, I don't know if you can put it in the pension. There are some provisions about pension
Well, there's provisions about pension, but the report to Treasury that would be filed will show that we took it as revenue replacement, which is an eligible category.
Moving money around. The government's allowing you to do a shutdown.
Yeah, yeah.
So I would check with your auditor, because the auditor is going to be the one, I know, Officer Manager General, to come review that, to make sure that that's above reproach. So, okay.
So I'd like to move that we put this into a policy work session. I think there's a lot of ideas of how we can legally spend that money, identify that money, not spend it, but identify that money as a benefit to the community. But I think this is going to take at least a policy work session or more to work out exactly where our priorities are to take that money. So moving this to a policy work session makes a ton of sense for me. I like the idea of following the law and calling it revenue replacement, and then we deal with it afterwards.
Let me just mention that I was just reading the 5 categories. We can support public health expenditures. We can address the negative economic impacts caused by public health emergency. Replace lost public sector revenue. It's another option. Provide premium pay for essential workers and invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Those are the 5 categories that are listed. So a lot of opportunity for.
Yeah, I guess my opinion is very similar to my peers here in terms of taking this to a policy work session. There's some really good ideas, including Councilman Bear is a great idea in terms of reinforcing for our citizens, for our staff. Might I suggest that we do something very similar to how we figured out how to distribute the SPLOST money, where we set some categories. We can determine whether it's 100% in one category or 80% in one category, 20% in another category. This might help us facilitate getting the 6 of us to a decision point, because I don't feel like we'll come to one consensus of one bucket to go put it in, because we don't need to. Let's maybe do something like the SPLOST, where we come up with some categories and then say what percentages we want it there. And that may help us all get some things that we know we need in our community. That's just my suggestion.
Okay. All right. How everybody feel about that approach?
Moving into policy work
Move it to
session.
policy. Okay. All right. Consensus on that. All right. Moving along. We're still waiting on food, so we're all right. Election of final elected official compensation. Eric.
Okay. I get to do the dirty work because,
You get to do the dirty work?
This is, well, it's always a tough issue to take up, but the challenge is, well, let me start by saying that you obviously haven't had your pay adjusted in the current mayor's time as mayor, because as I recall, it was when Bucky was mayor that the compensation was last changed. Kudos to Charlene for reaching out to a whole group of our peer communities. And so you have the information on what they pay. In some cases, there's a differential for the mayor pro tem versus other council members. There's always a difference in terms of the mayor. You've got a lot of options. The one thing I would suggest is probably averaging those is a tougher one, because of the fact that there's probably some like Berkeley Lake that really don't have a lot of relevance for us. I don't think we have Atlanta in there. So if we were trying to move the average, we'd put Atlanta in there, and that would bump the average. But one option would be to look at a jurisdiction that you think in your mind is a parallel. And I'll just throw one out. I looked at Powder Springs, and I thought, it's not the highest compensation. It's not the lowest compensation. It is significantly different, but I think that's really in your hands. But the key of the timing is we're doing this early. It doesn't take effect until next January. So you have some time, but I also think this is not an issue that I've ever seen it comes up well when we get into the campaign season. And so I think the earlier that you decide if you want to pursue this, the better, and lay it out there. And that I'll stop talking.
Question, did y'all, have y'all talked with your state rep in relationship to this consideration? I know sometimes, they want to know if that's something that you're looking to do as well. So Just,
Legislature?
yeah, yeah.
Does the state legislature have a?
Well, this would go in your election cycle, number one. And anytime you change your, yeah, it is,
It does not.
It does not.
No.
no, I'm just,
This is determined by these 6 individuals.
yeah, on the next election, but
No,
No, it doesn't, it's not an election.
it's not an election
He
item.
was just saying he's aware that we have an election this year and would like for us to discuss it and not make it an election.
Yeah. So I may have been confusing. It doesn't take effect until January, which at that point, there will have been an election.
Yeah.
But it doesn't require legislative approval and it does not require voter
Correct.
approval.
correct. Yeah.
Well, yes,
No,
to my attorney's point, the challenge for the 6 of you is how your constituents react. And the challenge for all of us is the fact that there's no automatic measure that adjusts, like Social Security. So this tends to drag out for years until an elected body decides it's been too long, it's time to adjust. So we're sensitive to that.
Would it be legal to build into a legislative or into an ordinance that there's a cost of living adjustment to the council salaries and have, so future councils don't have to deal with this unless they choose to?
I think the statute is something
Okay, so it can't, there's no automatic, it's a possibility. Uh-huh.
But
Well, one of the things that we had, at least I had thought about was if you tie it to an index and require that council take a vote on that index, it alleviates why we picked a certain number. It alleviates this whole, let's look at our peers. We know exactly what it could be if so fit that this council body decides to change it at that time. So then you kind of alleviate, why did you pick this number? Why did you not pick this number? We picked the number based on what we have established. Now that council then can say, we want to go outside of that. We want to go above and beyond an index, or we want to go below an index, or we don't want to do anything. Those councils, I think, have the right to do that. But giving us some running rules so we're not like we are today, I think is what I was trying to look at in terms of attaching it to some kind of index. So at the very least, we're not doing that. Another option I had talked about in my head or conferred with a couple of people were we tie it to our salary study, right? We said we were going to do salary studies more often. We're not going to wait 8 years to do one every 8 years or something. So if we tie it to when we do a salary study for all city staff, at that time, then you would be saying, we're looking at the entire body of salary. And when that salary study is done, it's done with the inclusion of all W-2 employees, which would include the city council. But really all that's a measure of how do we go after the next step? I think we still have the beginning step is determining what that salary would be. I think there's significant justification. I'm just jumping on a limb here, guys. So dial me in. But I think there's significant justification from our constituents, as well as the data that we're presented with and the work and effort that is required and expected by the citizens of Norcross, that an increase is appropriate. So I feel that strongly on that, based on the size of our city, the expectations of what we're expected to do and we're to be in our community. I think it justifies that. So I guess that's more of an opinion piece. Now, which cities do we mirror? It's kind of very, it's tossing it up because none of these cities are identical sister cities to us from a location as well as population, demographics, policy decisions that need to be made, and engagement in their community. It's hard. You'll never find one city that's identical to ours. So to me, I like to liken to, if we're just talking about what it costs to live in the city of Norcross and what it costs to do things in the city of Norcross, I would be looking at cities that are very similar in location as well as similar in size. So I look at a city like, which is not far off from where you said Powder Springs.
I threw that as an example.
Yeah, Powder Springs as an example, but I also look at something like, okay, well, Doraville is adjacent to us. What does it look like there? Peachtree Corners is adjacent to us, but they're a city light. So they're a completely different type of city than ours, like almost in every measure. So I wouldn't consider Peachtree Corners as a peer
to the city of Norcross, where I consider not Douglasville, Doraville similar. Powder Springs is very close to that as well. But I think that's the discussion we need to have. I support this. I would like for us to move this forward to a policy discussion for staff, for council to have a discussion in selecting a number and move forward.
All right. And is there a consensus on that? And I'll share something. Everybody okay with moving this?
I'm okay with moving it forward. I wish Greg wasn't in the office here still right now, but I think the only outlier is what you're paid. I think you're vastly under, if you look at the data here, you're undercompensated. I feel I'm fairly compensated, but we can have that as a policy discussion.
Yeah.
And let me share this with you. You got a point?
No, I was gonna say, yeah, I am okay with sending it to a policy session, because really and truly we got bigger fish to fry than this.
I got you. And let me say this, we keep that data for all the, I wish you'd have called us. We got that a lot of, it's okay. Today, yeah, you're right. So note to self.
Great job, Harley.
It's
the same thing. Theirs is not up to date.
There you go. So, but there is no rhyme or reason how each municipality define their salaries for their elected officials. Some do it per meeting. Some do a gross amount, and they just came up that there was no rhyme or reason. So once again, there's no perfect formula out there how some of these cities came up with their salaries for the elected officials. So just to tell you, but it needs to be some uniformity in some shape or fashion. I agree. And so that may be something that GMA could help with in regards to that, because we have sister associations across the United States, and they may have already addressed this. You never know. Okay. All right, moving on.
Let me just say something.
Okay.
I think it's important to look at it, because there's no way, being mayor, I couldn't be full-time and do this job too. I couldn't have a full-time job and do this. It just would not work. So hence you got a lot of retired old guys as mayors, and we'd like to get some young professionals in here doing this kind of work too, and being council members too.
Yeah. Right.
I will echo that, and I think some of my peers will echo that too. I mean, we're not all retired up here, and we're not all working up here, right? So there's really young kids. Yeah, some of us is really young kids, so it does take away from our families. Again, that's why I feel like the constituents that I've approached this on are actually more shocked at the low amount compared to what they expect from us. They look at it and go, "You do that for that?"
Right.
So I hear the opposite of, like, there's a concern that we increase it more or less, but there is an expectation that it's.
And let me say this, as I'm linking to y'all, as a way to look at presenting this to the public. You're not doing it just for y'all. You're doing it for the future succession of y'all, to hopefully entice younger folks, because once again, young man or woman's got a wife, kids, husband, whatever. It's a commitment to do this. And so definitely understand that. Some people have to take off their jobs. To be here. Yeah. So you definitely understand that. All right. So, all right, we good there? Moving on.
I think 50 cents an hour is pretty good.
Which meeting? Which policy council meeting y'all want this on? Next one. You're getting your deck full there, brother. You okay with it, right? There you go. That's the right thing to say. All right, diversity, equity, and inclusion. All right, Doc.
Okay, sir. For this one, I already had a meeting with the city manager. I started to brainstorm with him on the way that I see it permeating through the organization. And I pitched an idea. To him of, instead of doing a top-down approach, we do a bottom-up approach, because it's the employees that we're trying to, what's the word I'm looking for? It's the employees that we're trying to engage and make sure that, they're comfortable, they're happy, because a happy employee for me, and this is just me, is benefiting our citizens. I don't like to walk into City Hall and see, upset staff or anything like that, putting myself in the citizen's place. So with this program and with the help of GMA, because I've been also talking to Mr. Broom about this, I see it as a way of attacking our culture issue that we have. Talking about the employee committee, I did have a conversation with HR asking, can the employee committee do something more than just events, right? And in talking to some of them, they are willing to take on that challenge to help us get the culture change within the organization. We have about we have the city clerk, HR, and the city manager's office coming through the DEI training at GMA. That's going to start in September or October this year. We have 3, and I'll call those department heads or ambassadors. So we have that started. The next thing that I mentioned to Eric was, let's not wait until September for them to start the training. Let's do something small right now and see how it goes throughout the organization. So that's the strategy that I'll work with him and the folks that'll be coming down here for the training. So it's a start. And I'll say I'm pleased that Eric was receptive to this, and I'm going to hold his feet to the fire to make sure that this works.
All right. All right. Does everybody is on board to this initiative in regards to E&I? And let me say this, this is something that GMA has taken great concern. I remember I told you the 3-pronged initiatives that we're undertaking, which I really feel strongly about because of everything that's going on in our country. And hopefully our cities can do their best to try to make their communities feel inclusive, their citizens feel inclusive. I'm gonna give you a quick story. When we started this conversation, I ain't gonna mention what city, but I had a city call us. The mayor called me and says, we want to have a community meeting about this and all this. And one of his council persons told him that we got all the people that we need in our city. We don't want to try to attract anybody else. So he already symbolized exclusiveness. We got who we want. We don't want to include anybody else. So there are folks out there, folks, that have that mindset. And that's tragic because you got people in your community that don't feel a part of your community for whatever reason. And you got, your staff and the culture that you develop can give them that feeling that they're wanted and they're valued and they're included. So that's my little 2-minute speech. All right. Questions on that? Any problem with that going forward? Yes.
As I read here, the recommendation is for city clerk and HR to attend the inaugural program, which I think is already happening.
No, it starts in September.
We missed this year. We have to sign up
We
for
missed
next year.
last year.
Right.
I brought this up October, so we missed the inaugural. We missed the first cohort. This is the second one.
Okay, so they're already signed up for the second.
Yes.
So is there a recommendation? I mean, I guess what I'm trying to ask is what would we be bringing the policy to vote on? Since we're already kind of
okay.
Well, I think y'all are seeking, if I'm correct, you can correct me, Doc. You are seeking to be a city of E&I. We just stood this up. You have to send staff through to be ambassadors or people that direct the initiative within your city. And then the other part is you have to have additional training for your employees. And then y'all have to adopt resolutions and things of that nature to be a city of equity and inclusion and have that designation certification.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the piece that is in the agenda item. Eric went through the certification pieces and outlined exactly what we need pretty much to have in place. And he did a 5-year, I think some of the steps we have to go through and create a plan for however many designations we want to achieve from the list. And
Right.
I don't know if you have anything to add.
So the program well, first of all, let me say that the person that I think, I'm designated as the lead would be Charlene, on behalf of the city manager's office, because the other two people have full-time jobs in HR and in the clerk's office. So we would have three people go through as the ambassadors, as Dr. Beckles mentioned. I'm designating Charlene to be the lead, but there's two elements to this. One is embrace all of the concepts. None of us goes through training in any professional association without them having recognized that diversity and equity and now inclusion are part of what we have to embrace to be successful, whatever discipline we're in, whether it's planners or finance people or clerks or HR or city management. So there's embedding this in our organizational identity. Separately, GMA had a committee or task force that completed their work about a year ago, and they've developed a certification program, as Dr. Beckles talked about. We've started to look at that, and there's one area that if you want to move towards certification is required, and that is really the community engagement. And there's areas where we can embed that in what we're already doing. We have the comp plan LCI update that's underway. That's an opportunity to draw people in to have the inclusivity that has really been missing.
I guess what's specific for me was there's a couple things on here. Overall, I completely support it, but I work in a large corporation and they're very heavily focused on DEI, but the way they do it is completely different than what I suspect that we're trying to do here.
Yeah.
When I see 5-year plan to send all employees to E&I training, I go, is that in-person training? Is that 90-minute online course training? Because that's a difference in cost. That's a difference in ability to serve our city. I also see 4 more elected officials, which 4 more elected officials would be 4 of the 6, must be required to take I'm sorry.
3 hours of EI training.
The 3 hours of EI training. Is that in person? Is that not in person? Is that online? Is that a PowerPoint? What does that entail? There's no specificities in all that. Before I would be willing to vote on something, I would need to know the specificities, the true impact of that. And I think that's what you guys are developing.
That's what we're trying to.
My ask is, when you're ready to bring this, have those questions kind of answered.
Yeah.
Valid.
Yeah.
And Freddie and Kay, I love that they're shepherding this. Kay's the managing director for Georgia City Solution. And let me say this, I don't know if y'all aware of this, but we have the City of Ethics, City of Excellence. So this is one of those other certifications, because one of the things that we wanted cities to have an opportunity to do from an economic development piece, what would be a great stamp on your city to say we are a city of equity and inclusion. Yeah. So, but we didn't.
I think but the execution of it is where these things fall apart typically.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I don't think anyone in this room is going to be willing to say right now, yeah, I don't support this at all because there's no value. I think there's value. It's just how we execute it.
Right.
That's where we have to do the strategic planning.
It took us a while.
Right.
To make sure it was of substance, to make sure it was something, because all due respect, our city of ethics process, probably not the most key. All you gotta do is the ordinance resolution.
Yeah.
We're voting on it next week.
So we want it to be a little bit higher level, if you will, of commitment to change hopefully the mindset, the culture of the community, of the city, yada, yada, yada. So it is a little heavy, but all those details will be answered.
And as far as GMA, I mean, new city council training should be a requirement of that. And then you
solve it. Yeah.
You solve the problem if every single new member, I mean, eventually you gotta catch up, but
we could talk 2 hours about that, but.
I have a practical question and a comment. I'm a part of like 6 organizations. I've had DEI training in all 6. can I certify that I've had DEI training?
And here's the thing, there's a provision, we appreciate that because some of y'all have already gone through that. So if you can prove it's gone through a legitimate, yes, they will
They will accept
waiver
it.
you out. Yeah.
Secondly, are we required just to send 3 people? Can we send more? Because
Well, I think
again, you've
Michelle-
left out our police officers.
Well,
and
these are different.
These are
They're gonna
So
be
let me say,
different.
yeah.
Yeah.
First of all, we're making a commitment that those people will spend an entire day here
For 9
each month
months.
for 7 consecutive
Yeah.
months. So it's from a time.
and it's
standpoint,
Charlene, Camille, and Monique.
Yes.
Shayla.
Shayla. Okay. So can I just point out that equity inclusion are awesome. I'm not entirely sure, just on the most superficial level, that's the most diverse group that represent our city.
It's just a training, Andrew. It's bringing back, it's.
Get your point.
I
Okay.
get you.
Respect each other's
Yeah.
differences and
I
perspectives.
get you. I
I'm staring
understand
at 3, well, Shayla's not here, but 3 on the surface African-American females, or at least Black Islanders. And I'm looking at going, is this diverse? Is it?
No,
Point taken.
those will be the ones that will be the point people for the city of Norcross in regards to that training.
I may agree with his point.
Yeah.
I mean, are those the right 3 that are the point people? We need to ask that question. Whether or not the answer is yes is a different story. But in the spirit of diversity, and diversity isn't always look at color, diversity doesn't always look at sex, but there's lots of different ways of diversity and inclusion. But for our city, I think he's asking the question, is that the right 3, or should we, I'm paraphrasing, should we be including, maybe from diversity standpoint, a different group of another ambassador, maybe at police department? Maybe. That's what you're saying?
And I would love to see the demographics of the overall attendees that are representing the city.
Yeah, that's bad. Well, I will bring that to Kay and Freddie, but let me share this. On the other side of this, we have the excellence in policing.
That's very important.
Yeah. So that is coupled with this certification in regards to that. We're running them.
And
of
our chief
DEI.
already has input.
Yeah.
on
How much
that.
training in the DEI program will the police undertake? Because this sounds like a very intensive program, even to bring it back to our city.
Right.
But it seems that our largest organizational concentration is our police officers,
Right.
almost all of which it's overwhelmingly men. It seems that we would all benefit from such an intensive training program if we had a large representation in this really rigorous program.
Right. But the excellence in policing is once again coupled with the D&E certification. It's just
I know y'all thought through this more than I have.
Yeah, it had took us 2 and almost 3. Larry is right out there.
Larry's sneaking by.
And we got a great up. Can you help clarify the distinction of how we came with the equity inclusion certification and the excellence in policing? Because there are some questions about that, and we'll hear it from the horse's mouth here. So he never knows when I'm gonna snag him in.
Great to be here and certainly happy to have you here with us. And yes, when we started the Equity and Inclusion Commission and spent about 18 months working on that, we obviously felt law enforcement was an integral part of that and trying to work to improve law enforcement and create more excellence in law enforcement. So we actually sort of separated that out because it was such a big issue. We created a separate advisory committee where we had 12 officials. We had 4 mayors, 4 city attorneys, 4 city managers, and we spent several months then listening to them, and police chiefs as well. So we actually had about 16 people, spent months. It was co-chaired by Chief Lou Deckmar and LaGrange and Mayor Bianca Muttley Broom. And so we created that program sort of outside of, but as part of equity and inclusion. And so now we see it all as one big program, but that is a different program because it's aimed at specifically law enforcement, helping cities improve. And we recognize so many small cities didn't have the resources. Accreditation is quite expensive, and this could be sort of accreditation light to get you on that path. And what we heard from a lot of cities is they just didn't have the staff to create the proper training, or they didn't have the resources. And so this was so that we could develop model policies and share them with them for cities of multiple sizes. help them through the Georgia Association of Chiefs of Police actually provide the training to them at low or no cost. And then we at GMA through our GERMA program, we're the largest provider of liability insurance to cities in this state. And so I get to see all the claims, unfortunately. And I can tell you there's a direct relationship on police claims we get from those that have really good hiring practices, really good disciplinary policies, really good training policies, and generally good outcomes. And likewise, there's a direct correlation from the claims we see that when we look at them, we have cities and departments that do not have good hiring practices, do not have good training policies, and therefore we have more higher claims and bad outcomes. And so the issue is not just about money, but it does save cities money. And that's why we're giving a 5% discount on insurance to any GERMA city that enrolls in this program, because we see the direct correlation. But it's more importantly about minimizing bad outcomes to citizens, to the people we all serve, and things that could be perhaps avoidable if we had better training and more training. So again, it's to help bring affordable, scalable policies and resources to cities of all size and help them improve in public safety.
I think that kind of clears up a little bit. And as I mentioned, Terrell, you've thought through this a lot more than me, but my job is to ask questions. So I just don't want, if you've thought through this for 18 months and our body's going to deliberate this, we can't just have it a checkbox. It has to, as Arlene said, it has to permeate our culture. If you provided backup resources after this program is done, and we create a policy of really getting it into culture. Okay.
Absolutely. And so we would have model HR policies, model training policies, and require certain things, like, for instance, to get this certificate, you've got to have annual use of force training. That's something everybody should be doing today. But yet through the Georgia Chiefs, we'll actually have trained resource professionals that can come in and provide that use of force training annually, so that the cities that do not have great resources, can't afford to have a full-time lieutenant that does nothing but training, we can make it available to them. That's the goal of the program.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I promise I won't do that to you no more. That's the second time I've done that to him. So. No more today, right? Yeah.
So maybe one thing I want to point out that, and I don't know if the chief is listening in, but when we looked at the 7 categories of which you have to, at a minimum, achieve 2, one of which is required, the one that we believe that we're well positioned is public safety and restorative justice. The chief has gone through that. We're state certified. We're nationally accredited.
Okay.
We're doing the training, so we don't believe that there's a significant cost to our police department of pursuing the certification program in that area. Now, some other areas, we may be starting, more from scratch, but when it comes to police, and from my perspective, in the environment that we're in nationally, it is critical that we show just how much of a commitment we have to that particular category.
Your agency is state certified internationally. Good on you. That is fantastic. That's the gold standard. Certainly many of this now, you would just have to provide the documentation, because some of it is the same. So it really wouldn't be a heavy lift. But what it does get you is, more acknowledgement in your community. We're going to have the cities walk across the stage, get a certificate. We want to hold the cities up as getting this as good examples for all cities. And certainly we'll promote that in your community as well, to your media and others, that your city has achieved this designation. So it's to give you credit, but also to give you training. But it would
But that's exactly, I mean, that was my point, is that we think that we can fairly easily achieve this without significant investment, because we are doing the training. And, but I think where we are as a nation, it's important that we highlight this area.
Cool. All right. Well, that's great for a segue to grab some lunch. Yes.
Just, in closing.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry.
I know we said the city clerk's office, HR, and the city manager's office, but because this is involving employees, the organization, HR should really own this, with the city manager's office being the liaison. I really believe that this is owning by HR. Correct me
Yeah,
if I'm wrong.
that is correct. Because the people, the primary folks that are gonna be, I guess for the lack of a better word, the liaison, the point person for the city needs to have a broader perspective of scope, of ability to deal with the implementation of training and other things that will need to get done. So that person, whoever Eric designates, going to be that point person. Okay, he's point to her to
This is economic development.
Yeah.
It's affordable, it's housing.
yeah,
it's-
everything.
It's public safety.
Yeah.
It's HR, but
Yeah.
let me just say, the
Yeah.
person that I want to lead this
Yeah.
is the assistant to the
Yeah.
city manager.
So
I get
every
that, but I'm
program area.
saying that HR is tied to it tighter.
Definitely.
Oh,
yeah,
No, I'm
yeah.
not disagreeing.
okay.
I'm saying the point person in this organization, if we're going to pursue this,
And it's a trust factor too. So I just want to make sure that HR, our
Oh,
human
yeah.
resource person, is at the table.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. The food is here. So let's take a 20, 30-minute break to eat lunch. We'll convene once y'all get the food down into the stomach area, right? Okay.
We're gonna work through.
We are. Grab your food and come back here, but give you at least time to, because when I talk, I want you to at least look up at me every now and again. You know what I mean? All right. Okay. All right. But the food's in there. Do y'all have a problem with returning thanks? If
Go ahead.
you don't mind?
Go ahead for us.
Okay.
We're okay.
All right. Bow your heads, please. Thank you, Father, for the opportunity to gather with the city of Norcross. We pray, God, for their continued blessing and commitment to their citizens and their customers. We pray, God, for the blessing of the food we're about to see for the nurse of our body. In Christ's name we pray. Amen. All right. Wrap through those doors as you did with the breakfast, okay? Right after we get through this, then we'll cover the top 5. Yep. We're on the second page now. We're getting close to the second page.
did you drove? Yeah. It wasn't hard. Yeah, yeah.
It kind of kept going though. It kept going a little bit. It wasn't the standstill.
We'll do a special call before the policy
Okay.
session.
All right.
Then we'll adopt it.
Okay.
Because we've already discussed it.
Right. Okay.
Cool. And which is coming up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Our next council meeting is.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll certainly do that. That's important.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether we needed to have a special call to have a PWS to review it and then a
No, but see,
voting
we
meeting
actually,
afterwards.
we've already, it's pretty much the same
Not
one
yet.
we've already
We passed it
adopted.
last year.
Yeah,
I mean, really, take last year's resolution, just change the dates.
yeah,
I mean, there's a little bit different, the bill numbers different. and things like
yeah.
that. Concepts are all right.
You did that
there.
right. I wanted to bring it up when you were outside, so it didn't seem,
Oh,
but it stands out though.
Yeah.
It stands out.
yeah, we're not really compensated for the time that we have to spend.
None of us
Not
are.
even close. None of us
are.
are.
You did a lot, you did a lot.
But you're right about that. You can't do this job unless you're retired.
Right. Yeah, You
Your
can't,
job.
you can't do it effectively unless you're retired.
Just want to bring something up. I didn't bring it up in the conversation. I'm involved in some whistleblower cases right now for my banks.
Mhm.
And as a general rule, like this latest one I've got is Sarbanes-Oxley, which is your lending policies are consistent with lending law. Your whistleblower usually involves
Liability.
breaking of the law,
Right.
not just I didn't get my PTO like I was promised. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
Generally, that's how it works, unless you have a local whistleblower component to your handbook, for example.
Mhm.
So it's there, but oftentimes the bar is a little higher than people think it is.
Yeah.
You know, just some complaint. Well, that would be a violation. You know,
Right.
You looked at my breasts or something.
Yeah.
That wouldn't, but just the little complaining type things day to day.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
that
yeah,
doesn't fit.
that wouldn't fit. No,
So,
no.
anyway.
Good point. Yeah, I'm just catching up on some emails.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, definitely gonna eat.
All right.
Yeah, all right.
I'm trying to imagine it with the long hair.
I know. I was much skinnier.
I just need to walk away. I got a call. Okay, so I might miss the wrap up. I felt like Fisher. I saw you. That's what levels are. How are you doing? She's the affordable housing. And Melissa Lewinsky is Perlajack now. I think she was. She comes to a lot. She comes up. You should ask. One day you should ask about the extended stay hotel. Board and whoa. And like 2 weeks later, I talked about it. Okay, I'll bring it up. We got yeah. Because of the process we went through, we passed the policy, we thought it was policy. It fell apart. And it actually propelled us. All this affordable housing, all of I'll send you the Rose Scott interview I did on. The one time that was on the radio. What we got back there, Tracy? Oh my God, Monique.
We actually get back on schedule or close to it.
St. Simon's lately?
Going tomorrow morning.
Ah, that'll be fun.
Yep. The my brother and his wife are staying on Hilton Head for a couple of months, so they're joining us down here.
Oh, nice.
Chance to go out and boat. It's supposed to be nice weather, not windy, warm enough.
Yeah.
A little bit sunny.
Huh? They don't hear?
So we'll have a good time.
Yeah. That's great.
Down 3 weeks ago, but that wasn't fun. That was painting. As I look at the walls there, people move their luggage around and they bang the walls and they were all messed up. So
did you do that all by yourself?
I did. I went down by myself. Jan said, "No, I'm not painting." I said, "Okay." It's really a one-man job anyway.
Do you have anybody that you know down there that you can go grab a dinner with, or?
No, but it's a blast because there's a bar right around the corner, not very far away. It's called Demery Cafe Demery or something like that. And I can go and just sit at the bar and order bar food and then get in a conversation with everybody that's sitting around you. And we're all the same demographic, it's all like, and you find people that are moved there from all over. And have lots of different points of view, and it's fun.
Yeah.
I love.
So do I. I got to go up to walk up to the State House.
I do know a lot of people, but don't necessarily.
Signed on this.
He did?
Well, Marvin did too. Yeah, Marvin did. I was like, really?
Ray did? Who did?
Greg Kinnear?
Really?
Yeah.
Do they really know what's in it though?
Yeah.
Who's the chairperson for that delegation? Barbara Dewey?
Dewey McLean.
We need to talk to Dewey about this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it true it's worse than the first one? Well, I don't know.
It's more onerous. It basically says that you cannot have an ARB. I mean, the ARB takes all of the decisions they make for single family homes.
Right. So you essentially say, hey, you only have an ARB for multifamily homes. Everything else is off the table. Oh, and you can put multifamily homes wherever you want.
Yeah.
So multifamily homes you can control, but you can't control single family residents.
Okay, so Michael Pearson's email that came out at 12:02 shows who co-signed it. And from Gwinnett, David Clark, Greg Kennard, and Marvin.
I can't believe.
I always found it funny. Greg Kennard is an interesting one. I would assume he wouldn't sign that.
I would too.
Well, sometimes, like America, they sign it without knowing what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Dangerous.
That, and there's a lot of deal making, to be honest with. There's a lot of deal making, to be honest with.
I know Marvin has some conflict with Bill about this stuff. Maybe he's getting some support.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know how this benefits. I don't see how this benefits but developers.
That's exactly who it develops. I mean, last year they were angling toward affordable housing and the idea that restrictive zoning prevents affordable housing from even being built in your city.
Right.
Which has a legitimate argument. But this doesn't even have really, that doesn't even seem to be part of this. This is just, you pesky cities are too restrictive on how we build our homes. We want to be able to build it any way we want, looking like anything we want it to look like.
What they want is a bunch of projects. And I want you to just say.
What also comes into play that's not on the surface, campaign donations.
Yeah.
Lobbyists will come with a specific campaign donation that you can't turn down.
Vote this way.
Yeah.
Vote this bill positively for me and you'll get campaign money.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's another form of corruption that we allow in our system.
Don't pay me for that. Make it really easy for me to fundraise an unlimited amount of money.
Right, right. So I can keep my job forever.
All right.
All right.
Now that sounds like a law firm.
That sounds like a.
Or a
city
strip
law.
joint.
That sounds like an injury, accident law. Firm right there. Y'all need a billboard. Don't cost more than 25.
So, all right, Bruce, you suggested we work through lunch, so you gotta
No,
talk and work.
I'm happy to. This is an item that was initially proposed by Councilman Bever. But the bigger picture, I think, that we were trying to hit on this is what is the future? I forgot about that. What's the future of recycling in Norcross? And how does it impact other aspects of city certification, for example, green certification for the city, which we're very proud of? I think there's. We do. Oh, no, we do. We have what's called single stream recycling, where we have a great big barrel that's picked up every week. And people put theoretically only their recyclables into that barrel. There's some data that says that the actual effectiveness of that is very low, that there's a lot of materials that get into that that reduces the effectiveness of the effort. So we spend money, we do it, we pay for it, but how much are we getting in real results? My feeling is that we should look at alternative ways of doing it that doesn't decrease participation, but does increase effectiveness. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer. I don't have a thing I can point to and say, that's what we need to do. My perspective is we need to either within staff or within the community, or maybe we go and find a consultant that can help us with this. How can we improve it? And what does it cost? That I think we know it's bad, but we don't know what's good. We don't know how to make it good and effective. That's my perspective. And so that's just purely my thought. And Josh, why don't you weigh in on your thoughts on the subject?
I guess I usually cut sort of right to the quick of problem that I see.
Love it. Cutting to the chase.
And I mean, to me, we've got the single stream recycling. So everybody's going to all this trouble to put all their recyclables in there. And like you said, it's not a great stream anyways, because there's so very little that you can recycle right now. Aluminum, metal, cans, cardboard, and 1 and 2 plastic. And they're picky on some of that stuff, like pizza boxes they don't want, and depending on how dirty they are and so on. So I guess for me, I just feel like then all this stuff is going to a MRF. When you think about the real carbon footprint of it all, it's all going to a MRF, and there's a bunch of who knows what kind of fuel being burned to push this thing through a MRF, and
don't worry about it.
Yeah. Then there's a bunch of folks that have to physically sort through all this stuff, and so I'm just like,
Clean it.
yeah, and it's got to be clean, and then it's got to be baled, and then there has to be a market to actually buy it, because they can go through all that effort and then there not be a market to buy it, and so they just toss it in a landfill then still. So I guess to me, I agree with everything Bruce said. I would like to get some perspectives of what are some trend breaking, some imagination, what are some trend breaking towns doing that's a total new way of looking at recycling, because I feel like the current way doesn't work.
All right, so
I would pretty much rather have no recycling.
We're gonna get through this real quick, I guarantee, because he used to work for a solid waste contractor at one time of his life, and I put together 2 recycling programs in cities that I manage. So I think that the critical issue, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the market. That really drives everything. Cardboard really was the big player at one time, in plastics. But that really tells the tale. In Douglas, give example, we really went out, did a great job of it. We even made it an ordinance that you will, and I can tell you a story about a little old lady. I'm not recycling, Mr. Jackson. I don't care what the hell you tell me. I'm not gonna do it. And y'all gonna have to bring the police to my house to make me recycle. So I don't know if y'all have that mindset in Norcross. I'm not gonna do it, So it's difficult. The market, the people, and making it work and you want to be green, but at the end of the day, there's some components of that ain't green, you know? So give me a
Collection provider?
Yeah.
So waste management?
these days.
Okay. All right.
We're in the process of RFQing that for a new,
Mhm.
potentially a new supplier.
Okay. And okay, are you guys a natural gas city?
No.
No, no natural gas?
Electric.
Electric, okay. I've seen some offsets that, sir? Well, again, I've done offsets, so the community is interested in green, but the recycling market is in the tank, and there's no recovery from that. If there's not a use for it, then there's no sense picking it up. Instead, you look at other things. I would go to waste management, or if you're going to bid it, and you have one garbage truck that runs off of compressed natural gas. So it's a trade-off. So you don't have any emissions, and it is a great way to do that. Now, there are electric garbage trucks now that just hit the market. So there are offsets you could do to complement the green energy into solar, into other things that you could do to inform the public and to take the place of recycling.
I think that's where I'm hearing here, but that's how I feel. That we haven't taken a holistic approach on what green means. And
yeah,
we're using this antiquated, I'm not gonna say what year, but antiquated process of saying recycling equals green, but not looking at exactly what that actually means, where the carbon footprint of that truck, the fact that a small portion of it actually gets recycled, it's still getting, and the cost associated with that, and the effort associated with that.
Yeah.
If you look at the full scope of it, we've got
Mhm.
better ways to maximize that. We shouldn't be using, I'll say this out loud, we shouldn't say, oh, we're a sustainable city and just parking lot a process. We have to continue to look at our processes to make sure we are truly sustainable, not just on paper, but in reality. I mean, I understand clearly, I mean, the landfills, even themselves,
thank
you, have a green element. I mean, you take a Yenbacher engine, I don't know, you worked in waste management, they sit these Yenbacher in, you know, they get this methane recapture,
Yep.
and they're using that for power.
over in cab. Yeah.
Right. And so now you're not burning coal energy, but you're using methane gas to power your community. That's recycling of
Mhm.
process. You took trash and you made energy, right? Without burning it. Well, you still are burning it, but you're not burning coal or mining that coal out of the system. So there are multiple ways to do this, and we just got to get out of this bucket of recycle is green, and it's not necessarily that way, especially when you start looking at the data of how much that even there gets shipped over on a barge and gets shipped overseas.
Yeah. So if I'm hearing you correct, there may be other sustainable efforts that y'all can look at. I don't know if y'all looked at green space additions in regards to your footprint of expanding that. You know, there's a lot of other things. Do y'all have a stormwater utility? Okay, good.
We have a sustainability committee.
Okay. Oh, good.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we're talking about the. Okay, good. Okay, well,
Which
good.
I think since we're talking about, I love what you said, Matt, and I know we kicked it off on recycling. We could have a unique debate about recycling in general. I've heard from staff a few times, and I don't like being held hostage to a point from the ARC. If something doesn't work for the city of Norcross and it's not cost efficient, we don't need to be held hostage to getting a point from the ARC just to maintain a level, especially since once you get platinum, it is a progressive, you have to keep doing, which is good. But in my opinion, I love a holistic approach to it. I love what you said about green space and how do we acquire and use green space, our storm waters, how do we incorporate green space into that? As far as recycling, I don't, that's just one part of a little small part of it. And I'm in favor of 4 locations throughout the city where people drop off aluminum cans and water bottles and cardboard.
And I think that's an option.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't take it off the table. I wouldn't put it as the only item on the table. I think there's a lot of thought going into this problem because this is not unique to Norcross.
Yeah.
And what I'm suggesting is that we empower some entity to go out and present us with the options. So we know what the options are. You know, we're talking about dual stream, or we're talking about multi single stream buckets. There's all kinds of ways people are looking at this that are more effective. If we're going to do recycling, let's do recycling in an effective manner, right? Not just to tick a box, to your point. And the ARC just we just tick a box. So we can take it further than the ARC. We can say, yeah, we're ticking the box. What we're doing is in a really intelligent, sustainable, and cost-effective, hopefully, manner.
Give that charge to the sustainability committee.
We could.
To bring back a recommendation to y'all.
I think that's what they're here for. Yeah.
For the record, I found the recycling bin next to the trash can.
We appreciate you. Yeah, we appreciate it. All right.
That used to be used more in the old days that I would love to see back is reuse. Because reuse is even better than recycling, because
Yeah.
instead of taking something and melting it back down and bringing it back up, you just reuse it. I mean, all of our grocery bags turn into cat litter bags. I'm sorry to say, but you know, instead of grabbing, so it's just reuse or packing material.
Diaper bags.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, we could be intentional in our community about sponsoring reuse. Or reduce.
Right. Well, that could be, once again, vetted out through the sustainability committee, but bring back some recommendations for y'all to consider as policy issues going forward, whatever that means in relationship to that. All right, sounds like a plan. Time certain. What time frame?
Yeah, we'd have to put some time constraints on that. Otherwise, it's just gonna-
So what's a reasonable time for us to ask sustainability to come back with some recommendations? 3 months, 6 months?
3 meetings, 2 to 3 months.
3 months?
All right, I'm hearing 3 months. Oh, thank you. Come in.
Household hazardous waste event this summer, and we got a recycling, a Georgia EPD grant to host that. And the RFPs came back a heck of a lot cheaper than we thought. We thought these were going to be, you know, just monstrously expensive, but we're actually pursuing whether we can hold more than one because the cost came back so low, and we have 24 months to execute our grant. So maybe, you know, our specialized recycling events, because we already do 2 for, you know, typical, you know, waste twice a year. We have people bring to us paper, electronic, stuff like that. Now throw household hazardous waste recycling into the mix and hopefully clean up, you know, if we're still doing recycling, clean up the recycling stream, or at least get junk out of people's houses and get it disposed of properly.
Yeah, I think too, there's the only piece we haven't talked about here is a separation between residential and commercial. I know a lot of commercial organizations, there's a requirement for that organization, for that industry, or there's a box they need for their industry to be able to recycle and to have those recycling streams available for them. So for commercial, we may have to have a different piece than residential, because I know companies I've worked for, it's required that you recycle. It's not an ask. It's a requirement, and they've got a certification they put on every product that says they do this. We don't want to upset that by saying we don't have the availability of that, and your corporation within our city limits needs it. So we may need to split the two for that. I mean, my company is not in city limits of Norcross, but that company was adjacent to Norcross, and it did require that recycling be something they had, or they would have to have an expense to go outsource it because the city didn't have it, right?
And that's exactly right. We had a DC in Douglas, and Walmart's a big recycler. They don't play. And we didn't have the
Walmart requires all of their suppliers to recycle.
And they don't play. And so we didn't have anything in place at that time. So they contracted out, and you know, they shipped their recyclers someplace else because they didn't have a place to put it here. So to that point, so everybody good on that to move forward 3 months period of time? All right, I'm gonna move now. I need some. I know you ate lunch.
How do we inform?
All right.
That they're having this new charge.
Tracy will-
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right.
Got it.
All right. So Tracy's going to be charged with getting that information to the Sustainability Committee in regards to 3-month completion. All right, moving on. Mr. Myers, talk about inclusionary, affordable workforce housing. Now, you just heard about that legislation. So may not be a whole lot of discussion need to be here till we wait and see what them folks over there at the Capitol do under the gold dome. So talk to me.
Yeah, well, speaking of that, they're only applying that to single and
Yeah.
second. This is more kind of how it's been proposed here is for multifamily.
Okay.
So it still would fall in line, I feel.
All right.
This is really a strategic discussion on whether or not as a city, we feel like this is a policy that we want to enact. I'm not there's a lot of background here, but I won't go through the full background of it. But what I'll say is part of what we're trying to do, and I know staff has worked on this heavily and have some backgrounds with some questions, but we're trying to establish a percentage of multifamily residents that is a requirement to have an affordability component to it, or some method of, you can pay your way out of it, or there's lots of different pieces here in terms of what you can do to change that, but an inclusionary process for all multifamily developments in the city of Norcross. Why I think this is important for me is I don't want to see in our community an 100% affordable housing community or 100%, let's call it market rate community, where we can have a blend of the two, because I believe that the blend is our community, and we can have, we should have Class A products no matter what we have. So that's the kind of the genesis of the conversation, trying to get some feedback from my staff to incorporate this inclusionary zone into our city ordinances. So we would draft the city ordinance and incorporate that going forward.
So a certain percentage.
Market rate.
I'm putting words in your mouth.
Yeah.
That a certain percentage of multifamily housing, no matter where it is in the city, has to have a certain percentage of affordable component. That would be your vision.
Yep. And then there's obviously gonna, we know developers are in the game of making money, and I support that. So there may be trade-offs, there may be other things that we can do to increase that percentage. Or if a developer says, hey, I want 100% market rate, they can pay to a potentially housing authority or to one of our authorities for development of a project. They can pay their way out of it. I want 100% market rate. Well, that's going to cost you an extra $20,000 or an extra $200,000. They pay for it. And they pay it into a fund that we can then use and say we can support Norcross Housing Authority, or we can support Norcross Development Authority in a project that is geared towards that, so we don't lose that momentum going forward. And
Sidewalk fund that a lot of us did back in the day.
yeah, sidewalk fund or a tree fund that we have today. Tracy William, anything you would like to add, or does that kind of summarize it? I want to be respectful of our time.
It does. I think the main thing here, kind of, it's me too, as I was doing due diligence, is that, you really have to provide, if you're going to do something like this, you have to provide sufficient incentives. Otherwise, it's actually going to be policy that does the opposite of what we want to do. And the other thing is, historically speaking.
Thank you. Historically speaking, what ends up happening is the affordable percentage is actually fairly low as an amount of the overall, just because of the way the numbers work. So if there are concerns in the community, well, this is going to create XYZ, there is a natural kind of number that this results in, I guess I would say.
Okay. All right. Hearing your colleague and gave some clarification of what the approach is. How do y'all feel about this moving forward, consensus wise? And if that being the case, yay or nay, where do y'all want to land this in regards to at a time certain as well? Not it, huh?
Is that where it belongs? In the comp plan?
It'd be in our UDO, right?
Yeah.
That's what I just said, that we've been talking about this for a while.
And they agree that it probably needs to be part of this effort to help us eventually flesh out an ordinance. So we will eventually, need an ordinance, but I think, probably, surveying what it is everybody here wants to get out of it, but then maybe an understanding from the public as well. Correct.
It's not fleshed out in the comp plan, it's not really fleshed out in the backup, the work program. So I think solidifying in our comp plan and then working out the details.
That would be an appropriate way to follow through.
Also, there are, also, there are recommendations for inclusion of property owners, of developers, people that are in the field that understand the financial numbers behind this in a way that maybe policymakers and staff, don't. And so including them in this process of what to do, how to do it is would be imperative, I think. So to your point of including it in some other process, I think that's very appropriate.
Good. Dr. Beck got it. She's been very
I
present.
had my interview with Jacobs yesterday, and I did bring that point up about we talk about affordable housing, but we're not doing anything to try to achieve that goal. So that'll be in the comp plan, the revised or updated comp plan coming up.
One of my top 5, which you promised me we're going to get to.
We're going to get there.
Is rental houses, the built to rent, but then the corporate ownership. In 2 of these census tracts, corporate ownership of single family homes is extremely high. And from one of our LCI studies, and I'm using this as a brainstorming overall, not just this particular, if you'll entertain me for a moment. I would love to figure out how GMA is handling the rise in overall corporations, large corporations, typically hedge funds. I'm a banker. I don't mind hedge funds.
I know.
Private equity and hedge funds, but they just go, they go in, it's an asset to them. They don't care about the person that lives in it. The resource is very similar to some apartments, but it's single family homes. And this, nothing more drives up the cost of single family home ownership than what they're doing, and especially in our 2 census tracts, where 80% of the people that live are rentals. So,
well, this once again, this is that fight that we just shared with you that we're trying to address, because that is the critical thing. The build to rent piece as well, coupled with what you just said about the hedge fund group. So we are aware of it. And matter of fact, just saw Jim Thornton get on the elevator, and him and Noah, who's another government relation, they're working on those issues as we speak. So please, you talk to your representative about a lot of this stuff, because it is coming, and they have strong lobbyists because it's all about the money at the end of the day. As far as that. So, all right. Yes, and we got to wrap up. All right.
Excuse me, you haven't talked to
I have some contrary opinions on all this, and I just feel like it would be doing Norcross a disservice. This is a popular thing in our country to talk about right now, but I would ascertain that I'm just not positive that we don't already have an amazing affordable housing offering and range of housing offerings in Norcross as it currently stands. And so I just wish we would do a little bit of more research to compare up how we look to our surrounding communities, because I'm pretty confident that we already have a really great offering, a range of housing options, housing costs, and I don't want to try to fix a problem that we may not really have.
we did a housing.
Yeah, I was going to say, have
we
you
did
done a
housing
housing
inventory
study?
through GIC, and it's outdated. So I would recommend staff that we update and look at that through the GIC program, our housing inventory. I'll give you some anecdotal evidence. When I got elected, I was looking to purchase a house in Sheffield Forest, which we're all aware of Sheffield Forest. And I put in an offer for $88,000 on a 4-sided brick, $88,000, 4-sided brick. That same house just sold for $320,000. That vastly outpaced the appreciation on my home in downtown Norcross. So I would say that the inventory that you're talking about in terms of housing prices really depends on how we're defining what is affordable. And and we've talked about this with Live Norcross, but we could debate that objective later, but we have to, if it's in our comp plan and we define as attainable homes, whether that's for rent, whether that's for ownership, if it's in our comp plan, we need to be working towards that. If it's not our comp plan, which is our decision, then we don't need to be working towards it.
And I can appreciate that we did a study. It's just that when I read that study, it seemed to me like there was a lot of, my perception was that somebody had brought a lot of bias to that study. So that, and that's, we all can.
I was involved, so I'm sure it definitely had some bias.
Yes, sir.
This is tangentially related to this. The single area of housing that's most at risk within Norcross, I would contend is not right now. The highest priority is not affordability, but quality, where people are living in extended stay motels in one room and a whole family lives there. And we have 14 of them. We probably have a higher density. I don't have any data.
We have higher density
My
than
guessity
anywhere
is
else.
we have a higher density than anybody
Anywhere
else.
Not even close.
We need to start to think about a long-term plan of what does this mean? We know that that these extended stays is people are living there. They're living there in horrible conditions, and they're paying crazy high amounts of money to live in horrible conditions. In the same building is next to it, there's crime, prostitution, other issues, which we've gone a long ways to enable our police department. And we've passed ordinances to try to eliminate that, and we've done a good job, but we haven't eliminated, we just reduced it. What's the long-term plan for us to move this problem so that we can maintain the housing, right? We don't just kick everybody out, but we maintain the housing, but we make it in a quality level of housing and a safe environment. And I think that's not something we're going to do in a year, but I think it's a 20-year kind of goal. We have 14. How many do we want to convert to quality, sane, decent housing that's affordable? How many of those 14 do we want to convert in 20 years, or do we want to convert any?
We did convert one. It was the Hampton Inn, right there at Papados. That was about 7 years ago, but that's one.
So we converted it to a regular hotel. So,
Hampton Inn.
so if it was, if just bear with me for a moment, because I don't know that specific
We just need to
scenario.
incentivize more
But
people to
if
do
it
that.
was a place where people were living, they can't live there anymore. So we converted it to non-use, right? I'm talking about, there's people that live in there. There's tons of kids that go to Norcross Elementary School that live in these extended stay motels. I'm not suggesting we kick them out and throw them out of the city or throw them on the street. I'm saying a plan that replaces that with decent housing that's not crime
Priced out.
and it's not a single room for a family.
Then we need to understand the average tenant that lives in one of these places. The state has passed a law that impacts how the hotel motel tax is applied to them, which should lower the costs and does judge them differently. The state has passed a law that I believe gives them some different rights about eviction. So the state is addressing how this works. People who live in extended stay hotels are typically there because it is a last resort type of situation. Most of them are transitory by nature. They're in and out in ideally a short-term time frame. We'll hear small sample size of people that'll say, I've lived in this extended stay hotel for 6 years. That is not a very large minority. So when you say I'm worried about moving people out, I would argue that most of them are moving out on their own accord, hopefully to better places. And we have passed we've passed a program, the motel to home program, that has been very successful.
We're doing good things. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, I don't see that we've sat down and said, we have a 20-year plan to change the status quo, right? The status quo right now is we have 14 of them.
Let me, because we can beat this dead dog And I think y'all actually have.
I think this is important
No,
policy.
no, it is good, great policy. No,
This is a policy.
But here what I'm hearing though, and I'm listening once again, I'm doing with 2 versus 1. Y'all all saying the same thing. To some degree. The comp plan, you get community input, right? If I'm correct on that. You get, the business community input in regards to that. You hopefully determine what the housing specific needs that you want to accomplish. So
I want to let Eric speak for a little bit, but I want to wrap this up since it's my item.
Yeah.
I just want to put a button on it.
put a button on it.
But go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, so we have, my sense is a lot of opportunities because we have multiple apartment projects at some stage. We've got 2 9% federal tax credit projects that we know are going forward. We have one of those that's going to come back and make an attempt for phase 2. I think to Councilmember Gator's point, our challenge now is the largest driver of crime in our community are the extended stay hotels. So what we're facing, and last time I checked, we still have 7 vacancies for police officers that we're struggling to find people to fill. I think we maybe have someone that will go to the academy to fill one of those. But as these additional apartments, whether the high end or they have some affordable element to them, or they're all affordable like the 2 tax projects, they're going to drive demand for police services. To the extent that we could, not overnight, start to take out some of those extended stay with alternate preferable housing units. Well, there's part of what we're talking about here with the looking for inclusionary units in developments. I mean, we have the opportunity to not be adding to our law enforcement workforce as additional population growth occurs if the types of developments that are driving an unusually high requirement for law enforcement can start to go away. And so, if we wanted to be, and Dr. Beckles talked about, looking for a longer term issue, what's our strategy for taking the first one out, followed by a second one, and putting people in better housing, reducing the expenditure that the whole city is incurring today with the special unit that has to go in and deal with the level of crime in those types of businesses. But how does that all integrate with what you're trying to do with finding good places for people to live, as opposed to the cash cows that we have today that in some cases are very temporary in nature, and in other cases not so much. But as the people move out, someone else is moving in. They're staying full.
Okay.
So to wrap this up, I think Eric's hit on some points. Everyone's hit on some points that are exactly the reason why I brought this strategy conversation up. This is not solely about whether or not we have the right inventory. It's also that some of our inventory that we have that may be considered affordable is actually not affordable to our community because it's driving law enforcement and cost. So yeah, it's affordable for that person to stay there, but also that crime element around it is impacting that. So why inclusionary zones is valuable from that perspective is what it doesn't do is take all these people, all these families, and move them into one place, right? And that might be a part of our strategy that we need to develop. To your point, maybe need a part, but this says a small percentage of those individuals now have an opportunity to stay in their community, continue to go to our schools, continue to be productive citizens in our community while staying in our community at an affordable rate. Meanwhile, we continue to develop our community. I mean, for me, growth and development, we've talked about all the projects we've got on deck, they're happening. If we don't do something about it, what we're going to do is just force more and more people into a different situation. And then I second that with, now we've got to talk about a workforce, right? We've got people who don't make the same income as everyone else in our communities. We have a diversity of incomes in our community to serve our diversity of incomes in our community. And to do that, you have to have, it's easier for people to work in close proximity to their homes when they're at a lower income jobs. And so if we move all these people away, or we don't have them here, or they can't afford to live in their community, we've also created another problem where companies say, hey, I can't do business here because there's nobody to hire that can live here. And we know Gwinnett County will always be plagued with traffic. And so we've just got to be cognizant of how we're developing our entire portfolio of workers and employees, our entire portfolio of community homes and everything in a strategy that allows that we have that diversity. And so to me, that's why something like this is valuable, because it's a small percentage of every unit, which adds up over time, but also helps alleviate some of those other concerns that when they're concentrated in one area, we've seen. That doesn't have to be the case, but it's what we've seen as a fact. So I'll wrap this one up. I just think it's part of the discussion from a strategy standpoint, and really seeking from the team here, do we want to continue the strategy conversation? I'm not trying to ask for an answer today, but it's, do we feel like we need to have this conversation? What I've heard is there's more, we need to flush this out, but have more development around that conversation is what I'm hearing.
And going back to what several of y'all said, you got a vehicle to get some of this flushed out for you. Use that vehicle to your great benefit. The comp plan process is meant for that. It's definitely the vehicle to help you. So hearing everything that everybody said, based on what was brought up, is that still an opportunity to have this incorporated into the comp plan process, to get that feedback, so that as this potential ordinance is developed, it's truly going to hopefully focus on what y'all wanted to focus on? All right.
For us to deliberate on this is going to be too much. So I would put it to the comp plan.
The only concern I have about the comp plan in general is, I'd have to ask the question because I don't know, but Tracy, I mean, are we getting feedback from our extended stays in hotels in our comp plan typically?
Yeah. And I think, as Andrew mentioned, the Live Norcross did what, 2 years ago or so?
Yeah, did the apartment survey.
2019.
Yeah.
I would, if you would indulge me, I would split this up into 2 items. One, as Bruce said, an overarching housing policy, bring a facilitated housing discussion either through DCA or GMA that would allow us to set some groundwork for 20 years about what we want to do, so that that these policies that we enact are working their way out and fleshing themselves out over the next 5-10 years, and then looking at how we implement this into the comp plan in the short term. That's what I think might be the best solution.
I support that.
Okay. All right. Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, you got that? Okay. All right. Good deal. All right. Moving on. Next is yours.
All right. So
brevity. Okay. All right.
We all know about the West Peachtree property. We put that up for bid a couple times unsuccessfully. I think it was twice maybe, or just once. It's about 1.73 acres of parcel off of Hunter Street and West Peachtree Street in Norcross. We'll just, we like to say the word, I don't want to say tiny home, but tiny home, cottage style home opportunity there, 400 to 1,500 square feet. Could be a best case scenario for something like this, and a showcase type project in our community, especially if we did it right, or we were able to do it the right way. I'd love it to be something where an affordability or a hero home type costing, where you're talking teachers, firefighters, city staff, employees, et cetera, could be eligible to stay there. I don't know how to execute that, but from our standpoint, talking with legal as well as our economic development director, this is something that I would like to bring us forward and recommend a discussion on moving forward with this type of project. It could be leveraged through our urban redevelopment authority, which we all sit as members of. So we don't need to necessarily go anywhere else. We can just kind of manage it ourselves and go forward with that process. And I think this is a great location to showcase that, great opportunity to showcase a premium product in our city. That's something that's different. And I think not only from a publicity standpoint, it's a great opportunity, but again, to our points we talked about here, it's a different variety of housing opportunity in our community. I know some families are looking to downsize at a certain age in their life. This might be an opportunity for them. There are certain families that are looking to start their careers or start their families, and they don't need a 4,000 square foot house or a 3,000 square foot house. This might be an opportunity for them as well in our community.
So really, that's the gist of this particular one in the particular location of that property that the city owns.
You got a lot of sister cities that are engaging in this. Auburn has done some tiny homes.
Woodstock has some, I saw Woodstock had some, and the Woodstock ones are in downtown.
Yeah, they are downtown. Yeah, so
Clarkston,
yep,
College
Clarkston.
Park.
Yeah, so you got some models out there of how they incorporated this in their overall footprint. So does this sound sounds almost like a agenda action item? If I'm hearing correct?
Yeah.
Is everybody? All right.
You know, I love the idea of tiny homes. I've talked about tiny homes for a long time, but I would see this more as just plain tiny home project, because you need to be careful about, I know that this is being floated around out there about hero housing and workforce housing and so on, but you know, I don't want the message to be, well, we got a house for you. It fits right there, you know, and you're there, that's what you deserve as a hero, is 400 square feet. And so I think, you know, there's a give and take to all this. I mean, as far as just getting the property developed as tiny homes, love that. But as far as like having some kind of twist on it, you know.
Yeah, and that wasn't actually a part of the agenda item. I just wanted to say that's an opportunity if we wanted to do that. But I got your point, because I don't necessarily know if that's even going to be feasible for that particular type of project.
Yeah.
But what's feasible is the fact that we can maximize this property in our community in a concise way. And I hope our community would support something like this.
I just think, you know, in my opinion, I think we could be more aggressive about getting this thing sold to the highest bidder. And I recognize in here that there's some worry about the legality of residential only, but you just sell it as what it's currently zoned. That's what it's zoned. If you think you can buy it and get it zoned something else, more power to you, but it's zoned for residential. And, you know, I don't know why we just can't have an auction on the courthouse steps. Step right up, put down your money and buy this thing and get this out of our inventory and out into the capital world and get something developed on it, you know?
I mean, I hear that too, but I also have heard from our council, the six of us, a reluctance to undersell property, right? For the value that it's for our citizens. So there's this give and take, right? We want to maximize what we sell property for in our community, but we're also understandingly buying strategic properties where we need to be, and we're trying to minimize the cost. So we've got to balance that, put it on the auction steps, just let the highest bidder have it, to we want to maximize the property we have. And we're also in the efforts of obtaining property strategically. So we've got to balance that, but it's just a
what
point.
we're doing isn't working. So we're trying to get maximum, it's not working. I guess why I'm just sort of like, we've been talking about this property for probably 5 years. I remember it being part of our budget process 5 or 6 years ago. So I'm like, man.
I'd throw a fence around and have it be a dog park until we make up our minds.
All right. You remember what I said early back?
We're not using it.
Staff and your constituents sometimes want y'all just to make a damn decision.
Yeah. Speaking of which, and I'm just going to throw this in, and I don't like going down a rabbit hole and coming back out.
Yeah.
But when Layla presented this a few years, 4 years back, council rejected the idea of affordable housing there. Now, looks like we're coming back full circle, and I'm trying to wrap my hands around that. My head, I don't want us to keep going down rabbit holes and coming back up. We're not going anywhere like that.
I think that the proposal is a little different though.
How so?
from Layla's. I mean, we weren't talking about cottage homes or.
We're talking about
tiny homes
multifamily.
at the time.
Yeah.
Multifamily.
It was completely different. This is not at all what Layla presented, not even close.
Right.
So although I do respect what you're saying, this is not even in the vein of what that conversation we talked about with Layla was, and even what she presented.
Okay.
So this is slightly different, but definitely understand that.
So it sounds to me that there is an appetite to move forward with the tiny home concept. The method of how it gets facilitated is the issue of concern, if I'm reading the room well. So question?
Well, I have a point to make on this is I don't think we've ever told staff not to sell the property. I don't think we've come to a point where we've said that, it has to be sold for the maximum amount of money in order to get it approved. It sounds a little bit like we're in the market for a developer, right? Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Do I have that right? So
is this more a matter of giving you some direction about orienting to your search for a developer into a tiny home developer or a cottage home developer?
It's more of identifying, yes, we want to go forward with some kind of micro housing development, tiny home community. So once we have that, I think, Tracy and I, we can talk about the different ways to do that. We could, put an RFP out or talk to those type of developers. I've been kind of doing some background research. There are some in the area, but we need your, okay on that. So yeah, I mean, I think if you all are okay with moving forward with that type of concept, we can figure out how to, do that.
You came through. Yeah, just.
Yes, a consensus.
That's right. Y'all still had to build it. So is that something to maybe to look at an RFP with some prospective developers that you may be aware of to look at what y'all are envisioning? You still got the ability to turn it down if you so choose or not.
I agree with that. When was our comp plan coming in to beginning of 2024? Probably too late to get feedback on it then.
Yeah.
The city can't be specific about what they want like that unless they use the NDA.
No, the URA, the Urban Redevelopment Authority that we are a part of. That's part of what we feel agency, sorry. We feel that we can do this process and be very specific with the council's direction, since we are those board members. We can make a decision. Says, this is what we want it to look like. And William or staff or Eric and your staff, go find us a developer that's going to build what we want, how we want it to look, and then they will pay that property and we can go through those logistics. But that's the direction we need to give them is, shall they go forward and do that and then bring it back to us? I don't know if we need a vote to even say, we just need consensus to say, go do. And then come back to us and then we can start deliberating over votes.
Yeah, Mayor Councilor, just as a footnote, I don't know if you have it in place, but the ordinance for the tiny homes and
We have no minimum home
okay.
size. in
So
Norcross.
yeah, there's a lot of preliminary works. If you have to do zoning, if planning and zoning has to be involved, there's work that you could do if you are going to give the green light that you could do simultaneously, because there's a lot of cities that have this concept, love the private public partnership, but do one in front of the other. So I'd encourage you to really look at that if you don't have it.
I mean, we have to rezone it, I think, to PRD.
You would have to approve the site plan.
For the site plan, but otherwise, I don't think we have minimum home size, right?
Okay,
So I think we could probably move forward fairly quickly.
Okay.
We may be able to. It's just a matter of us developing that and then getting it out to a developer.
All right.
They have.
So if I'm hearing correct, reading the room, consensus is to give staff the blessing to proceed on to get the RFP back to y'all for consideration of the specifics of that in relationship to that, for y'all to yay or nay to move forward with that. Good? Yep. All right. Got that, Madam Clerk? All right, we're good. All right, moving on. Boy, you got a lot of them here. Smart City, you and Mr. Johnson. And I heard him talk to this about early. So who wants to play? Eric?
So
Yeah, there you go.
there's a couple elements to all of this, and one is the challenge of anyone's definition of smart cities, because I think that everybody has, we talked about this a little bit, everybody has their own definition of what smart cities includes. But most, and we've gone down one path twice with Wi-Fi in the parks, and that one kind of was set aside. The more recently, Comcast has come and thrown out some ideas and asked for some data so they can look at what they might propose. And we've encouraged them not to share with us the secret sauce, so that they don't, if we go into a competitive environment, they haven't given away all their trade secrets. But there's some things that they've talked about, and some are just kind of enticing, such as a garbage can that tells you when it's full. So, to empty it. And I don't know that there's a payback on that, other than when we have concerts in Thrasher Park, it probably would be beneficial if a garbage can is full, because once it gets full, people probably just dump the trash beside the garbage can, and we have the opportunity to pick it up by hand after the concert. So there may be some paybacks, but some of the things out there are cool. The one that they've pointed out that I think in particular may have multiple applications is they've asked about whether we had cameras in our downtown parking. And, we have a couple cameras for security purposes, but if you think about how you might use cameras in those prime parking spaces downtown, right now, I got an email from Melissa this morning. We haven't had an awful lot of collaboration from downtown merchants about the parking stickers that before Kate left last year, she'd asked them to have their employees put on their cars so we could identify the employees of downtown merchants and where they were parking. But if you think about it with a camera, you could actually be monitoring which vehicles are parked in those prime parking spaces all day long. And even if you don't have the tag, I talked to the chief and he said, well, it's really difficult for people to back into those angled in downtown parking spaces to avoid us reading a tag. But both the technology that's out, the ability to recognize a black SUV of a particular style without even reading the tag, with a camera or a set of cameras put in, potentially you have the ability to start to monitor whether our parking problem exists at all. For one thing, you can see how many cars are there and how many spaces there are. You can see whether there are people that are kind of undermining our ability to make spaces available to customers as opposed to people that work downtown. You could take it to the next step that if we wanted to put in signs that restrict how many hours on certain days that you can park in spaces, we don't have to go back to the old days of someone walking around with a piece of chalk on the end of a stick, marking tires to see how long someone stays there. Use technology to monitor how long those vehicles are staying there. And if we at some point were to progress to the point where we want to actually charge for prime parking downtown, the same cameras could be tied to different technology that would basically determine what someone owes us based on X dollars an hour and how long that car sat in space. So, I don't know what Councilmember Myers, he's had some conversations with Comcast, and I think you've all been probably approached at one time or another, or coming to GMA conferences. We get the opportunity to get to people lobbyists, but some sense of what you think is innovative. And for me, the idea of the cameras, at least in the downtown parking, it's not terribly obtrusive. It's not putting in parking meters, but really need a sense of where you'd like us to go with this. We still are on a path to look at the opportunity to put in charging stations. I would say that I think at a minimum, we probably need to be putting in at least one level 3 charger, because that's where people can charge their car quickly, where we could charge them for charging. The downside is simply that upfront investment in infrastructure. Still looking at prices, but the most recent price I got it wasn't 100,000, it was 96,000. But if you can give us a sense, we're coming up on a budget cycle, although we do have charging equipment money in the current budget. So just looking for some guidance as to what your definition of smart city is. And looks like I've gotten Councilmember Myers ready to roll next.
All right, good.
Yeah. So I think Eric pointed out a lot of the stuff that we had a conversation with. I think we had a meeting with Dr. Trent, as well as Eric Johnson and myself as a start. But there's been multiple vendors that have approached us. There's been multiple vendors I'm sure that all of us have seen. And the mayor had sent some stuff out recently about smart cities. But what I felt like for this particular piece of the conversation for us was there's an opportunity that's a real opportunity. It's a quick opportunity. It's not all in with one vendor in this case, but we had an actual real problem in Norcross with parking. We had a real problem with understanding, well, is it full? Is it not full? Who's being there? How many hours is a car there? They've got the technology to tell us that in a snapshot and send out a report instantaneously. To me, that's the start of smart city in Norcross. I think when he started talking about the trash cans, I mean, we've got parks all over the community. The way they propose it is, well, how many people do you have going around checking every single day if the trash can is full, if it's got this and it got that in it, when we could put a smart sensor on it and essentially you pull up your tablet and all the information is there, whether or not it's full, and you can dispatch individuals directly to the ones that are full, and the ones that are not, leave them alone. So maximizing the effort of our workforce and staff to manage the beautification of our parks. So just those two alone got my ideas thinking and says, if we could work with a vendor, we could give staff the direction to work with a vendor to identify those specifics that we need and not just try to boil the ocean with a whole process, because smart cities honestly is too big to boil the ocean with. If we can start with a small process with just identifying 2 areas that I've heard us talk about in our city council meetings of concern, and we have a whole parking thing on here later today, I think this would help facilitate that. If we were to, with this particular vendor, if there was a parking deck being built or not being built, it could read the cars coming in and out instead of having an attendant to manage the parking. This technology would be able to manage the parking and send a bill directly to that individual or manage it that way. So that would help reduce the labor force that we need to go hire to manage something like that if we had a city-owned parking deck or a city-owned parking lot that we want to make sure that has limited hours of parking. So just using this technology to do that. And I think, to me, it's a small piece to a larger scope, but it's something that we can get our feet wet in and we can move forward with. But we just really need to give staff direction that they're okay with presenting this to us, working with those vendors, and so we can get the RFQ or RFPs back for what it's going to cost us and what's do the return on investment for our citizens.
All right.
If I may,
Doc Ferguson.
you guys know I'm big on processes and plans. So much like the comp plan, we really need a smart city plan. This could be led by a consultant, and this would give us a roadmap, because right now I'm hearing electric chargers, smart garbage cans. It is a bigger effort to become a smart city, but we need that guidance. We need a roadmap, because right now we're all over the place. So that's just my piece.
Valid concern. Yes, sir.
Just a question on technology. One of the things that we've talked about in terms of parking is the ability to determine how many spaces we have, how many are full, how many are empty. And up till now, my thoughts have always been you have to have a sensor on every spot. But what you're saying, that really you just need, half a dozen cameras, and then we could have a big billboard or some number that says, there's 10 spaces available on South Peachtree, and there's, that kind of thing.
Yeah, not to give away the whole cookie, but just the example they give us is if you're ever parked at the airport and tells you how many parking spots are available, it's the identical technology. They're no longer using sensors or how many people come in and out. They actually have cameras saying how many spaces are actually available.
Right.
And it's using LPR and AI to determine what's available, and it can spit back to them what lots. Like I said, we can say, hey, we've got 15 spots on West Peachtree, and we've got 5 spots in downtown. So our signs can be dynamic to that, but also when we have different events, we can close off parking and we can understand what we still have available, because we can say, take those sensors off because we blocked that off.
That's an area, when we start talking parking, I would consider that probably lower cost than building a parking deck, and yet more effective, because now people don't have to be driving around town looking for all the spots. They know exactly to go to City Hall lot, or they know exactly to go to South Peachtree lot or whatever. And they don't leave. We don't lose the customers as a result. I know I can park at the library. And yeah, it's a little bit of a walk, but I know I can park there.
All right, so
awesome.
A lot of discussion. Going back to the ask here, is this a budgetary item that needs to be looked at? To the concern, is there a process, a plan in regards to what portions of implementation of smart city initiative would be fundamentally efficient? So
yeah, I think it's twofold, right? I think very similar to what Councilman Hickson said, we're breaking out 2 things, but one would be develop this smart city strategy. But in the interim, while we do that, we know we have one strategy of parking that, for a very small investment, we hope we can at least get a lot of answers. There's a lot of data research that can be provided to us. The value of going forward with this piece of it will help develop our strategy, because we'll be able to say we've got real live evidence of how valuable this is or isn't, to help develop that long-term strategy. For me, the big ask for the small part is giving city staff direction to work with vendors or go put a request for quote out, multiple vendors, so we can actually get real details of what that ROI is and whether or not we can afford it within our current budget or whether or not it needs to be part of our 2024 budget. I don't know the answer to that, but I'm looking for consensus that we go achieve that answer so we can decide whether or not we can start implementing this now, right in time for our concert series, if it's even possible, the equipment available. There's a lot of unknowns until we give staff the direction to go get the details.
So kind of a, I hate to say, a demonstration project to kind of determine some real time data if this initiative of one piece would be beneficial in a lot of different capacities, and also look at the plan, from that perspective going forth, what other aspects of smart city initiative would be beneficial. So hearing all that, because we making good time. Want to give y'all about 5-minute break because I saw some folks get up, use the restroom. Some of us a little older, our bladder doesn't work well does that time. I said some of us, myself included. So are we good to at least go with those two-prong approach in that regard?
Yeah, the budget will certainly be impacted. How much did they tell you those? I can't remember.
Yeah.
That's why I said they're kind of expensive, but
yeah, we need to have the
they
conversation.
have these in place throughout the country.
Sure.
And so looking at some of the places they told me, they can't be that expensive.
Yeah.
Right. So there's some cities that are very similar size to Norcross that has them. So it can't be, we're not airport, but it can't be that expensive because where they put some of these projects. Now, again, if you get the full suite, which is, they got smart lighting, they got the smart cameras, they've got the smart trash cans, they've got the smart air conditioning units, they've got everything for your whole city. Yeah, that might be a huge undertaking.
Yes.
But as a pilot,
To embrace that philosophy, smart city philosophy is very, very expensive. And we certainly have to look at the return on the investment. But looking at one piece is.
Well, we do have a agenda item, parking at 2:15. I would suggest we table this and get our break in because I think we could be a little more inclusive in everyone's discussion points in a guided, facilitated overall, where smart parking is a individual component of overall.
That's a good point. Would you yield for that perspective? All right. So we can take a 5 and hopefully combine those two in relationship to the discussion. All right.
Not related to parking, but I wanted to just to pile on one more point. I had an opportunity a couple weeks ago to do a ride along with the police department. And one of the things that surprised me was the lack of automation that the officers have. An officer drives up to a car and he wants to understand whether that car has been there a long time. Is there a warrant out for that car and everything? And he has to literally type everything in on his computer, and he can fat finger, make a mistake, go back, do it again. We have license plate readers, but not on the cars. And so there's a level of automation that seems like I was surprised we don't have. And it goes to smart cities because as I'm looking at connected officers as one of the opportunities, I think it's another area that we might find a lot of efficiency can be driven out of just our basic law enforcement and having them react faster. If they know instantly that there's a warrant out on that car, then he's not waiting, standing there typing something in for 2 or 3 minutes, which that's a long time. And so anyway, just to support your idea, I think it's a great.
All right.
There's other Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Absolutely.
Let's take a 5. And once again, we're back on track as we move into city hall renovations and relocation. Be ready to go in about 5 minutes so we can stay on top. Okay. 5. Restrooms, I forgot to tell y'all, if you haven't found, the men's restrooms are down the hall to your right. We made it convenient for the men to travel farther. Yeah, that's right. We know we're smart. We're not dumb.
I hit the wall.
That's part of it. That's what city is. Some of it is like to this point.
Yeah.
I got some caffeine, man. I got some caffeine. Leaving?
Basics. That's why I said.
I hope I didn't offend you by calling you.
We had it on some
It's
cars.
already part of our.
He didn't have it.
So.
Okay, he didn't have it his. Yeah, I thought we had it on some cars, but yeah,
That's not part of our.
but we need
This is.
we need those
We
throughout,
talk about it at
strategically placed
nauseam, whether or
throughout the
not we
city.
really have parking problems.
Which we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we did attempt to murder, kill the kid. Using those cameras.
I got the back end out when study. I was a parking study. I get it live. So what does parking study kind of cost us? 75 to 100K?
Yeah,
That's my baseline.
if he's a bad guy and it has, has.
And while he's typing away, the guy drives.
Then we know what seasonalities we have too.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
So
I didn't want to say.
it struck me as a dismissed.
Mhm.
And it struck me then, and I haven't had a chance to bring this up.
That was the idea. I like that. I'm glad you did, because that is really an important.
I'll blame it on my
We're gonna
wife.
have the software.
Really important.
License and the software. He was like, yeah. He said, once you have a license, we just turn on the trash cans, turn on LPR, turn on this, turn on that. I said, when the guy came to me, I'm like, this is. But I've talked to a lot of vendors. I even talked to, I have a vendor who's drafting and drafting strategy.
Wow.
So when you're saying they create strategy, he's gonna draft a strategy.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That could help Public Works whenever we have these floods and they're trying to figure out.
That's how they get paid.
where
Oh,
the-
I think they're talking active storm,
Yeah.
where they've got pumps and stuff.
Yeah.
Or
Consultant strategists don't get paid.
level
on their
measurement.
equipment because
Yeah,
what they do
combined
is say, hey,
sensor.
I'll be the vendor of the equipment.
If Matt's,
Now I can go boom, 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 boom here versus the city
Detention
contracting
basin next
directly
to
with
his house
Comcast.
is
Now
about to
if somebody else has something
Mhm.
cool, we lose out. So that's where the value of
there's a lot of
smart
opportunity, but as
city
you said,
consultants are great.
all the
because
opportunity.
I've got the
comes
full
with
suite of
cost.
every
So
company
you have to
versus
look at
just
cost.
Comcast.
Hey,
Right.
So
Yeah.
he's got some crazy.
Return
how
on
we
that
want to do that
investment.
is the second piece, but I think we can start with this LPR. And if we
It
don't like
involves
we
a
can
wrecking
check it out.
ball.
And we want to do it ourselves.
Pardon me?
So.
Call Steve and ask him how
Josh
much.
wants us to break down City Hall,
Yeah, I
move
can-
all
I can
the
call.
employees to
Yeah.
the basement of the police department, no windows.
The
No air
model they had is like 2 or 3 per parking lot.
Per parking lot. So a camera can.
Oh, yeah, that was a little,
Yeah,
out
but they
there.
kind of like one in the front and one in the back.
I like this guy. though.
Yeah, it has to be lined so they can tell how.
They've got to have line of sight.
Yep.
So I'm thinking like City Hall, you need one because you put it on top of the building.
Yep.
And it's 3 down. The new parking deck on the new parking lot on South Street. Well, you may need 2 because it's so long to catch. You may need one
Could
at the
mean
archery because we're gonna have park all the way down the archery. We're gonna have one at the archery end and one at the Holcomb Ridge, and then connect the whole thing. But also, when I was talking about this, that's the one I started with. I said, I get an extra camera, then I can take the whole street all the way down. So if you have them down West Peachtree, you can get the ones that are against the stores and across the way.
Peachtree Corners took out some of those sensors underneath.
Did they?
Yeah, and I'm wondering if they're not going to cameras overhead, because I thought there's no reason why you can't have a camera overhead that can monitor the same thing.
Yeah.
You can monitor
Yeah,
much
I bet you
faster.
that I wouldn't be
The
surprised.
only where it doesn't work is in a parking deck.
Yeah.
And so then you would have to have cameras on every level,
Right.
and you don't get the same perspective.
Right.
So a lot of parking decks come with the sensors just built in, and they're waiting. So there's a parking spot here because we know there's a 2,000-pound thing here. Right. So let me go use the restroom.
Beautiful day.
Get on back. Come on. We right on schedule. Who did I tell first that I didn't think we were gonna get on schedule? Who was that? I know it. Okay.
20 minutes behind.
And we're right on schedule.
Never doubted you.
Look at here, man. Yeah, come on, man. Come on. All right. Now I'm gonna tell y'all this. Y'all sometimes like herding cats, though. Yeah. You just, yeah. I know you do. I appreciate
You
you.
know who's heard the term
Who?
more than anybody in this room?
Who?
Come on, you.
The city clerk. City clerk. Yeah, that's right.
For a 4 year. I'm going to the captains.
Mm.
This evening. It's a whole choreograph.
Go ahead, I have to take
Moving
this.
cars.
Okay, all right. Okay, we're gonna convene. I know we missing one. The mayor said he has to step out, take a call, but hopefully they'll catch up. Even though city renovations, relocation. All right. Talk to us. I'm looking at who's got that one.
Well, it sounds like you already have some bias in that little.
I'm just I love it when a new city, when a city tries to build a new city hall. Oh Lord, yeah.
Everybody's familiar with this idea. It's been talked about in various places. The basic idea is that you would look at. Basic idea comes down to what. For a long time, we talked about downtown growing towards Skin Alley. So 20 years ago, when I first was on the council, we talked about buying that whole block there, that Jerry Brown's house and the market and so on, and it never came to fruition. And I don't think we ever really took it off the table, but we never did anything either. And so, another idea that's been floated around as far as growing and expanding in our downtown, which would be a really cool thing to do, is looking at the area that City Hall's in. And so, the idea that's been floated around is to move City Hall over to where it's addressing Lillian Webb Park, and perhaps building so sort of where phase 2 is right now. So you might take the backside of the church off, the community center. You might take the backside of the church off and rebuild and then build a city hall that had conference space and event space in it. And maybe you even try to partner with a boutique hotel, because that idea has been floated around too, where maybe it's shared space or something. And then you take the space that City Hall is currently in, and you expand your downtown into that space. So, I think that probably out of the 5 council members and the mayor, from what I've heard so far, is I'm the only one that's interested in this idea. And so you haven't heard of it, Arlene? All right, yeah. Well, I just wanted to sort of pivot from, if this isn't the idea that we're interested in, what are other big picture 50-year ideas as far as growing our downtown that we could look at? Because there's other big space around our downtown.
All right. He first and yeah.
I am too that supportive of the concept, thinking about where we want our city to be in 50 years from now, and not thinking about the square footage of what we have today, but what does our staff look like 20, 30, 40 years from now? What does our building look like 20, 30, 40 years from now? Are we going to be doing renovations in our current city hall? I know it's slated when we do our public safety building to reformat that. Do we want to do something even more monumental and do something else? So it's not off the table for me.
Okay.
So just
Okay.
to give a point of.
All right. Good point.
You said something I wasn't aware of. There had been a proposal at some point to buy a block between Jones and Skin Alley. To me, that's activatable space, actually rapidly activatable space. It's largely and what is developed can be reused into that. Why don't we put our efforts into redoubling our efforts, if you will, since we have already had this as a proposal, to getting control of that. I think there's a lot there that would change the core of downtown. Doesn't mean we necessarily have to take the other idea off the table, but it's more of both. But I think that the block between Jones and Skin Alley is quicker. Would have more of an immediate impact.
I want to piggyback off that. I'm also interested in, we've got an LCI study we're going to do downtown. I'm interested in what that LCI study is going to have involved. But, we talked about, we also talked about a plaza area where City Hall is today. And maybe that's not what we want to do there long term. We want to do something different. But I thought the plaza idea was a great idea. I think the intent of what you're trying to do is expand our downtown, expand our walkability, livability, and shoppability of downtown. And I'm 100% supportive of that concept. How we execute it, we can talk into the nuts and bolts of it. But the concept of expanding downtown, I think, matches our growth, right? If you continue to look at our growth, our census may say one number. I believe it's probably 3,000 or 4,000 short. And I believe next time they do a census, it'll be another 4,000 to 5,000 more on top of that. So we may grow 10x in the next census. I mean, not 10x, but 10K in the next census, which is more 50% growth in population. That's significant. If you want to have a downtown that's vibrant, will our current downtown be able to facilitate that? And so we need to be thinking about that going forward. So I support that.
I'm interested where you're going to park all these people.
Okay, so
I think our comp plan speaks to this. I think our Beaufort Highway plan speaks to this. We have expanded through almost $30 million of public investment, our downtown to Beaufort Highway. It would make a lot of sense for our downtown to grow where it would, as Bruce always says, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. But we just talked about diversity, equity, inclusion. And we often talk about an area of town that is often neglected. It seems to me that our downtown, if we so choose for it to grow, should ultimately move to Beaufort Highway and connectivity there, considering the amount of time, energy, and money we've invested in growing our downtown. $30 million is a lot of money to say that we're going to do the green thing of tearing down a new building and building another new building. So it's not, we have already thought big. It's in our comp plan. We've already thought big. We have a Beaufort Highway redevelopment plan. I would suggest in our current downtown, we start thinking small. We start thinking parcel by parcel and having a plan for those in that area. And then big ideas happen where we truly want public investment, as we've said, as a collective group, to happen. So to me, yes, tearing down City Hall is off the table unless suddenly Eric's able to staff in an entire organization of work from home employees, which would probably work. I hesitate for us to say we're not thinking that we have to think big when we already have, and we've already collectively said we want to invest in Beaufort Highway. Yeah. And that includes crossing Beaufort Highway and investing on the other side of Beaufort Highway. That could easily be a core. That's what Swanee did. All of Swanee's development is not happening at Town Center. It's happening east of Beaufort Highway. Well, in their case, west of Beaufort Highway. It's happening further and further down Beaufort Highway. Just my thought is that maybe we should be thinking smaller in downtown and bigger elsewhere.
So I mean,
my heart's still there.
Just so. Hey, Councilman Hickson, just for a clarification, or I understand correctly, you're saying, yeah, our Beaufort Highway master plan talks about expanding all of Beaufort Highway in general, but not necessarily expanding the downtown. Is that how I saw it?
Our original LCI was expanding the downtown to Beaufort Highway, our 2001 LCI. Everything that we've done in our LCI, building Lincoln Web Park, phase 1, phase 2, the library, all of that development. In fact, Josh and I had about an hour-long debate whether or not an empty parcel on a picture in our LCI plan was policy or not. That was a good one a long time ago.
Now we've switched roles on it.
Yeah, you're crazy now.
Yeah.
But to me, it is, do we go all in Beaufort Highway, even though we can walk and chew gum at the same time? As policymakers, we still have to enable our staff. We need to give them clear, concise direction about, we want you to allocate resources here or allocate resources here. they only have so much capacity. And even though the DDA has some great ideas, we have to be clear about what our goals are. And to me, we've already been clear. Move towards Beaufort Highway, be an inclusive city, develop that area, and our downtown will take care of itself.
Yeah, I'm only reason I'm hesitant to that because if we quote an LCI study from 2001 and we're in 2023, I don't know if you anticipated the city to grow or the community to grow.
I voted for half most of the stuff.
What I'm saying is I don't know if we anticipated 2023 to look like it does today in 2001.
All right,
but maybe we did.
Subsequent
Maybe we
LCI
did.
studies and subsequent comp plans have continued that entire discussion. We're in our comp plan study right now. If our citizens want us to expand downtown into past Thrasher Park, towards City Hall, down South Peachtree, those are all valid things to do. I'm just saying we have historically been given the we got to focus on the future. The past is past. But I do think we need to have a way that we discuss, are we going this way or are we going that way? And I hate even dividing it up that way. There's only small allocations of time and energy here. And we said we want to do Beaufort Highway, and we're seeing the investment there.
All right, so y'all got.
We have multiple entities that we can commission to do multiple things. It's the walk and chew gum issue. We have a downtown development authority whose primary state charter is downtown, right? So if we were to certainly look at downtown, including the downtown portion of Beaufort Highway as downtown, but give the DDA direct guidance on what to move forward with. And, you know, if this were a legitimate, or if this were a popular idea, tear down City Hall and develop plans to move forward. If it's more popular to take the block between Jones and Skin Alley as a downtown project for just the Downtown Development Authority to work on. Meanwhile, we've got a lot of work to do that we are doing and doing, I think, a credible job on the rest of Beaufort Highway. And we can divide and conquer. We can divide this project.
I would
up.
task the DDA with doing harder projects than some of the most valuable stuff in downtown Norcross. I would task them with doing the hard projects on Beaufort Highway.
Well,
All right, but let me intervene, flag on the play. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we talking about here? We're
having a general discussion about.
I know y'all are. I know y'all are, but that's not what's on the agenda at this time.
Well, they talked about parking.
Yeah, we're talking about, what are we talking about? City Hall renovations and relocation. All right. Now, that's more of an expanded discussion. I appreciate it immensely, but let's stay on target. That's part of my job as a facilitator, right? So the statement that was put out by Mr. Barr here was the renovation, relocation of City Hall. That obviously there's an opportunity to discuss it. There's been the throw out about a space that was previously considered. Am I correct? Y'all haven't addressed that yet. So then we expanded into the whole downtown landscape, which I appreciate. But
it's all part of the same subject.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So, all right, let's stay back. So what's on the floor now is this, and we do this for sake of time because I'm a taskmaster. Okay. So let's go back, fold back, hearing everything, sir. What is your ask of the group to consider in regards to that before we go off on another issue?
Good. We had some discussion right here. I'm ready to move to the next item.
Okay. So where would you want this to be brought back up? Because I hear it's been something that's been brought up several times and it needs to be looked at. And you got several vehicles that it can be looked into that help these folks determine where the next step would go.
Me, the next step that I'm hearing is we're going to see what kind of feedback we get from the community through our comp plan and LCI. Based on that, we'll see.
to consultants that are doing that to ask that question. What do you want to do? What do you want downtown to look like?
That's a good point.
We need to ask that question. We won't get the answer if it's not even a part of the scope.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe that's perhaps make sure that the contemplating what the future of downtown is like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Most of us, when we campaign, I think our citizens tell us what downtown, at least me. Downtown. So, and let me just say this, I'm not going to linger, but downtown, the downtown area, the downtown is our economic engine for the city. It is.
Mhm.
And when you tweak that engine, you have to be aware of unintended consequences. Any engine that you tweak, you can make it faster, you can make it better, screw up the entire car. So it's important that when we make these decisions, we're making decisions for the long term.
Yeah, I think the quote from John F. Kennedy.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, you want to put it back out there?
It says that we're charged with more than just what we hear.
Yeah.
We've got to think about the future. We've got to think about more than just current taxpayers. We've got to think about the future of our community beyond the people who lived here 50 years ago or live here today. We've got to think about the ones that also live 50 years from now. So we've got to
He's
do
pulling a Josh Bear.
all of that.
I'm gonna give you a dollar bill for that.
But that's kind of that quote.
I'll be getting that back now.
We gotta kind of think on this level, and this level at the same time.
All right.
And I
All
think
right.
this talks about
All
the
right.
backside of that.
Yes.
All right. So
One last thing on the backside, so that everybody is aware. We had a visit with the Congresswoman, Lucy McBath, last week. We did tours of Norcross, so talked about our roads, talked about strategic areas that we wanted. We knew that we were going to have federal support. And we showed the police, not the police, but the post office and the postal facility. And as it turns out, just sharing this in this room because I don't have all the details, but Norcross post office may be on chop, that it may go away. And so you need to get that out there and just share this with everybody so you can start thinking strategically about that area as part of this overall plan. And as part of some of this discussion has been had with the environmental management.
Okay.
So need to get that out.
all right. So the action item is to include this and specify in relationship the ask in regards to consideration of things to how you want to look downtown, which inclusive of the renovation or city hall or expansion or relocation, whatever that looks and feels like, right? So yeah. One of those are gonna happen. It's okay. Sooner than later. Okay. Okay. All right.
Well, pull us aside and tell us.
Hello. Hello. All right, moving on. All hearts and minds clear? We good? All right. Parking debt. And we yielded in regards to the smart city initiative to include it in this piece as a maybe demonstration opportunity. I did skip it. Lord, I apologize. I was so quickly want to move. Yeah.
All of these are very, very similar.
Yeah.
It's almost a free flowing discussion about it that you might be beneficial.
I'm game if y'all are. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll yield. Sorry. So let's do this. The downtown property owners, common area maintenance, CAM fee. Help me understand what's that about.
Okay, so we have parking in our downtown that's owned by the city. But the businesses downtown use it. Pretty similar to what happens in a lot of downtowns all across Georgia.
Yeah.
we have a new development in town where it had internal parking, and the developer bought it and got rid of all the internal parking because he can use our parking.
Oh, yeah, I would do it too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Business 101.
Right.
Yeah.
And, the thought behind this is just that, that we get a lot of pushback from the businesses downtown saying that the reason that their business isn't doing well is because there's not enough parking. And so this is just an idea to try to sort of turn the conversation a little bit, in that when you rent space anywhere, you're going to have a CAM fee, which is a common area maintenance fee, and that covers the cost of shared parking. And so instead of looking at that parking as their right, parking by right, this is okay, so this parking is there for you, but you got to chip in a little bit for the cost to maintain this parking and to manage this parking and so on. So our legal folks took a look at this, and they said there was two different ways we could do this. One would be with a special tax district. Potentially we could do this. One would be a special tax district, or the other one is a mini little CID. And out of the two, the tax district is the one that's probably easier to implement. And, my mindset on this is that the way that this would be implemented would be that it would be a very low dollar amount. So there's 24 to 30 parcels in our downtown area that this might apply to, and it might be $100 a year. So sort of not even something that really maybe even is worth it.
Variable based on the size of the parcel?
It could be something like that, but it would really, to me, the only point of this would just be to sort of try to change the conversation a little bit for this parking to be, we have already taken some steps to say that when you open a new business in downtown, you got to have a plan for the parking. You don't just get to come knock on City Hall's door and say, hey, I need more parking. The citizens are going to pay for my business to exist down here.
Yeah. Sounds like a great concept, and I understand, obviously you can't meet everybody's needs. So what say ye about this approach? Because I think.
Concept, just looking for the details.
Okay. All right. How about?
Sounds like it could support smart parking.
Yeah. Hello. It could morph right into that, couldn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Hello.
right.
There you go. Yeah. How about you, sir? All right.
I mean,
Good.
it's all in the details, right? We need
Yeah.
feedback and.
All right. Good. All right. So in relationship to that, to your point earlier, some of this could be coupled together in relationship to the next conversation we're going to have on the parking deck, right? And the previous issue on the smart city initiative, right? If that's a desire that y'all might have in relationship to this. Looking for a funding source, would have to set up a special tax district and do the potential initiative of a demonstration project in relationship to that. It all could be coupled together. All right. So
what staff would be possible to develop some kind of a proposal that we could look at?
We turn now to our fearless leader. You have a
valid if you don't have, but I think that would be the next step, is because we're not going to come up with the details. We need something from staff.
So going back about 36 years to when there was a user business office, I think the first step is to figure out really what costs we think that we believe it's appropriate for the, I think it's the property owners, not the retailer. But what costs would you want to be borne by that group? If we come up with a fee, you really start with what is the cost that we didn't have to calculate proportionally.
It probably goes without saying that the city is going to end up spending a lot more than the businesses would spend. You're just looking for more of a token. I hate to use that word.
Skin in the game.
Just
Yeah.
some skin in the game.
Yeah.
Because as a citizen, I don't mind some of my taxes paying for our downtown to stay viable and paying for public parking. So I don't mind, but I just want it to be sort of a,
So let me just lay out, because I know Melissa's been watching this. So one of the near-term challenges is maybe that the city invested in. Let's get in.
Taj Mahal of compactors.
So we have this compactor unit, and the tenant, the Public's credit union moved out. They had been paying a fee for use of the compactor. Now the building owner has been charged with paying that fee and has basically said, I would like to opt out of that, or I'd like you to reallocate that money. And so literally what we're doing is we just obtained software that's going to allow us to put new codes into the compactor so that we can measure usage of the compactor. But at one or more times in the past, businesses that back to Scanali have been allowed to opt out of using the compactor and get bins to put their garbage in. So, the issue there might be, once we start to see who uses that, do we really want all of those businesses that back to Scanali to use the compactor and not to have us arrange to get bins for them to put their garbage in bins outside the back of their business? But that's kind of similar to what you're talking about in terms of should those, at least the property owners, share in the cost of some infrastructure, in this case, the compactor. Right now, we haven't really done that consistently because we've allowed people over time to opt out of participating in the compactor, which then means that ongoing cost gets borne by a smaller and smaller group. So
Haven't we said the same thing about grease traps? The
yes,
common
and so
grease
you've
traps.
approved, we're going to go in and we're going to disconnect an apartment that is putting waste into our grease trap system so that we can free up the grease trap system for its intended purpose of serving as a grease trap to multiple businesses.
And
But
then insist
I think
that
all
the
this is
business
kind of
connect.
very similar in terms of, our intent is for the downtown businesses to be successful. And we facilitate infrastructure, whether it's a compactor or whether it's parking or whether it's a grease trap system. But do we want them to, in effect, pun intended, have skin in the game and help pay for some of these? And that's, to some extent, we have been doing it, but to some extent, we have not been consistent.
All right. So hearing that in relationship to that, obviously you heard Eric say assigning someone to this task to put this analysis together to determine either some, how you structure the fee in relationship in impervious surface in relationship to that. And to your point, you're not going to recoup all your maintenance and any other costs related to that, but at least there's some opportunity costs that they have opportunity to appreciate their business potential. So is that something that y'all want to task, and Eric will find someone to take up this shepherd? Yes.
I would say the most important thing is that once we walk out of this building, we contact the Historic Downtown Business Association and let them know that we are discussing this and be proactive that we want their input.
Good valid point. Don't forget the historic resident group. So they feel so left out at times. Yeah. All right. With that caveat is we consensus to.
Saying we,
yes.
Yeah. So for Madam Clerk here in respect is I'm hearing to look at this CAM fee structure in relationship to the downtown parking in regards to tasking staff to move forth with that, to come back to y'all for that consideration, definitely after talking to the historical group in that regard. So yes, and then using.
I would actually like to add a piece of that. I would love staff to be able to see if there's any of the cities, historic cities in region, country, whatever, where they've implemented something similar and what the results were, right? So did they find, hey, businesses thrive with this? And you can have
That's a good
data
point.
points
Yeah.
in our decision making.
Yeah.
And an alternative to this might be, it's too complicated and we just go to meters downtown, but it moves the conversation along
Yeah.
Where it's like, fine, this is too complicated. We're just going to meters and that's going to fix everything downtown. And
Right.
Right. Okay.
to Andrew's point, I think it's all related and these are all different aspects that should be considered. We may not be really serious about the CAM fee. We're just serious trying to fix the parking problem. And that's something we're seriously considering because it's a possible solution.
All right.
You know.
All right. So we good there? Now, couple into this, I'm hearing about the parking deck update between Cotton Gin and City Hall. So how does that play into this piece? Talk to me.
Well, I think we've hit this up, so I'd like to talk about where we're going to put downtown. Is that okay?
You're gonna go off script. I was gonna say, wait a minute.
Well, I think we've hit on this a lot.
Uh-huh.
And I think some of the data we got from the city staff is that this is just not economically feasible. It's probably not a smart idea long term. But one of the things we sit here and we talk about viability of downtown, what we need to do with the parking, how do we incentivize, how do we encourage businesses to have a part of this? And we have not once asked our economic development director his input. So considering, I think we all know where the parking deck stands, and considering we've already kind of agreed all this kind of is interwoven, I'd love to hear from William about just kind of how does he think from an academic standpoint and from a realistic standpoint, everything we've just said concisely, how would it impact the economics of a downtown thriving business community?
I think that all of these contribute to the efficiency of business. And so efficiency of business equals more revenue. And so I think that that's kind of, if I were to sum it up, all of this, it creates efficiency, which creates a better environment for businesses to succeed. So I think we're moving in the right direction. There is a HNBA meeting this evening that, DDA is going to be joining. As we know, we're trying to continue that conversation, including all of the different stakeholders. So, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question.
Well,
could you rephrase the question maybe?
How does, when businesses are impacted by a CAM fee,
okay,
this is kind of what Matt's question was, how does that impact? And is there any case studies that you know offhand about that?
Okay, that's a great question.
And then when businesses have tried to expand, I guess Shamley is a good example, in a progressive fashion with massive redevelopment projects, do we have an idea of how that has impacted downtown? So we're well aware, like when you have a historic downtown and then it was built on a US highway and the interstate comes by and now there's a Walmart on the interstate, we know that devastates downtown. How will, in your opinion, the proximity of what we're trying to do on Beaufort Highway impact downtown? Because I think it could be symbiotic, but as the mayor said, there could be unintended consequences.
Correct. Yeah, I think that for us, I think every situation is different. I think for the city of Norcross, because you have, we have this historic downtown. We have a lot of, people like coming to the area. So I think that there is a distinct delineation between the businesses and the types of business on Beaufort Highway and the ones closer to the downtown area. So I'm not as worried about the, that unintended consequence. I mean, there could be other ones, of course, but in terms of, it taking over, Beaufort Highway taking over the field, I don't think I'm as concerned about that. The interesting point that you brought up before is how does the CAM fee affect things? I think that CAM fees are most effective in a situation where you have a high demand for the space, or or a redeveloped, a newer area that has restaurants that can pay higher rents. That's where we're moving towards now, from your mom and pop, some shops, and some will survive, some will not. But as you redevelop an area, it naturally is just like housing. It's going to get more expensive for the people doing business in the area, for better or for worse. So I think that your current, group of businesses will have a very different opinion of a CAM fee than the businesses that will likely be here in 3 years. Some of them will stay, I think, but you're going to see the natural evolution. But I think the CAM fees, you see that mostly, you definitely see that in areas that are very dense, very urban. And so I don't think it's inappropriate in this case, given the development that is likely to continue happening.
Wow.
So let me add on, and then that'll give William the opportunity to think of some more things. But the CAM fee, the example that I saw was the CAM fee that's in place in Salem, Oregon. And I haven't been to Salem, but Salem is the state capital. So you have some density there. And the fee that they have in Salem is based on, I think, 3 parking garages and some downtown parking that the city owns. And so the calculation for the CAM fee, which I looked at, is basically, I think it includes the construction costs, not just operating costs for the garages. They look at the impact that each business has on the need for parking spaces, and that's based on the combination of the type of business and the square footage. They give them credit for any spaces that they have dedicated that are owned by the business, and the net is what they pay, and they're allowed to pay it monthly or quarterly or annually so that they can deal with cash flow issues. But they're dealing with some real infrastructure. To the issue of Buford Highway versus downtown, my suspicion is that Buford Highway is going to be successful only. We've got a developer over in the corner who could throw something at me if I get this wrong. But I suspect you can get more of the chains, like you see in Peachtree Corners largely along Buford Highway, and you have the unique destination businesses in downtown Norcross. I had a contact from my counterpart in Lilburn a couple of weeks ago who said that there's a developer that wanted to steal some ideas from downtown Norcross and replicate our restaurants. And I said, well, success at downtown restaurants is that they're not in Lilburn. They're unique to Norcross. And so, the only hint I'll give them is if Lilburn wants to be successful, find something unique that leads someone to want to drive to Lilburn. But having a mojitos in Lilburn, I don't think is their answer. And they're not going to replicate the crossing. So to some extent, I think that you've got entirely different markets. You've got, if people are looking for a Starbucks and they're driving up and down Buford Highway, I don't know that that's necessarily going to impact 45 South. But if people want a place to go and a sense of place, they're going to go to 45 South, not to Starbucks.
All right. See, I gave him enough time to think. I did think of something. So, and the last thing I think I would kind of talk about is, I think that a CAM fee in this case is almost like a cost of doing business. When you go to an area that is thriving or that you expect to receive a lot of revenue from, that's part of the cost of doing business. And I think it's justifiable. So.
Okay, you heard from your economic development and your city manager. So here's the thought process. We got a few minutes left on this agenda, but primarily, if I heard Mr. Hickston correct, the parking deck issue is a costly one.
It may not even meet our needs.
It may not even meet your needs. So going forward, is there any questions, concerns about this?
But I think parking lot overall, there might be property value that I think may have some success opportunity for that could be successful in our downtown area. Maybe not in this particular area, where we talk about if we were to move City Hall, and we were to move City Hall and we were to move downtown in this direction, then yeah, parking deck in this area would be probably prime property. But as long as the City Hall is there, even without the police department and courthouse, it just doesn't make sense from the cost standpoint. But there are other places in our city that it may make value sense too. We've got topography advantages and disadvantages within our downtown. If you come down to Buford Highway from where City Hall is today, and we can take advantage of that. So to me, the overall parking strategy, sort of deck
smart parking in the lot. We've already approved some things. I know Council Dixon says a lot. We don't take enough credit for all the work that previous councils to me and our current council that I've been on have done for parking. We haven't summarized that into a bucket.
Yeah, that was a.
We added. Sorry, just got to mute it. We've added X amount of parking to our community. What's the result of that? Or we intend to add X amount of parking in the 2, 3, 5 year standpoint so we can communicate effectively. I think we're missing that piece. If we can get that piece, that helps us articulate to our citizens where we're at, but it also helps us make an informed decision of that ain't enough. We got more to do. What can we do and what's it going to cost us? Or yeah, we think this is sufficient for the next until the next businesses or stuff come through our community. So I think overall from a strategy standpoint, I'd be happy to discuss, maybe not today, because it would be a long discussion and we don't have a place for it to be, but I'd like to keep it on the table that a parking deck or additional parking in our community is a viable option where it be cost effective to the community and or the developers that do it if we do a public-private venture. So just.
All right.
I mean, I completely agree. I think I've had the pleasure and privilege of talking about parking more than any single subject. We talk about parking more than we talk about taxes by tenfold. I always say this, and I hope it doesn't fall on deaf ears. We have a different type of parking problem than a lot of other communities.
Oh yeah,
a lot of communities that in this state would beg for our parking problem.
You better believe it.
So we should count our blessings when it comes to this, that we have a thriving downtown where people want to visit. We have to manage this scarce resource in some sort of way, and a global holistic approach. I hesitate to say a parking study. People don't believe them and they don't believe the outcomes and they question the methodology, but we need to know what we've done, where we're coming, where we're going. And I don't think, I used to always subscribe to it's a wait game, wait till autonomous cars come, wait till Uber and Lyft take over. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to wait that out.
All right.
I just want to go plug in back to what we talked about. Smart parking piece, if implemented correctly, could give us all those data points you said without having to do a parking study. Right?
Yeah. Oh, but that's fair as long as they're interpreted by qualified engineers. When it comes to smart meters, downtown has a very unique look and feel. The more poles that we put up, the more cameras that we put up, it does detract from that look and feel. In fact, right at the crossing, we project on to Paisanos. There's a pole strictly to project on Paisanos. We happened about 30 feet away to own a building that we lease out that could have easily been put on there. I love to task staff with minimizing the number of signs and the number of cameras that we implement so that we do continue to have, this is way off topic.
Yeah.
But my name is on this item, so.
Okay, yeah, I see. All right, so.
Yeah, and I think that's what you meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what you meant.
All
for
right,
sure.
so, all right, two more comments and we got the consensus already that this is, still want to be on the topic, but not this location potentially, if not be. All right.
If I can combine the two subjects for a second, AMs and parking lots. Just as a little quick math. If there are 30 businesses downtown, and if we built a $10 million parking lot, which exceeds the number that we see, so
yeah,
try and be conservative, it would be a little bit more than $10,000 a year per business. Now that's if they funded the whole thing, right? The taxpayer component in there, which
your microphone's off, right?
Exactly off. So, yeah, it's just not in front of me. All I'm saying is that the idea that infrastructure being tied to some kind of CAN fee to me makes some sense rather than, oh, last year we didn't charge you, this year we are, right? That seems a little regressive. But if we really were serious about doing a parking garage somewhere, a funding source that at least could come up with a decent amount of it would be the CAM fee. And let's face it, the only reason we're doing it is because of the businesses. So their chipping in for funding is is certainly a legitimate thing to ask them to do. To me, $10,000, that assumes every business is equal too, right? So the South End project, if it's one business, is gonna obviously be a different thing than, you know, Mojitos, which is a relatively small footprint, small number of people. I'm just, you know, throwing out some ideas, or the gallery, for example, that may not have as many. So my point is that combining these two ideas seems to me to make sense.
Well, and I just want to go back to our Mr. Kennedy, President Kennedy deal. I don't know if it was Kennedy or not, but anyways, if you ask every single citizen in Norcross, they want a parking spot right there.
Sure.
With a cupboard, if possible.
Their name on it.
With their name on it, right, so that it's always
And a
reserved.
charging port.
And I don't think we've got to get away from letting that drive policy that, you know, so.
All right, I'm gonna give you $1 too. Hold on just a minute.
Take that one.
Take that, pass that $1 down. He needs it. All right, so what I'm hearing, obviously, the parking deck, whatever the parking, and I heard you say, yeah, there's possibly a need for a parking study, but yeah, that is kind of okie, you know, voodoo. What's it, voodoo politics? Remember that? Voodoo economics, all that stuff. Anyway, so to that point, maybe some of the data that if y'all do the demonstration with the smart camera system, that might draw y'all some information that y'all can ascertain to hopefully develop some kind of rudimentary study to make some decisions if there's some challenges there for. All right, moving on. Okay, economic development incentive. And then after that, we will do the 5 priorities. If you have them, we're gonna need them quick. All right, you don't have to give a dissertation about them. You just say, hey, here's my 5 priorities, and we'll write them down and see where there's some commonality. All right, Eric, speak in the mic. Speak in the mic.
So quick, I think this ties back to where the mayor started us out in terms of mission, vision, values. For economic development, what is helpful is for you to give us a sense of your priorities. And so in the bullets on this page, I've tried to lay out, you know, what might be different approaches that you take. Is it growing the non-residential tax base, since they tend to contribute more revenue than they demand in services and help us balance the budget and do good things? You know, do we want to focus on our target industries? And we've talked about updating that, but you know, historically, logistics is big. Obviously, we've got a FedEx Ground is probably our single largest taxpayer, at least till we see what happens with the new Bitcoin mining facility and how much they pay in taxes. But we've got 2 film studios, not in the city, but directly across the street from the city limits, that certainly have an impact on the city. But we can talk about the quality of jobs. That what we really want to push for is people that come and they're going to create high-paying jobs to grow the average income of the community. Sometimes it's quality of jobs. Are they going to pay above the prevailing wages? It can be the number of jobs that they're creating. You know, construction jobs are temporary in nature, but if a business is moving in and creating permanent jobs, helps solve some of our transportation issues, that people can live and work within the proximity of each other. And then sometimes it's a matter of, are we going to bring revenue into the city? Because you think about FedEx Ground has an impact that's regional, not local. They're not just delivering packages within the 6 miles of city limits, but they're going all the way to Alpharetta, and they're going up to Lawrenceville, and they're going down into DeKalb County, and I've lost track how far to the east they go. But it would be helpful for us to kind of have a sense of what you really want us to accomplish. And when I did strategic planning years ago, what I learned was sometimes the most valuable thing is certainty. What is it going to cost? What can I do with my land? And how quickly can I get through the process? Cheapest thing we can do is to expedite the ability of people to get plan reviews and permits and business licenses. Costs us almost nothing, but it's meaningful because of the fact that we're moving them through their process quickly, and that does save them money. We've talked about tax abatement, and people will always come back afterwards and challenge us for any tax abatement. But, the one thing from a city perspective is we have the ability to abate someone's taxes other than our own. And we have the ability then to turn around and ask for a payment in lieu of taxes so that in effect we get our taxes or some portion of them back. We could be doing a public-private partnership with our public safety building, but I don't know that has any particular benefits of doing that. And we've already talked about the fact that as a utility provider, we used to give away infrastructure free. If someone built something, we put our infrastructure in the ground and they wouldn't pay anything for electric, but they pay the gas company for gas infrastructure. They pay the communications companies for theirs. They'd pay and they put in the transportation infrastructure themselves. So we now have that as an option that we can give that away. But what really help us is, and doesn't look like it's a sunny day, but on a sunny day when no developer is lurking on the threshold with their hand out looking for something, for us to really have your sense of priority. What is the most important thing for us to bring to you? Because that's where we ought to focus on how can we make the deal work and what type of incentives work with that type of a business. And we talked about affordable housing, and a few of us had discussion with the new county commissioner that represents Norcross. And what was interesting from that discussion was they really weren't in the business of incentivizing affordable housing. They're turning that direction now for the first time. So, what is it that we can help you by identifying, what we should be really focused on, and that will really drive what types of incentives that we need to develop. And the best thing to do is to have a list of them and know what you can qualify for, so that when someone comes and knocks on the door, we're able to tell them what types of things exist and who they're targeted to assist, as opposed to scrambling to think about, well, what can we pull together for this particular one, without first considering whether that's really someone we want to incentivize. In past jobs, we didn't incentivize anything that was residential. We didn't incentivize anything that was retail. We assumed those were coming anyway. We were looking at creating jobs. But that's not necessarily what your priorities are, given where we are and given the compactness of our city. So I'll stop talking, but it would really help us if you can give us a sense of your highest priorities, and that will lead to what types of incentives might be meaningful.
So your city manager, if I'm hearing him correct, is really not type of incentives, but what type of initiatives,
Who we want to
who we want to incentivize, really. So, all right.
I'll just start off by saying I feel like as far in the live, work, play deal, I think we're missing on the work.
Yeah, see it. Yeah. So what was that again? I apologize.
That's okay. I said in the little phrase live, work, play, I think Norcross is missing the work.
Work. Okay. Jobs. All right. So obviously job opportunities as far as growth in regards to, now I'm not familiar. Do y'all have an IDA or does Mr. William do that portion of it? Huh?
We have a citywide development authority and a downtown development authority.
Okay.
We don't have an industrial development authority in specific though.
Right. Yeah. So that's just throwing that out, food for thought. Typically IDAs, those types of industrial authorities, those are one that really go after the job creations primarily. So just
I'm sorry. We do.
Okay.
We have the partnership. Gwinnett is our economic development org, or EDO,
Mhm.
and they do focus on jobs and employment. When we're at a city, we do, that is very important. The thing is, as you mentioned, as Eric mentioned, when you're at a city, sometimes there are different priorities too. The quality of life component, quality of place is a bigger portion of the pie, but certainly, employment. So
Right.
it's a balance too.
Right. Okay. So,
Agreed.
all right.
But
So
we do
that's
have
one
an
thing.
authority.
So job opportunities, anything else driving the opportunity to provide incentives? Anything else? No?
Well, let me throw it out to spark some thoughts. Maybe what I had missing here is someone who's going to provide their own infrastructure. So that infrastructure could be a parking garage that gives us some capacity that to bring back the parking garage issue that you just put to bed.
Right. No, they didn't put it to bed. They just said, not in that location right now.
A road improvement. Some employers out of necessity will, add a decel lane or something that might be helpful to the city in terms of throughput of traffic.
Okay. Well, now it may be based on a case by case situation, because you never know what is the opportunity. But I guess Eric is trying to ask y'all what potential things that y'all would want to see. I heard jobs. Anything else?
Someone mentioned the target industries, which we are going to be putting an RFP out soon, so we can kind of refresh that. And that would certainly qualify for what you would call, I think, employment-based type of opportunities. So maybe that's something we go after. Maybe we go after the target industries, those types of companies with the incentives. Maybe that's the angle.
So here's the thing. I don't know. Have y'all did a leakage study in regards to your footprint?
We're doing one now.
Okay. For retail. Yeah. So that's an opportunity. There might be some retail that has some leakage in regards to filling that. That might be something y'all want to look at as far as potential. I mean,
Well, that wouldn't be what Councilman Bear's talking about, as I understand,
Yeah. Well, no, I was just trying to come up with some other ideas. Yeah.
I think something to expand on that, I'm really into figuring out how we embrace our strengths more. And one thing that we're getting complained about a lot is people working out of their homes. And so I'm like, well, let's figure out how we can give them a better place to work out of than their house in Sheffield Forest. So that might be a way that we build on what the strengths are of our community, and make more jobs in Norcross by creating a place where those businesses can thrive and do even better because they've got a more appropriate place to work out of.
If I may, I brought that up several years ago. We were calling it an incubator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I brought that up way.
But an incubator, like a blue collar incubator instead of.
Oh yeah.
We do have a lot of empty spaces where we can partner with those property owners and just start something. Right? Give them what's this one? It's called Workplace. You get a desk, internet. If the facilities are there, and you come in, you spend a couple hours on your desk, and you move on.
Right. The little city of Metter, Georgia, we did their retreat. They have a great incubator system. That's an agriculture community, and they set it up with a partnership with Georgia Southern University, and it is thriving. Matter of fact, several of the businesses that started out there have now gone into open, large spaces, but they started in that incubator and doing they're international, doing international business around the world. So that's a great idea. I mean, a lot of cities are looking at that to put incubator systems in their community. So that might be a win-win for a lot of.
A warehouse that has an on-staff marketing person and
or even a parking lot where they can park their equipment.
Yep.
And they're not necessarily causing. It's safe. It's secure, and add some business advice and
employment center there.
Yep. So I mean, let's look at what we already have. We've already got the kind of an incubator that's more geared toward technology or white collar type opportunities, but your idea of more
blue collar,
of a blue collar, start your own business, landscaping,
cabinet building,
home repair, whatever the case may be, language and other issues we can work on. I'd also like to add that in terms of what sorts of incentives, I mean, we have the electric utility that I think
offers a lot of opportunity to give some sorts of incentive to bring businesses in. Now, we should be targeting what's on our list of targets, right? So rather than just anything that goes, we've got a list of targets. A lot of them are energy consumers and using our electric company to be an economic driver with some sort of rate, short-term rate incentive might be a way to go. And it doesn't hit the general fund.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. All right, so you got your, yeah. Mhm.
I don't think we have that. I mean, our financial director.
Yeah, I know that, yeah.
Incentivize what you want. First, you gotta know what you want. And I don't think we're quite there yet. Do we know what businesses we're trying to target or bring to? Is it biotech industry? Is it industrial? Or is it more warehouses? I don't think we have a plan.
Yeah.
That we can put our finger on. Say, these are the kind of businesses that we want to bring to the city. These are the kind of businesses that we want to incentivize. Then after you do that, you need to have a plan as to what those incentives looks like. Are you going to incentivize these businesses through power? You're going to give them discounts on power. You're going to give them discounts on permitting. We don't have that yet. I think that's something that we need to develop. There's an economic development incentive plan for the businesses that we want to target.
And start with, what are the businesses we want to target?
Yeah.
And then we can figure out what do they need.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, good point.
Because offering a power incentive to a landscaping company might be completely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But there might be other things that are much more impactful and more impactful to our citizens.
Right.
There may be more people in that looking for a repair location or something to that effect than, I think it's both what do we want and what does our community need?
And that goes a long way because we talk about parking. I hate to digress. But, let's say a developer, and this has occurred, wants to come in and build a complex, an apartment complex, and part of that includes parking. Instead of us struggling as to what we can offer this developer and what we'll get in return, we need to figure that out and try to figure that out now, I think, as a council. There's an opportunity now, and we need to not let this opportunity slip us by.
Okay.
Because we have a big parking issue in the downtown. What they're offering is to, they'll build a parking deck, they'll give us space, but we have to incentivize that space. Are you going to do it through tax abatements, or are you going to give it through, how will that look? And we haven't figured that out yet.
Okay, Eric, last word and we'll go.
So we have a target industries plan, and you authorized back in August that we can update it. So I think William briefly mentioned that, but you've given us the authority to go forward and update that target industries plan. So we will have that. The question is, to the mayor's point, and that was kind of my add-on. If what you want is to drive something that generates infrastructure like that parking garage, it's helpful for us to know before even anyone approaches us that we're looking for parking and willing to share or to facilitate, sharing the cost of or facilitate the financing of infrastructure. I mean, anything you can help us before a developer comes to us helps us be better prepared when they walk in the door, as opposed to go back and try to figure it out after the fact or during the process.
Okay.
Brunswick wasn't after. We did most of that after. That wasn't a good.
All right.
Good learning lesson. Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's kind of move on. 5 priorities. We got it up on the screen now. And be kind to my colleague. Be kind to my colleague. Okay. No big words and not a dissertation. 5 priorities. Okay. I'm gonna start with, you have been asking all day. You don't have them. Yeah, you do. I know you do. I know you do. All right. So we're gonna put his name. You ready? Yeah, that way we know, yeah, who said what, because they wait a minute now. No, we're gonna nail it down. Watch. You still with me? All right, you still on Team Norcross? All right, okay.
So rental houses and the corporate ownership of rental houses. Involving all residents in decision-making processes.
Hold on, slow down. Oh. Just hit remind, and yeah, it wants me to reboot. That's okay. Rental houses.
And corporate ownership.
Corporate ownership.
Number 2.
Ownership.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Involving all residents in the decision-making processes.
We'll clean it up later. Don't worry about it.
I can't spell to save my life. I just do cursive. Refurbishing old apartments versus incentivizing new apartments. Ready?
All right.
Versus new product.
New. There you go. New product. There you go.
Decision making, yeah.
All right.
Senior services. I believe we have a lot of children's services and children's facilities. I do not know if we have a lot of senior services, and maybe we do and we're not marketing them correctly.
Okay. It's fine. Remember now, no dissertation, just, yeah.
Smart growth.
All right. And last, smart growth.
Smart growth.
All right. Cool. Cool beans. Cool beans. Cool beans. You look concerned. Oh, is that what he's got?
No.
No? All right. Good. Good. Good.
I think I got this down to
It's Josh. All right. Mr. Barrett.
7 words.
Oh, wow. Okay. Shoot at it.
Okay, number 1, these are listed in order of importance. So number 1 is recruit, retain.
Recruit, retain who? Employees?
City employees.
All right. Gotcha.
I mean, I guess that could apply to the whole community if we're talking about jobs, you know? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Next.
Okay, number 2 is connect people, community, you know.
Connect people. All right. Yeah. Have a sense of community. Yeah. Yeah.
And the last one is future vision.
Future vision. All right. That steps right into what the mayor is talking about earlier. All right. Good. Good deal. You want to go last, Mayor? Okay. All right. That's what it's all about. See how y'all already.
Well, since you took mission, we have to. This council has to decide what is.
But you also had vision and there, huh?
Oh, microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Mission. Because I had mission, vision, and values. That's 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
I think that's very important for us.
Okay.
Because it's important that we. I guess the 4th is to think strategically.
Right. I got you. We got you.
And that's real important.
All right. All right. Anything else?
Community.
Community.
Yeah.
All right. Help us understand. What do you mean by community?
Well, we are a community divided, I think.
Okay. So.
And we need to find ways to
be more cohesive.
Be more cohesive.
Okay.
I worked on a program with staff working, no dissertation, welcoming America. We have a very diverse community. We need to figure out ways to make that work.
Okay. All right.
I think
Still there?
5.
You know, the challenge of us being recovering city managers, we probably not always keen with technology, especially Word and all this. And so I'm better than my brother over here. Trust me, I'm telling you. Hit the bullet thing up there and you should be good. Up at the top. Yeah, at the top. Right, all the way at the top. All the way at the top. Slide. Yeah. Right.
No, come down. Right
Uh huh. There you go. Hit. Boom. There you go. Keep going. All right. Okay. Talk to me.
Well, it was a little less theoretical and more prescriptive.
I love that.
We've got to finish the Buford Highway Master Plan.
See that? See,
We have to plan. We have to finish the project.
just get down to it.
That is, that's my highest priority.
All right, this is Bruce, and this is his highest priority is finish Buford Highway Master Plan.
I think this is more of a planning thing. I think we've got to get our act together on extended stays.
And I didn't want to bog y'all down, but the city of Albany, we do their retreat. They have several extended stays. They're having a terrible time with it. Yeah.
Well, and there's just a lot of moving parts.
So it is. Legal parts, zoning parts, code enforcement parts. It is.
I believe we need to look carefully and reorganize the strategic management of our enterprises.
Mm-hmm.
The city has 3 enterprises that are separate from the general fund. So we need to look at how that's managed strategically.
Okay.
And then the last thing is sort of like the first, but we haven't gotten as far. We need to complete and implement the major studies that are now underway, which is LCI, comp plan, park green space and trails, and arts. There's a lot of plans that we're funding and we're developing. And the last thing I want to see is those sit on a shelf somewhere and hey, we did the plan, we're done.
Where's that dollar at?
No. Hell, I guess it does.
Move the dollar around. There you go. All right. Good deal. All right.
Strategic planning.
What was your first name and last name? Matt Myers. Okay.
Strategic planning would be on governing with our legacy and focus. So not governing from through the year to allow us in our year, but trying to think about what's coming down the pipe long term, right? I know it's hard for us to do because those are the current voters, but we also owe it to the future of Norcross, think beyond today. Before Highway Master Plan execution, one we already had. Growing our workforce internally and externally. I think that's good.
See, I told you there's a lot of cross pollination.
I think the last one I have is execute with speed.
Get stuff done.
Way too long.
Don't we do it?
The simplest thing.
I know it. We sometimes in our own way, aren't we? Huh? Well, welcome to government, right?
I don't prescribe it.
I know I don't either.
I hear that a lot. Oh, government's supposed to be slow. It's supposed to be. I don't believe that.
But you know
that might have been 1984. That might have been 19.
You trying to date me here? That's okay. That's all right. I understand.
Faster than we did in 1990.
I understand. Yeah. All right. Doc.
Now you alluded that I didn't do my homework.
No, I didn't do that.
This is what I wrote down the minute that I got your email.
Boy, you all right with me. Right. Wait. Give me that dollar. Give me that dollar. Move it over.
This is what I wrote down while I was sitting down here today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
All right, give it what you got, Doc.
Infrastructure, and that I was just going broad.
Yeah, that's fine.
The one that I did at home. Engagement.
I just call
and
it Doc.
I have it as employee, citizen, and leadership engagement. Business outreach and partnerships.
Hold on. He ain't fast as you are.
So I can give it a paper. Because we don't want to hold up everybody. Communications, making sure that we tell our story. We do not do a good job of telling our story. And sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I had where's the vision with a big question mark.
Look at that.
Like questions.
Look at that.
And I'll show you my comment so you see it for yourself. And taking from today, meaningful growth, economic development, inclusive public engagement. So we probably were on the same wavelength. Embrace technology. We have the tools, we're not using them. Organizational process
I
improvements.
said 5. You're gonna.
I know, I told you I did,
you
this
give me
is the
about-
5 you sent me. I did first and this is today.
All right. Oh, here you go. All right, this is the 5 she originally sent, but she created some more today, what you just captured. All right, y'all did some good work, but here's the thing. Y'all already got some common issues here in regards to that. And it sounds to me that with some of this commonality, I want to just go quickly back to the top. We're going to go back down, Pete, if you will, drive for me. So we got rental house and corporate ownership. Here's the thought process. I want you to vote whether you want that to stay or you don't. Now, I know you want that to stay, but your colleagues may not feel that strong about it. Then we're going to hopefully do a little tally and see what we can come up with a top 5, right?
A little difference in methodology. Do we rate it as 1 through 5 and then?
Yeah.
You know, like I would give this one 1 and Joshua gave it 2 and then we added up. Now we
Okay. All right. However,
yeah.
highest number is best. See? See, I do more what? There you go. All right. So let's say this. All right. You first, right? 2 for this one. For you, 1. So 2 first, Pete, put a 2 there. 1,
I'm a 3.
3,
1.
1, 1,
A 3.
and a 3. All right. Involving residents in decision making.
I would give it.
All right. 4, 5,
I'm 4 on that.
4,
You know, it's a high priority, but I think we do a lot of it, so I would put it down to 3.
3, 3,
I'm gonna go with 4.
4. Refurbishing old apartments versus new products. 5, 1,
3.
3,
I'm going to 3.
3, 2,
I'm gonna go with 3 because of some stuff that I heard this week.
3. All right. Senior services. 3, 1.
You're not getting old,
Well,
Josh?
we only get to keep 5.
What's it got? 3,
3.
3, 1,
I'll give it 3.
3.
We can be more generous.
Smart growth.
Have that on there, 2 different words, but I'm gonna go 5.
5. See, you do.
Okay. 3.
3,
4.
4, 3, 5, 5. Okay. All right. Recruitment and retention of employees. 5, 5, 5, 5. 5. All right. I guess that's number 1, isn't it? Boy, isn't that a good thing? All right. Connect people.
People, community.
Yep. 4, 4, 5, 4, 3,
5. We need our people.
5. All right. Future vision. All right. 3, 5,
5.
5,
3.
3, 5, 5. Mission, vision, values. That's what you heard this morning. 4. Now, Future vision.
Because he's next to him.
This now, do you got some? You could potentially combine some of these. Oh, wow, Mayor! Wow.
Is that money?
Yeah. He says he has a permit. Let me just put it that way. All right. But these two could be combined. So whatever y'all pleasure, it's up to y'all. Yeah. 5. Yeah, I would hope you said
4, 6.
5. 4. 4. 5. All right. Thinking strategically. 4. 5. 5. 5.
I preach this every day.
5. And I think yours was strategic planning. So pretty much that's the same. Okay. Yeah. I mean, just being honest. Some of these can be combined. I'm just being honest. All right. Moving on. Finish Beaufort master plan. Okay. Ooh, it's fit to hit the road. All right. Doc.
Let me know what my number should be.
Yeah, let me know what your number. See how your colleagues do. No.
Start from me now?
Yeah, they want to start over here. See, trying to be fair.
This is important to me at 5.
5.
But not finish the plan, execute the plan. That should have been executed.
Well, okay. Well,
To be executed.
tomato. Okay, but good. That's clarification. Good luck. 5. 5. 5. 1.
You don't want to execute?
3. 4.
4. Okay, we running out of gas over here. All right. Extended stay needs to clarify and research.
I've had conversations about this. I'm gonna go with the 5. We need to do something.
5. 3. 4. Extended stay. 4. 3. 3. All right. Manage enterprise strategically.
4.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna go back this way.
Let's go with the 3.
3.
All my strategy.
5. All right. 4. 3. 3. 4. All right. Let me start back over here.
Is it complicated?
Yeah. Complete existing plans that are underway. 5. 3. 5. 5. 3. 5. Okay. All right. Strategic planning. That's kind of already that. So we're gonna, can we all agree that's pretty much what the mayor said? Copy that one. Okay. So you can just take that out because it's in that. All right. You can take strategic planning out. All right. Look at long-term planning. I don't think you said that. It's okay. That's okay. That's all right. Beaufort master plan. We already covered that, right? All right. So that's already been voted on. So growing workforce. Would you go along with recruitment? What was said already, right? Speed and be able to execute. Y'all want to do that one? All right. What say ye? We skipped the other ones because they've already been.
I'm gonna go with 3.
3. Look at you. 3. 4. 4. 3. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Was that all? We got one more, right? One more page, Pete. All right. All right. Infrastructure. That's holistically. Okay. All right. Good. Thanks for clarifying. All right. What do you give it? 5? 5?
3.
3? 5? 5 for the mayor. 5 for the mayor. Yeah. Here we go. 4. 4. Okay. Communication, telling our story, vision.
That's in line with,
The mayor's, would you yield for that?
I do.
Okay, all right, so we don't, meaningful growth, that's strategic planning. Okay, all right, so yield to that. Embracing technology, that's not one. So how about you feel about that? 5, okay. 4, 5, 4, 4, 5, okay. All right, y'all did good. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna tally this up and get this back to you in our report, okay? For the sake of time, yeah, okay. All right, so would y'all trust us to do that? Yes, okay. All right, and here's the thing. This stuff will work towards incorporating Mr. Johnson's work plan in regards to some initiatives that he will take forth. Now, y'all will have to hopefully help him define some of the deliverables within those in regards to that. Okay. All right. Thank y'all for that. So we've covered a lot today. Now, Eric, do you want to talk a little bit about your work plan? Are you good with everything?
This is great because this helps feed what you want, and I can get back in terms of what may be short-term deliverables on these.
Okay. All right. Okay. Folks, y'all did a great job today. It is hard to talk about how you can hopefully improve on things in your community. As you can tell, everybody had a lot to say, but reason why that is because you're all passionate about making your community better at the end of the day. And I know I've been tough on y'all today. You can raise your hand and say amen to that. But I'm tough on you because doing this work is tough. And it ain't for the faint of heart. If you got in to think you're going to have an easy ride, you might need to check yourself at the door, right? So we got one more video to show you, and we'll let you out of here, let you get on your way. It's the last one. Oh, I forgot to check out. Thank you, buddy. Oh, Lord. How do you feel now? We're going to do a real quick. Staff, y'all can jump in and throw y'all thoughts if you don't mind, but we're going to start with elected officials. And my man over here with the plan, banker friend, I need some money. Well, you'll lend me some, but I might not like it, right? Touche. Yeah, you go. Touche. All right, how do you feel now in regards to word or phrase, whichever? Hopeful. Okay, I appreciate that. All right. What say ye? Inspired. Okay. All right.
I think the word I would use is encouraged.
Encourage. Okay. My man that didn't think we're gonna get through on time. What? To me, come on here, bro. All right. What's we got? Growing. Okay. All right. I feel you. Doc. Promise. All right. All right. Mr. City Clerk. Hopeful. All right. HR. Changing. All right. All right. Counselor. Ready. Boy, he's sucking up still. Boy, I love it. Oh, man. Y'all got this guy trained. You hear me? All right, Mrs. Assistant Manager. Encourage. All right, Counselor. Positive. Eric. Encourage.
I am excited.
Excited. You got unbridled enthusiasm? All right, good deal. Expect. All right, okay. All right, cool beans, cool beans. Well, look at here. Got quick video, show you. Great video about leadership, but it emphasizes one thing I want y'all to be left with today. And I'm gonna let Colin Powell tell you a little bit about it. All right.
Carol, before you show the video, I
Oh.
just want to say a couple of words. I just want to say.
I was going to let you in.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and let
Yeah, yeah.
Colin
Then
in.
you got the last word. The mayor always has the last word, Mayor.
Well,
Come
that's
on.
what they pay me to do. Pay me those big bucks, right?
All right.
Well,
My
I
name
was
is
just
Amy
gonna say
Lucas, and
that.
I'm a White House Fellow. My question
After him.
is how you would define the key characteristics of effective leadership that allow you to go and be an advocate for good.
Trust. The longer I have been in public service and the more people have asked me about leadership over the years, leadership ultimately comes down to creating conditions of trust within an organization. Good leaders are people who are trusted by followers. Leaders take organizations past the level that the science of management says is possible. One of my sergeants back in the infantry school at Fort Benning almost 50 years ago, which is where I learned everything I ever got to learn about leadership, was at the infantry school. And he said to me one day, he said, "Lieutenant, you'll know you're a good leader when people follow you, if only out of curiosity." I've never had a better definition, because what he was saying, and I've seen it experienced in my life so many times. What he was saying is they trust you, and you have built up that trust. How did you do it? Clear mission and statement, selfless service. People look to you and they trust you because you're serving selflessly as the leader, not self-serving, selflessly, and that you prepare the followers, you train them. You give them what they need to get the job done. Don't give them a job if you're not going to give them the resources, and that you're prepared to take the risks with them. And so they would teach us at the infantry school, no matter how cold it is, Lieutenant, you must never look cold. No matter hungry you all are, Lieutenant, you must never appear hungry. No matter how terrified you are, Lieutenant, you must never look terrified. Because if you are scared, terrified, hungry, and cold, they will be scared, terrified, hungry, and cold. I've gotten away with that many, many times in the course of my career by being scared to death, cold, and wanting to go to sleep. But no, let's go. Let's keep going. Let's go around this corner, if only out of curiosity. And they'll follow you into the darkest night, down the deepest valley, up the highest hill, if they trust you. So the essence of leadership is about doing all that the science of management says you can with resources, but then taking it that extra step and giving it that spark. And that spark comes from getting people to trust you so that they will follow you, if only out of curiosity. Thank you.
And thank y'all. We appreciate it. Me, Pete, and your rep, his comebacks from Decatur, the cab area. So we appreciate being here facilitating for y'all. And we're going to turn it back over to the mayor for the last word.
Carol, thank you. Thank you. I certainly appreciate that. I'm glad you showed Colin Powell, because I'm looking at him and Colin Powell is gone. And, but he's left a legacy. And I think about that with us and our work as on the city council, because a lot of the things that we do, a lot of the things we start, we won't be in office when it comes to full fruition. And we realize that, and we do what we do anyway. And it's important for all of us to leave a legacy as to, I mean, what are the citizens going to say after we left this office? Are they going to say good stuff, or are they going to say bad stuff? I think leaving a legacy, a positive legacy, is something that we all want to do. So, but today I just want to say to you, Terrell, thank you so much. Today was an example of what can be accomplished by focusing on the big picture, and you certainly helped us to do that. And we thank you for taking the time to plan for this, because I can tell that you put some time and effort in making this happen. Pete, thank you so much for your contribution too. We certainly appreciate it. And I think today we're going to be a better council because of what we heard and what we did and what we talked about today. So, and I appreciate everybody who took the time to come down here and be with us. That's all I got to say. Thank you. I'm safely back to the city.
But we got to where it needs to get to.
Yeah.
As it does. As it does.
Brucey.
Adios.
See you later. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
On the rails. Just as long as you're not off the rails.
Retreat successfully. Yeah, I think it in the box. I think it worked out well. It has some good facilitators.
Sorry?
Good
We did.
facilitators. It's professional. I like it when it's professionally done. There. Yes, sir.
Colin?
Yeah.
Colin Powell.
Colin Powell.
All right, see ya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, at least we got some good building blocks. Yeah.
You know, from the waist down, it looks like they're twins.
Those are the ones I go, hey, on paper, you asked me to help you, you got them.